This is current tobacco product use. So this takes into account cigarettes, cigars, smokeless tobacco, e-cigarettes. In 2017, we had 19%, so slightly less than that 1 in 4. Now we're at 28%. So we've seen almost a 10% increase in kids using some form of tobacco. So we are going the wrong direction in terms of public health and youth prevention. And if you look specifically at high school seniors, that number jumps even higher to 37% of high school seniors in Vermont now use some form of tobacco.
Jennifer, can you give us a notion of the cost of a Juul, you know, not a one-time? Well, we'd love to know the one-time too, but what's the cost to the student?
I actually do. Tina, do you know what the current cost of a Juul is? I know before. It was before our e-cigarette tax, which was great because we know a way to reduce youth initiation is to raise the price. Right. But it was $4.50 for one pod, and I believe they come in 4 packs. So, but now the tax essentially doubled the price. And then that doesn't include the actual device. You buy the device, the battery part, one time, and then the pods plug in like a USB, and you buy those. Some of you might know. Do any of you know the cost of a Juul?
I know that there's like starter kits that are like $50 that come with pods and non-nicotine pods.
Tina just handed me this. It says $20, but I don't know if that's in Vermont.
So the starter kit, you think it's 50?
Yeah.
Oh, 50 total. Okay. So the Juul device is 20. The Juul device is 20, and the pods now are 30.
That's a lot of money for a kid, unless they have a robust part-time job or parents that give them very healthy allowance.
Anecdotally, what we hear from kids too is that somebody has it and it becomes a social thing in school, and whoever has the Juul, they meet and they all use it. So it's the sharing of a device.
And that's a public health challenge right there.
Moving on to the next slide. This is current cigarette use. This is where we do have a glimmer of hope in Vermont in terms of tobacco use. Cigarette use is the one place that we saw a slight decrease, which is great. In 2017, high school use of cigarettes, was 9%. Now in 2019, we're at 7%. So we did see a decrease. And this is why it is critically important to us, and I'm going to move to this in a minute, that menthol is included. We do not want to see that progress get erased too. And our fear is if you take every other flavor off the market but leave menthol cigarettes, that we will now have kids move to menthol cigarettes, and in 2 years, the public health advocates will be back talking to you about, remember that 7% number? Well, we left menthol, and now that has skyrocketed, and we've erased our cigarette progress.
In terms of the slide on current tobacco product use, 28% high school. When you said 2019, what's the date of this survey? Was that for all of 2019, or
the survey was given to high school students in 2019.
what part of 2019?
In the fall, I think.
I believe it's February, March.
And then it's calculated and released in January of the following year. So we just got the results.
And we won't have new results
for 2 more years.
Yeah, except for I will talk. Senator Lyons mentioned Dr. Andrea Palante, and she's at the UVM Medical School, or UVM, and she is doing the PACE study, which will give us incrementally 3-month data. So it's not as large of a sample as all of Vermont high school kids, but it's
so
at least incrementally.
Do you expect this 28% to go down in the next report?
Well, I think it depends on what we do here in Vermont.
Well, last year you came in and told us to do all these things, and we did. You're saying you're not going to see any reduction as a result of that?
I will get to that. I think that's a very valid point, and that's something, actually I can talk about it now. I think that let's wait and see is a message that the tobacco industry pushes, because as we wait and see, kids keep using and kids keep getting addicted. 2 years ago, as the legislature started talking about T21, look what happened in 2 years that we debated this issue and thought it through, rightfully so, but at the same time, the use rate doubled. And so what I think is we did a fantastic job addressing the availability, and the accessibility. The accessibility by like the age, the availability by the internet bill, and the price. What we didn't do is address the enticability, the demand. Why do kids want to try to get these products? Why do they want the products? They want the products because they have these cool, fun, enticing flavors. So our feeling is if you add this component of flavors, it will kind of close the circle and make those 3 laws that we passed last year work even better. So we've done some work, we've done great work to address accessibility and availability, but now we have to remove the incentive for kids to try to get these things in violation of our laws.
Let me just ask though, what's the historical data regarding the use of menthol products before vaping even came on the scene? What percentage of menthol products were being consumed by youth as opposed to?
Okay, I can jump ahead to that, just so you have a visual. And we talked about, I will promise I'll get back to that in just 1 second. This is what's happening around the country. Massachusetts, I think it's the next one. This goes into all
So
of
before you even get there, you have 2 current tobacco use slides. You have one that was a point in time current use last winter, which is the slide before the next one, which it says current tobacco use, where it actually goes down, where we have the graph.
that's cigarette use.
Oh, that's just cigarettes.
Yes, that's why I was saying menthol. That's why I was harping on menthol on that page.
Got it. So this is all tobacco.
Yeah,
products.
current tobacco use, it says under there includes cigarettes, cigars, smokeless
Got it.
tobacco, and
Yep.
e-cigarettes.
Got it.
So the highlight of Massachusetts, like top line, 60,000 foot view, is that it bans the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, menthol cigarette, cigar, pipe, and other loose tobacco. Those other bullet points go into some of the other things the bill does. It was a very robust bill. If I don't need to take the committee's time to walk through that bill, because it's doing some of the things that we're not in terms of, I can just let you read that. Earmarking, revenue collected, increasing penalties. But moving on to menthol.
Yep.
So menthol, I say, is like the OG. It was the original flavor. Long before cigarette companies started adding fruit, candy, and alcohol flavorings to cigarettes, they were manipulating levels of menthol to addict new young smokers.
And do we know the date menthol was introduced?
I believe it was, I don't know, the 30s?
Very long time ago.
A long time ago.
No, but it's been in the mainstream of tobacco use for decades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in 2009, the Tobacco Control Act outlawed flavored cigarettes but exempted menthol. And Senator Strachan, you asked this question. That was in large part due. Why did they leave menthol on the market? That was in large part due to very strong tobacco industry lobbying. They were able to keep menthol. And this is troubling because menthol makes cigarettes easier to smoke and harder to quit. And I think I can give you a visual. Think a cough drop, how your throat feels when you suck on a menthol cough drop. It's that sensation of a cooling. So menthol acts to mask the taste of tobacco with a minty flavor, creates a cooling sensation in the throat, reduces the harshness of cigarette smoke, and suppresses coughing. I do have this. This is from the CDC, and I just want to read one highlight. Tobacco companies add menthol to their cigarettes to make them seem less harsh and more appealing to new smokers and young people. Menthol in cigarettes likely leads people, especially young people, to experiment with smoking. It could also increase a young person's risk of becoming dependent on nicotine. Compared to adults who smoke non-menthol cigarettes, adults who smoke menthol cigarettes make more attempts to quit and have a harder time quitting. And so I just included the drug facts of a cough drop because it shows that it's a cough suppressant and an oral anesthetic. So it numbs the throat. In terms of the next slide, our position is that big tobacco has shamelessly targeted communities of color for decades, and young people. Knowing that youth who experience less negative physiological effects of smoking are more likely to continue smoking regularly, the tobacco industry has spent decades manipulating its menthol brand-specific cigarettes to appeal to youth and in particular African Americans. Black adults who smoke have the highest percentage of menthol cigarette use of any racial and ethnic group. So if you look at the chart on the side, this was between 2008 to 2010 and then 2012 to 2014, arguably both before the boom of e-cigarettes. And so you can see here that black smokers have nearly double the rates and almost triple the rates of any other racial or ethnic group. Other high-risk groups include women, those who identify as LGBTQ, people with lower economic educational levels, and those with mental health issues. And the next slide goes directly to your question, Senator Brock. More than half of youth ages 12 to 17 who smoke use menthol cigarettes. That's 54% specifically. And again, that number was taken 2012 to 2014, so before the boom of Juul, which came on the market in 2017. And you can see that 12 to 17-year-olds are by far the age that is the largest consumer of menthol cigarettes. 50 plus is 33%, and it goes up from there, with the second group being 18 to 25 at 50%.
That's a percentage of current smokers.
Of current smokers.
And again, what my question was really aimed at the larger population as a whole, as to how, has there been any change over time, pre-Juul, in consumption of menthol cigarettes by youth? In other words, what percentage of youth smoke menthol cigarettes as opposed to smoke in general? And did that change over time?
Well, I think it's 54% of youth who smoke menthol cigarettes. Of youth who smoke menthol cigarettes.
And for
Does that answer your question?
And for African American youth, it's higher, 7 out of 10.
Senator Brock, are you trying to distinguish between smoking tobacco cigarettes and vaping?
Yes.
So do we
I'm
have the numbers?
trying actually to distinguish what percentage of kids smoke. What percentage of kids smoke menthol?
So we know right now in Vermont, the percentage of kids who smoke is 7%.
Mm-hmm.
So of that, in Vermont specifically, we can look further down.
But that's obviously changed over time too, because that's going down, right?
Well, this is the PACE study. So this was Dr. Andrea Belanti's study just done in 2019. This is among Vermonters aged 12 to 25. 27% of those who smoke use menthol or mint cigarettes. 56% of those who use e-cigarettes use menthol or mint. These are Vermonters.
Mm-hmm.
But over time, I just have that 2019 data, the most recent data. So, but to your point also, in terms of the discrepancies for black youth who smoke, that number rises to 7 out of 10.
What is the reasoning of that last figure, which 27 to 56%? What do you attribute the doubling of menthol and mint cigarette, menthol and mint use in an e-cigarette versus a cigarette?
I think more kids smoke e-cigarettes than smoke cigarettes. But then also the next slide will show you Juul. Most kids smoke Juul, or vape Juul. And
No, but that doesn't answer the question. It says among youth 12 to 25, those who use cigarettes, only 27% use menthol or mint. But those who use e-cigarettes, 56% use menthol or mint. Why is there a doubling in the usage of menthol or mint in a vaping product versus a cigarette?
I think because two things. One, I think more kids are using e-cigarettes, and Juul voluntarily pulled its flavors from the market, but left mint and menthol. So you could get flavors in Juul online, but then Vermont passed the law last year but you could still go into a brick and mortar store and get mint and menthol Juul. So I think that's why in Vermont it's availability. A kid can go into a store, and I can't get mango in the store anymore, but I can get mint and menthol still.
But you could also get menthol in a cigarette still.
But I think that goes to that more kids use e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes are definitely more popular than cigarettes.
They're
among
easier to
kids.
hide.
But you can't buy them anymore. A kid can't buy them anymore.
Well, they never could before.
You could buy them 18 if you were
I'm saying,
18,
but
that's
if
still a
you're
kid.
looking-
But 21 and above, I mean, they aren't actually able to go in and buy anything right now.
Correct. But yeah, they're still getting them somehow.
I'd
Because
love
there's
to
a
know
real-
that supply line. You know, we have 3 kids in the room. I mean, maybe
Poll the
chair,
audience.
just poll the 3 of you and find out how are kids getting them and how are they affording these products.
I know that.
Just identify yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm Aiden from Richford. I know that a lot of the kids in our school either get them from their parents or they have other friends who have people who can get them from the stores, or they have other friends. It's a lot.
You had something to say.
I know mostly.
What's your name?
Oh, sorry. My name's Lacey from Richford. I know kids mostly get them from their parents or an adult that is old enough to buy tobacco products.
But are they stealing them from adults? I mean, you know, adults know that it's illegal for kids to have them.
Some adults might just buy them and give them to their child just because.
It's true. We had a kid on our field trip who brought a Juul because their mom bought that for them for the field trip. And the mom gave it to the child. But while knowing that they're not supposed to have it.
And how are they affording it? I mean, when you say it's $50 to get a starter kit, how are kids affording it?
Some kids can get the Juuls when the parents are free, sell them for money, or they have part-time jobs that get enough money to buy them.
Thanks.
The next slide, parents.
Really?
Should be licensing parents.
Senator Bratt, this may answer your question too. This is what I was talking about in terms of Juul. So mint and menthol makes up the largest majority of Juul's sales with estimates as high as 80%. The evidence indicates that if any e-cigarette flavors are left on the market, kids will switch from one to the other. How do we know that? Well, in November of 2018, Juul removed its other flavors. I think mango was the most popular at one point. From stores. In response, mango was easily replaced with mint and menthol. At the same time, 2018, youth use of fruit and flavors fell, while youth use of mint and menthol increased by 50%. So you can see that mint and menthol went from 51% up to almost 64%, while fruit went from 75 down to 65. The FDA warns that menthol harms public health but has failed to take action since 2009. The FDA has commissioned 2 separate reports which conclude that the removal of menthol cigarettes from the marketplace would benefit public health and save thousands of lives. Almost 1/3 of those lives would be Black lives. Another study looked at if menthol cigarettes were removed from the market, 39% of all menthol smokers, 45% of Black menthol smokers, and nearly 65% of young menthol smokers report they would try to quit. Yet the FDA has failed to take action on menthol, which is why we are appealing to states to take action. So I wanted to go through briefly what the FDA guidance released in January 2020 does. So what it removed from the market. It removed flavored closed pod systems. What does that mean? The best example is Juul. But it left Juul's version of menthol on the market. So it gets rid of the mango and the cucumber and the mint, but it leaves menthol. What can stay on the market? All menthol products, including flavored e-cigarette menthol. And then flavored tobacco e-liquids in refillable tank-based systems. So those are called mods. That's what you see at the bottom, the black one. You put the e-liquid in there. All of those 15,000 flavors can stay on the market. And then disposable products, which is the biggest loophole right now. And I did want to pass this out for reading, your reading pleasure. This is a recent New York Times article in January 30th. And this talks about, there's one for Denise as well. This is how teens have already figured out, they're 10 steps ahead of us. So we're still talking about Juul and trying to address Juul because Juul is what most kids use. Well, in light of the FDA ban that targets Juul, kids have moved to disposables. So now Juul sold last year, and the thing that kids are using now are called puff bars. And these are the disposables. They look just like Juul. So it's a closed pod system, but there's no pod. You just use it once and you throw it out. But those, because of what the FDA's rules say, all of the flavors can stay on there. So kids have so there's just one quote, and I think that's pretty telling. It's a teacher that they interviewed for this article and says, "We're still back on Juul." Ms. Rogers continued describing school administrators' approach to policing teen vaping. She says her students tell her, "Juul, so yesterday, we've moved on." She concluded teens are very savvy, and if they're addicted, they're going to continue. They're going to do what it takes to continue the habit that is now plaguing their lives. So the article goes on to talk about how the FDA action doesn't really do much to address the youth vaping epidemic and flavors in general.
May I just, with the indulgence of the chair, just ask our students, because I know you have room 11 at 11. How do you notice the behavior of your friends who have gotten hooked? Because clearly you guys must have friends who use this a lot. What do you notice is the behavior difference?
We're always talking about it, and they're always like very needy for it.
Are they more agitated? Because we had heard in testimony last year that they got angry quicker. They were more agitated. You guys notice any of that?
And like, if they haven't had it, you can kind of notice that they feel a little sick, like withdrawal sick.
Thanks.
So the next couple of slides are just visual pictures, because I know we were trying to talk and describe about these. So these are devices sold with empty refillable pods that are exempt. After Juul, Sworn, and Smoke were the most popular e-cigarette devices. And then the next one, disposable products that are exempt. So that's the Puff Bar, the Mango Mojo.
So which one of these is the puff bar?
Next page.
Oh, not any of these?
Well,
many
because
devices?
those are refillable.
Okay.
So refillable pods are still able to be on the market. And
So
then
if you have
just,
a refillable pod, can you smoke that for a longer period of time than a disposable puff
Yes.
bar?
yeah.
You can get like multiple cigarettes or equivalent
Yeah.
cigarettes out of those?
You get you just refill it. When the e-liquid runs out, you fill it back up.
The co-op has not got it in the bulk section yet.
Okay.
Or won't, clearly. But that's sort of what you could buy, is you can buy a bulk tank and keep refilling it.
And then the next page is, those are the disposable products that are now becoming really popular amongst kids. The Puff Bar, the Mango Mojo, Stig, Posh, Fog.
How much, so this stick here, that's you get 3 of them, it says.
Yeah,
How
you're gonna
much
ask me
is
how
that?
much they cost.
How much does that cost?
I'm not sure. These are just so new. We're like chasing our tails to try to keep up with as we pass laws.
See?
$16.
But these also
16 for 3.
these also heat up a liquid inside, but it's just 1 cigarette's worth or something similar to that. So you can take a couple of puffs, and then in the afternoon you can take a couple of more puffs out of that, and okay,
I guess it would. I mean, it depends. I guess on your draw.
right.
How quickly you go through it. And then the next page just shows you the packaging of these. These are the e-liquids that you can refill the devices with. Fruit Pop, Pebbles Donuts, I Heart Popcorn, Drippin' Vape, Ice Cream Cake.
Okay.
And then just my last slide is, we ask you not to erase the progress that has been made. Cigarette use is the only area in Vermont that, in terms of improvement that we see, we cannot leave any flavors on the market, including menthol cigarettes. We believe we should place blame where it belongs on the industry selling addiction. The evidence shows that, we already talked, the committee addressed this. We don't want users penalized. It's an addiction. The tobacco industry has marketed to kids, has made it cool amongst kids, and now they're addicted at high rates, and we don't believe that trying to come off that addiction, assessing fines is appropriate or effective. But it sounds like the Senate Health and Welfare Committee removed the penalty for kids.
So, question I have, and go back a long time, because full disclosure, many years ago I represented the cancer, lung, and heart on these issues. We were dealing mostly with second-hand smoke at that point, but and youth use of tobacco. But there was a man that some of you may have known. His name is Bruce Cunningham.
Yes.
He was a gadfly kind of person who really came down hard on the state in terms of them doing compliance testing, sales to minors, et cetera, et cetera. You use the term chasing our tail. I'm starting to get the feeling no matter what we do, there will be a new way or a product for the tobacco industry to hook kids. And I'm wondering what your organization feels or has done to promote compliance, to go after the people who are selling the products to kids illegally, or that process that he kept harping upon. And it's one of those things, he was a lone voice in the wilderness, but he did have a ton of statistics that showed that the state was doing very little in terms of enforcement.
Well, I think one thing we can do to not chase our tails is take away why kids want this. And kids want it because they're these fun flavors. If these things didn't taste good, if you remove the cool factor, then they're just not going to be using it at the same degree. If your option is to vape tobacco flavored or a cigarette, which you can't do, like kids are vaping in class because they can get rid of it, get away with it, or the teacher's back is turned around the bus. Can't really do that with a cigarette. I think we'll see a huge drop in kids using tobacco if we, and there won't, I'm sure big tobacco is inventive and they're always trying to come up with the next product, but I think 80% of kids who use tobacco use a flavored product. If you don't have the flavors, maybe we won't need to chase our tails because there'll be less kids using it.
There'll be something else.
So we have 3 kids. What's the biggest thing we could do to prevent addiction on Juul and tobacco?
I think what you could do to prevent addiction would be to take away the flavors, because like some flavors might bring back some nostalgia from when they were a child. Like if they just are vaping tobacco, then they're not going to really like it.
What else?
If it's good, it's more of a drive to go for it. Like mango, it's sweet, it's tasty, it's fruit. People are gonna want it. If the flavors are gone, and they try to just vape tobacco, tobacco's nasty. People won't like it.
Nice. Anything else?
Oh, I know some of my friends really like the mint ones. I don't know. Just taking away all the flavors. Probably best.
And our fear too is what is mint and what is menthol. That we'll just see big tobacco rebranding all of their mint flavors as menthol because menthol is allowed to stay on the market.
Okay. Well, this committee is charged with overseeing tobacco regulation and I'd like to, at some point, as we go through this, to get into the compliance
Yeah.
section.
I think we should hear from Patrick and understand if you want to. Speaking of mint,
Senate Health and Welfare brought someone from DLC in, and he talked about compliance rates. I have a couple of other handouts. I don't need to talk anymore.
Okay.
But, and there's one for
but
this as well.
the commissioner of liquor and lottery would be the compliance person, right? And would Department of Health also be? I mean, it's mostly Patrick's charged with compliance, right?
Compliance, yeah.
Okay, so,
Is there one for yours, Julie?
is there anybody here
You have that one? Okay.
from Andy's MMR?
I just saw Andy.
Oh,
Andy
This is
just
the last
just
one.
had
This is just if you want specific guidance on where the American Cancer Study stands in the FDA regulation.
we're ready for you if you're ready for us.
Oh, jeez. Sure.
ready for him too.
Oh, God.
And
Thank you very
Brendan,
much for your time.
have you been able to locate, is he ready to testify?
When
Andy's done?
when Denise calls, he'll
Okay.
pick up the phone.
Okay.
Did you? I didn't. I just created those. I can give those to you. Email those to you right now.
Great, all that stuff is great. Everyone.
Those two are in.
I think one is for,
Okay. Is there one for James?
And one for,
Okay, and I think you already have this.
Here you go, Denise.
I don't know. I've got a copy of it.
Yes, I've got.
it might be in our files.
Yeah, and I emailed your clerk about, I think this thing like 4 times, so I think you got it.
Yeah.
But, thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew McLean, I'm here, I'm with MMR. I represent, well, formerly Reynolds Tobacco, then it became Reynolds American, and now it's British American Tobacco, all the same. In the discussion here, we manufacture and sell electronic cigarette called Views, and on the menthol cigarette side is Newports. My issue last year. Let me back up. Last year on S86, we came in here and supported the raise of the smoking age to 21. I don't know if H47 came to this committee about raising the tax on vaping products or not, but it was in finance, and our position on that was we were agreeable to raise the tax, but not all the way up to the 92% because we thought there should be some distinction between combustible tobacco and vaping. With regard to S288, my concern is that this bill impacts adults. The FDA, as you see there, has banned flavored vaping products, and they specifically targeted those products that are designed primarily looked at for kids. The cartridges, if you look at on the piece I sent you, as they worked at it's the 1, 2, 3, third paragraph on the first page. As we work to combat the troubling epidemic of youth cigarette use, the enforcement policy we're issuing today confirms our commitment to dramatically limit children's access to flavored cigarette products that we know are appealing to them, so-called cartridge-based products that are both easy to use and easily concealable. And if you look at also in the packet, the 2019 youth risk survey looked about, what type of vapor product used by high school students. Juul, rechargeable pods, 80%. So when we had the discussion last year with S86, it was Juul. It was everything about Juul, and it was the fact to get these things out, and it was a dramatic spike, and so let's raise, and the advocates all indicated that let's raise the age to 21, because that's the most important thing that you can do to get this out of the hands of kids. That bill went into effect in September of of 2019, September 1, 2019. None of the statistics that are given to you about the impacts of tobacco, people using tobacco, how this works, that was all calculated before this bill went into effect. It's only been in effect for 4 months. And I would argue that if that was the most important thing that you do, look at that, see how it works. The FDA, on top of that, now has indicated a process where the products that were indicated as being the problem, flavored Juul and other concealable products that are easy, discreet, etc., those are gone. It's done. And so, my issue now is what's left is adults. The other thing I would say is last year when H47 was discussed, I believe it was the Cancer Society made a calculation that said for every 10% rise in the price of the product, usage decreases 6.5%. That tax went into effect on vapor products in July. So 100% increase, right? You doubled the price. 100% increase means, according to those statistics, a 65% reduction in the usage. Okay, so I think last year you made two powerful statements with regard to youth usage of tobacco. So right now, what we're left with is adults. And I would make an argument that banning menthol cigarettes, we've looked at bans, and bans don't work. Bans just don't work. And I can give you three, which I think are pretty good examples of it. The first is marijuana or cannabis. All right? Despite the fact that during the youth risk survey, 27% of 2019 Vermont Youth Risk Survey, 27% of high school students tried flavored tobacco product, 40% of high school students tried marijuana, 55% of high school students have tried alcohol. So we're not looking to ban marijuana. In fact, we're looking to unban marijuana, right? We're looking to legalize marijuana for public health and safety reasons because you'll bring the product into the area of commerce, and for tax reasons so that you're recognizing, financial benefit for it. My anecdotal experience is that during the ban, 40-50% of adults smoked marijuana. I mean, a lot. So that ban did not work. I'm talking to people, my colleagues, right? A lot. Okay, that ban didn't work. Prohibition didn't work. 100 years ago, the 100-year anniversary of Prohibition is January. It was January. Didn't work. It led to a rise in organized crime. It financially fueled the mafia, etc. And now today, you look at in New York City. I saw a stat the other day. I'm going to try to get it verified. But 87% of the cigarettes sold in New York City are illicit. They do not have a state stamp. 87%. I saw an article yesterday in the New York Post that talked about 60% of the bodegas in New York City sell on non-state tax stamped cigarettes. Adults are going to smoke menthol. Franklin County, you can go to Akwesasne, not very far. Chittenden County, you can go to New York and buy them. Rutland County, same thing. Windsor, Windham counties, you can go to New York. New Hampshire is not very far. Adults will smoke. It's just how they get it, where they get it, possibly the quality of the product that they get as well. So I guess I'd be glad to answer questions. I'd leave two thoughts in your mind for adults now. If this bill 288 passes, you're going to be able to smoke a joint but not be able to smoke a Newport. And as an adult, kids, we agree. I think you've done a lot with kids. And then the other thing is that Massachusetts passed a vaping bill in the height of the vaping epidemic, and that vaping epidemic has been basically found by the CDC and the FDA now to be caused by vaping, vitamin E acetate, principally from illicit products, principally cannabis, marijuana, and other nicotine issues. And wouldn't it be ironic that your response to this, this epidemic or this illness outbreak would be to enact a ban, which would therefore force adults to find these products in illicit areas, that would cause the same health problems that started the problem to begin with. I just think that's not a great reaction. I also heard a couple other things I just want to comment about. I heard a couple things mentioned that were related to me that were mentioned today. New Jersey passed a flavor ban, but that flavor ban did not include menthol. New York is looking at it. New York is pulling back from a menthol ban. I understand Maine had a discussion about this topic the other day and pulled back from the menthol. Those aren't, that's the information that I've gotten. So, again, I think that with regard to kids, and I think age 21 has, I think has the potential to change that. You don't see a lot of high school seniors who are 21, and that was said by the advocates last year is the most important thing you can do to deal with this issue. You've dealt with that issue. It's the regime has been in effect for 4 months, and now what you're doing in response is you're telling adults what they can and can't do. We've seen it over and over again. Adults will be able to get the product. They'll be able, how they get it, where they get it, how it works. And I think from the economic activity or economic development aspect of your role here, the people that are going to be heard of this are going to be the stores that sell and that sort of thing. I just think that this isn't necessary. I think doing the parts SAA that strengthen the protections against youth, fine. I just think that the other aspects of it relative to adults, I don't think you need to do.
So, I guess my overarching question for you is, it seems like this is all about menthol.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I might not say 100%, but yes, you're right, absolutely.
I mean, these new design products with all the flavors that are loopholes from the federal law that talk about individual things.
Correct. That's not our concern.
Okay.
We don't sell them.
Your concern is adults, isn't it?
Our concern is adults. When views...
So you're not concerned that those kind of vaping products, as long as menthol cigarettes continue, given the small percentage here that get their products from the refillable thing or from the
we don't sell them, and that we don't have. That is not our concern. I just say that when Views was the leading seller of vaping products not that long ago, 3 years ago or so, the youth issue was nowhere near as pronounced as it was as when Juul got into the game, and that issue is, and so we think that our Reynolds sells products to adults. Reynolds sells menthol vaping products to adults that are trying to transition from cigarettes into that marketplace. But our primary concern is menthol cigarettes, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have one more witness by phone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy.
Welcome.
That's good. We'll be here now. Thank you for this.
Oh, no problem.
We will try to call Ken Elliott. Yes, hi, Mr. Elliott. This is Denise Gumper. I'm the committee assistant for the Senate Committee on Economic Development. And we're calling you per Brendan Cosgrove, and you're on the record.
Great, thank you.
This is Michael Sirocco, chair of the committee. Welcome. Brendan, you want to introduce him, or you want to just let him?
Ken Elliott is the Director of Government Affairs for the Vapor Technology Association. Ken, you can correct the title there, but Ken is an expert on this issue, and I'm going to let him take over from here, Mr. Chen.
Okay, we have about 15 minutes or thereabouts, so why don't you get started?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As Brendan said, my name is Ken Elliott. I represent the Vapor Technology Association, and we're the association of retail shop owners, manufacturers of e-liquid, importers, distributors, wholesalers. We are not big tobacco. We don't have big tobacco companies that are members, and we don't have the biggest player in this industry, electronic cigarette industry, Juul, as a member. So we're more mom and pop and small to mid-sized businesses. I want to start by talking about the safety of e-cigarettes and share that we know that they're 95% safer than traditional combustible cigarettes. We know this from the United Kingdom's Royal College of Physicians, who's conducted a thorough analysis of the data available to make this determination. And in fact, in the United Kingdom, the 3.6 million vapers, 54% have fully given up smoking. And in October of 2019, they reaffirmed their position, one that they've stated a number of times over the last few years, saying that the risk associated with long-term vaping are unlikely to exceed 5% of the harm from smoking tobacco. I also know that there's been some concern about the illnesses associated with some vaping products from last summer and fall.
Hello?
There are a number of health entities that accurately reported the cause linked to vitamin E acetate oil, which had been used in illegal THC cartridges as a cutting agent to be used in an electronic cigarette, a product that was never designed to be used for those sort of liquids. These entities included the New York Department of Health and the New England Journal of Medicine. And in early January of just this year, the CDC made a definitive statement on the safety of ENDS products, or electronic nicotine delivery systems, and the illnesses linked to vitamin E acetate oil. Now, the BPA is committed to preventing youth access to e-cigarettes, and we favor meaningful reforms designed to target access to these products. As a result, it's an important thing to do to examine the real issues around youth usage. The most recent National Youth Tobacco Survey conducted by the CDC provides some insight into youth behaviors. In that 2019 survey, 22.4% of those surveyed said that flavors were the reason they tried the product. In other words, 80% of the respondents said that something other than flavors led them to trying e-cigarettes. And these reasons range from curiosity to peer pressure. And in addition to that, we know that the FDA has determined that 86% of youth usage is driven through social sources, meaning that a friend or a relative provides access to the device that they try. But we don't have to rely on national data. In fact, Vermont has some data of their own that in a survey done by the Public Health Department that they do every 2 years, and they just publish their own youth risk survey. The data in this reveals some interesting insight. 10% of the respondents who tried an e-cigarette in Vermont in the last 30 days, that was 26% of the total subjects, 10% of those who tried an e-cigarette said that they did so due to the availability of flavored products. That means 90% of the kids who tried an electronic cigarette in Vermont did so for some other reason. And that can be found on page 59 of that report. In addition, we know that 6% of those underage who tried the product, and it was 18 at the time, the purchase age was 18 at the time of the survey, 6% of those bought the product in a retail location, and 3% bought it online. So a full 91% of youth who tried the product received it through some other source. And finally, 8% of respondents stated that they use an open system, meaning that 92% use some other type of product, a closed system device, primarily, leaving 8% to try the open system, which are primarily used by adults. And I know that there's been some new concern about disposable products, but that survey also showed that only 2% of the 26% for kids who tried a flavored product did so using a disposable product. So this legislation is targeting really the products that are used by adults. And I'll take it one step further. Last year, Juul pulled all their flavored products from the market, and that's the product that's the most popular product in the marketplace. And on February 6th, the FDA banned all pod-based flavored products from the market. That's the date that they went into effect, leaving only flavored products for open systems primarily. So I'd like to suggest that there's really no need for a flavor ban in Vermont. The state's youth risk behavior survey makes it clear that youth are not motivated to use the product by flavors. They access it through friends and family, and they use pod-based systems where the flavors are already banned. In addition, just recently testimony given to the Senate Health and Welfare Committee by the Vermont Department of Liquor Control Chief revealed that in a 5-month period since the legal age to purchase nicotine products was raised to 21, compliance rates have risen from 90% to 95%. He stated that he's never seen a single rise of 5%, that the largest he had ever seen was 2%. The unintended consequences of the proposed legislation would target adults who are seeking an alternative to combustible cigarettes and really just push them back to the more harmful products. So I'm saying we don't need the flavor ban, but if you want to act reforms that are really designed at targeting this issue, there are other things that can be done. We can implement strict marketing standards designed to prevent nicotine products from being marketed or attracted to youth. That would be banning print advertising to adult-only publications, ban advertising and sponsorships in big outdoor venues. We can prevent the use of terms like candies, variants, and those sorts of things. We can prevent the use of terms like cake or cake variants. We can remove all cartoons and all kid-friendly packaging from these products, and that is something that should be done. In addition, we would recommend point-of-sale age verification so that an ID is checked and the validity of the ID is checked in a retail location. There should be warning signs in brick-and-mortar stores. We should end bulk sales to an individual who's not licensed to sell these products, and we should end the practice of allowing somebody to go in and buy a bunch and then turn around and sell it. There should be stiff fines in place if you're caught selling a product without a tobacco license. So I'll pause there. I know I've thrown a lot at you and take any questions that members of the committee might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So for adults, are you suggesting that there's a great need to keep all these flavors available to them, or you focus mostly on mint and menthol?
Over 90% of adults who use an electronic cigarette as an alternative to a traditional cigarette use some flavored product other than tobacco or menthol. So what we're saying is keep responsible flavors available for all adults. And the adults overwhelmingly use these open system products. I hate to single one out, but Brendan Cosgrove's sitting there in the room. He's an adult that uses an electronic cigarette product, and he uses a flavored product other than tobacco or menthol.
Other than tobacco or menthol. So there are flavored products that don't have tobacco or nicotine in them, or they all have nicotine?
There are both. There are flavored products for open systems that contain nicotine that are some other flavor than tobacco or menthol, and there are flavored products other than tobacco and menthol that contain no nicotine. In fact, there are open system users who want to wean off nicotine will start with a 3% nicotine content, wean down to 1%, and then because smoking is such a habitual thing, they will vape 0 nicotine content flavored products just because of the habit of the hand-to-mouth piece of smoking.
When you say open system, can you describe that to me?
Yes, sir. So there are two types of systems that dominate the market. There's the closed system, which you know of as a Juul, where there is a device with a pod that's manufactured by that company. Only that pod is to be used with that device, and the pods are not designed to be refilled in any way. Once the pod is empty, it's disposed of. Then there are the bigger devices that you've seen. Sometimes they're called mods. There's the bigger open systems that have a tank on them, in which you go buy the liquid of your choice and put it in that device and vape it. So those are the two predominant systems out there. There is a very small market of disposable products that are more similar to the pod-based products, but the two kinds of products that dominate the market are closed systems like a Juul, and then the open systems. And the open systems are what I was referring to earlier. The overwhelming majority of use of those products is by adults. Like in the Vermont survey, it's 92% of kids use a closed system, not an open system.
And that's what you surmise is the reason why the federal government banned flavors but only applied those to closed systems? Because they want them.
Yes, sir. That was exactly the reason. It was to leave flavors available for adults, the systems that adults use.
Okay. Any other questions?
Adults are great fun.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to do this by phone. I really do. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your testimony that you can get to us?
Yes, sir. I'll send it to Brendan, who can provide it to you.
Yeah, it would be great if it could be emailed to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Yes, I'll send it to Brendan so he can send it over to you.
Great, thanks,
Thank
Ken.
you.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Okay, so we will be in contact with the Health and Welfare Committee to see where they're going with this and whether or not we need to formally take this bill into our committee. And if we do, there'll be more testimony. But we're done a little early, which is good. And I have a meeting in about 5 minutes, I think. So thank you
Good.
very much.
If we want to do compliance, we have Patrick.
We'll see where we go with it.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from February 11th, 2020.
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as written for February 11th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'll officially abstain. Motion passes. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I would like to add posting of roads for mud season.
Okay, anything else? Alrighty. Then moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,780.85.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,780.85 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $5,431.14.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,431.14 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,806.79.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $1,806.79 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $102.95.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $102.95 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $9,367.34.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $9,367.34 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund in the amount of $1,969.36.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, that had the UniFirst on it, right?
Correct.
To buy out a contract. Do we know, we don't actually have a outstanding receivables, do we? As far as we know.
What do you mean outstanding
If
receivables?
if Elaine is paid up to date, there is no outstanding.
Okay.
Because
Right,
when-
so they're
when
charging
they-
charges to buy out a contract.
That's correct.
And add on stuff that they think is delinquent.
No, I don't think there's any delinquency in it. According to the invoice, it was just the contract buyout. When you look at the last,
Is it the last one? Yeah, past due receivables is $350.
oh, I didn't catch that.
And they're not returning our calls.
See, according to Elaine, that's not true. She is
She's paid up,
She's
yeah.
paid
Right.
up. That's what the whole beef has been about from the get-go.
Right.
With this,
Is their accounting.
correct?
Right. Yeah, so I think we need to contact them and tell them that we're not.
Okay, so somebody, would you like to amend the
Yeah.
motion, or do you want to vote it and then amend it after? How do you want to do that?
Actually, you can amend it.
I
You seconded it. You,
Right.
Rob made the motion.
Right,
can't
so-
amend my own motion, can I?
Yeah, I think so.
Or you can accept a friendly amendment to the motion from $1,969.36 to $74.35.
I would take on a friendly amendment to amend this motion, number 6 in the highway department, to $74.35.
So moved.
Oh.
Second.
Second, okay. Now, is there any further discussion on that? Wait, don't put it away quite yet. Okay, so with 2 steps. Carla, this is going to be tricky. So all those in favor of amending the motion for highway warrant number 6 to the amount of $74.35.
34.
35. 74.35. Right?
That's what it says here. Did somebody do the math wrong?
I don't think so.
No, even if you're looking at,
No, because there's your penny.
yeah, I guess it would be 34.
Yeah, it looks like it would be 34.
Steve, you're up spot on tonight.
Smarty.
Okay, so it would be,
Do I have to amend that motion now?
no, that penny's not that important. So it should be $74.34.
My budget.
Okay, yeah, that's true, you want your
Yeah.
penny, huh? Okay, so all those in favor of amending the warrant to pay highway warrant number 6 to the amount of $74.34. I didn't write it down so I don't forget it. signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All those in favor of approving highway warrant number 6 in the amount of $74.34 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now you can turn it over.
Sure.
Yeah. I won't stop you this time. Okay.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7, highway fund, in the amount of $5,590.02.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 7 in the amount of $5,590.02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $4,213.80.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,213.80 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Carla, tomorrow when Elaine comes in to do those bills, you're going to want to let her know that we amended that and took out the UniFirst bill, and that we have questions about the outstanding balance, which she's well aware of. And until we get some answers, we're not going to pay out the contract. Okay? So, then moving on. So the highway report, you want to start with the posting?
Sure. The highway department will be posting roads this mud season. The town will have to adopt Rule 118-4, stating that we will be doing that. It needs to be posted in 2 public places. The roads will be posted as they have in the past, as well as Vermont's DMV Town Highway and Bridge Weight Restrictions website will also have the listing and restrictions for any bridges or roads that have weight restrictions to them.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion to adopt DMV Rule 118-4?
I would move to adopt DMV Rule 118-4 for our town highway department and roads.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Quick question about when you take and post in the road on February 25th, say we get into a situation where it freezes back up for a couple of weeks or a month or whatever it turns out.
I have the ability to make changes to the website.
So basically they can get a hold of you and get a permission.
Correct.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving DMV Rule 118-4 concerning posting the roads during mud season signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. So did you have anything else in the way of a report, Steve?
The grader has been out both yesterday and today pushing back snowbanks in anticipation of the next storm. And also Monday and today we were on pothole repair.
And mud
Where?
Pothole repair.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, then moving on, there was no counter money this week because we're in the, where are we? We're in the beginning, yeah, we're in the off season. So the next one would be the treasurer.
Your sweep account, $1,181,433.80. Your checking account, $29,431.06.
Okay, any questions? No? There evidently was no correspondence over the last 2 weeks. So then we'll move on down to the members of the public. And Mr. Danner, you've asked to speak?
Yes. A week and a half ago, you told the town clerk that you people appointed me tax collector.
That's correct.
But she can't and I can't find where you did that, so I'd please like a copy of your minutes of that meeting.
No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is the tax collector is no longer an elected position. All right, we don't elect it from the floor at town meeting. By statute, the legislature has defined the people who can be the tax collector. Those people are only the treasurer, the constable, or a town manager if the town has a town manager. We do not have a town manager. We did not appoint the constable, so by default, it becomes the treasurer's responsibility. That's written in statute. That's according to Garrett Baxter at VLCT.
Well, I don't think I want to keep doing it for nothing.
I'm confused.
Well, have you ever collected taxes in here?
I worked for Mickey for a while, yeah.
I've been keeping my time, and I have between 35 and a half hours when we just started, weren't doing nothing. But I've been up as high as 64 hours a month. And I'm getting $192 every 2 weeks.
Okay.
So,
But I'm not sure what you're asking for.
I would think you should be able to pay the minimum wage.
Again, your term as tax collector follows the treasurer's position. And as of town meeting, that will go away. The tax collector would go away. So are you saying for the next week?
Well, my next question is, I'm confused. The letter you had Mr. Carroll write to the labor board, in that he had the fiscal year for me was July 1, 2019, and it ends June 30th, 2024. So when is my last day?
2024, 2022?
Yes, it is, and I called the labor board to find out if he sent that letter, but they didn't tell me because they hadn't got to looking at the figures yet.
No, I'm
But
not.
I can show you that letter.
The Carroll wrote.
Yeah.
We have a copy of it.
Yeah, well, it should say 20 to 24, but I figured he might have caught it and rewrote it.
That I don't know. I didn't see.
Wait,
any date.
2024?
That's
For what?
it says.
For what position?
That's my position. My fiscal year starts July 1st.
Yeah. So how does that get you the year 2024?
That's what he said in his letter. It ended June 30th, 2024.
I don't have a copy of the letter. That's the one that you filed. If you've got it, you can go get it.
I'll go get mine.
Well, we should have a copy because it's been living in my box.
And I even made a couple copies, so I have to spare.
But we don't elect treasurer or tax collector. We don't elect anymore for 5-year terms, 4-year terms.
Right. It's
So
an annual term.
Yeah, it's an annual term.
election. Yep.
I mean, you can look at the minutes from town report from last year. It's a 1-year election, 1-year term election.
Okay, there is a typographical error here. It says the treasurer's position for the year July 1, 2019 - June 30, 2024. 20204.
Oh, so he added a 4 onto the end of 2020. Yep. So it's a clear typo.
It's a clerical error unless we're in the year 20,204.
Oh, my back.
Yeah, my back too. So yes, but no. To answer the question, we elect the treasurer on an annual basis. The tax collector's job, unless the board were to choose to either appoint the constable or to hire a town manager, defaults to the treasurer. So therefore, the tax collector's job ends with the treasurer's job. So it follows that same cycle. Now, the budgetary time that he's referring to in here was, in fact, for the fiscal budget, the amount of money that was put into the fiscal budget to pay for the tax collector's position. And, oh, that's treasurer's. Huh?
You didn't overdo it.
Well,
No.
it was published, it was warned, it was there, and everybody knew it. So at this point in time, The treasurer's stipend was $2,342 that the voters approved, and there was a $5,000 tax collector's fee that was included in the budget because that is not, in fact, an elected salary. It is, in fact, a budgetary item. So that was the amount that was put in that were attached to those two positions.
But you were sneaky putting that in the budget because I was coming to them budget meetings and I had paperwork. I come in one night, Mr. Hunt didn't give me any paperwork, but I figured, well, run out. Next time I came in, no paperwork, so I said, they don't want me, so I walked out, and I didn't go back.
Anybody else want to jump in here? Because
Well,
I'm not going to have this discussion. I
Joe,
don't think
it
it's
was-
appropriate.
It was in the budget, in the town report for the warning for town meeting. You ran for the office. You're the treasurer. I would think that of all people, you would look at the numbers before you decided to run for office.
Just forget it.
Okay, well, and to answer the question, because I did speak to Elaine today about it as well, and after town meeting, if you choose to want to finish out the year, you would be paid at the casual labor rate for whatever hours you were asked to work as tax collector or as the assistant to the tax collector. So at this point in time, you know, whatever money you said something about you don't want to work for nothing, so I'm not really certain where you were going. But if you continued after town meeting, you would in fact be at the labor rate.
I'd like that in writing, please.
Why would it need to be in
Well, I
writing?
don't trust you.
Well, then that's fine.
Well, is it even possible? Can he collect taxes?
He can act
As
as
a-
an assistant.
as
I
an
used
assistant.
to work as an assistant to the treasurer. I used to collect taxes, and it's at the casual labor rate, which is defined in the town report. Yeah,
Okay.
up to the whatever.
Well, then in that case, it's up to the treasurer to hire the assistant.
Correct.
So it would be up to whoever is elected treasurer would make that decision, not us.
That's correct.
I've done that for years, since 2009.
So that's the answer. Yes, that was the typographical error right there. All right. So anything else?
No.
No? All right. Then moving on to the old business, evidently we all discussed sending potentially Carla and anybody else who was interested to the select board training on March 21st.
Yeah, I think you said up to 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else that is expressing any interest in that? I know Carlos still is interested in going.
I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Anyone else interested? Okay, well, you don't forget to meet your deadline whenever that is. Under new business, did you discuss the issue in the water?
No, we did not.
Okay. I haven't heard any resolution because I've been out, but was there any, so let's put it this way, roughly 2 weeks ago, the town hall was notified that the high school did in fact fail their lead test for the water. And they weren't certain whether it was in the pipes at the school, whether it was in the well, the pipes leading from the well, etc. And they notified us that in fact there'd been an issue with the testing. So we had a discussion, and I had left that information with Will, that perhaps it would be wise if we tested the water here in the town hall, because we do share a well, we do share the holding tank with the high school, and that perhaps it would be in the best interest, since the building is rented, to have the water tested just to find out whether or not the issue is on their side or whether it is in fact part of the whole system that we need to have. So if somebody would want to make a motion to pursue trying to find somebody who can do the lead testing for the town hall water, I think that would be a fairly good idea.
I would move to pursue contacting a firm to test the water in the town hall for lead.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Is there any further discussion on that? And again, this may have been resolved. I don't know what's happened at Leland Gray in the last 2 weeks. This may have resolved, but I don't know.
No news is good news.
That's probably the truth.
Well, I just think that we're, you know.
But anyway, so all those in favor of pursuing having someone come out and do lead tests for the water within the town hall, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you'll have to do some research on that, Carla, just to find out who might be testing. The schools should be able to tell you who tested theirs. That would be
Well,
at
I'll
least,
find somebody else.
yeah. But anyway, it'll at least give you a place to start. Alrighty, and then the next item on the agenda is something we alluded to last night, excuse me, with the law enforcement and the fact that officially, I guess we, as a board, should invite the state police and or the sheriff to speak at town meeting to the public about what both officers and agencies have to offer the town in the way of resources or whatnot. So does somebody want to make a motion to officially invite the state police, Vermont State Police, and or the sheriff to come speak at town meeting?
I would move to invite the state police and the sheriff's department to come speak at town meeting regarding law enforcement.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of having Carla approach the state police and or the sheriff about speaking to the voters on town meeting day, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, so is there any need for an executive session? No, because I give my book away. All right, then the next meeting of the select board will be on March 10th. No, it's going to be on March 3rd, immediately following town meeting for a reorganization. And then the next regular meeting, assuming the date doesn't change, would be March 10th at 6:30 p.m. So if there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved.
Second.
Then we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So welcome, and why don't you introduce yourselves for the record, and then we would like to hear your testimony.
Good morning, Kevin Mullen, Chair of the Green Mountain Care Board, and
Susan Barrett, Executive Director of the Green Mountain Care Board.
And I guess we'll just start.
We have your PowerPoint.
Perfect. So I understood there was some testimony last week that talked about the creation of the Green Mountain Care Board, and just to clear up a few things, that it wasn't solely about trying to create a single payer system, and there was a lot more to it, and we can go through the statutory requirements of what's there. And many people say that Vermont has failed because they were unable to get to where we thought we could go in 2011. And I would say that we haven't failed, that we've pushed the rest of the country to still have that conversation. And, we're seeing that conversation occur every day at the national level. And what we were able to do in the state of Vermont was, once it became clear that there wasn't an appetite to fund the proposed Green Mountain Care healthcare, that the state negotiated with the federal government to agree to an all-payer model. And in some respects, it touches more lives than what we would have been able to touch if we had been successful in 2011, because we never would have been able to touch the Medicare lives under the proposal that we were considering at that time. I would say that Vermont hasn't failed. We continue to be at the forefront nationally in trying to reform healthcare with the triple aim of not only trying to control costs, but to make sure that citizens have access to care and that the care is quality care. So I just wanted to clear up that from the testimony that was reported back to me that you heard.
Thank you for having us here today. And before I review our value proposition, I did want to introduce folks that you're sitting there to Elena Barabee. You may have seen her face here following testimony, but just as a formal introduction, she came over to the board about 6 months ago from the Department of Education. She worked in finance over there. She has a long career, well, not that long because she's not that old, but she has much experience in finances and academia, in strategy and lean improvement. So one of the things that she's been working on, and we'll get to this later in our presentation, is streamlining the ACO budget and oversight process. She's leading up the team that regulates the ACO and implements the all-payer model here at the board. So just wanted to call her out.
Glad you're here.
So I think it's also really important to follow Kevin's slide about the role of the board in terms of cost containment, to just highlight what we see as, what I see and the board sees as our value proposition. So I like to bucket it into 3 different areas. We are holistic, we are transparent, and we are independent. And when you look at the holistic nature of the board looks at a broad range of healthcare activities. We look at healthcare spending, we look at insurance rates, we look at healthcare delivery system, and that allows the board to make decisions both in its regulation and in its innovation and evaluation across the entire, well, I shouldn't say the entire, a large part of the healthcare landscape, and that's quite a benefit. The board's transparent. I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it again. All of our meetings are held in a public setting. Most of the work we do is done in a public setting. We are allowed to deliberate both for certificate of need as well as for rate review, but that's a very small amount of our work. We accept comments from stakeholders, the healthcare advocate, I see they're here today. We have 2 robust advisory groups. We have the general advisory, and then we have the primary care advisory group. You heard from the primary care advisory group a couple of weeks ago on workforce issues, and they've been wonderful to work with. So transparency is key to our work. I would say if my job would certainly be a lot easier if I didn't have to do everything publicly, working with the 5 board members in a public setting as opposed to doing it behind closed doors. But I do value that, and I think it's a huge advantage for Vermonters. And then, of course, we're independent. The board is appointed, the board members are appointed by the governor with your approval, of course, and then we are an independent board from the administration. And then I'll just close by saying, as it relates to the all-payer model, the all-payer model that we have in Vermont would not be in existence without the Green Mountain Care Board. If you look at the all-payer models throughout the country, all of them in the states who have them have, and there's only 3 right now, so there's not a lot, but they have a strong, 3, yeah. They have a strong regulatory board. And they want that because they need that assurance that there's that regulatory board in effect that can actually either step in the shoes of Medicare, which we do when we set the benchmark rates for the ACO, or also if costs do go out of control, that we're here, the board is here to push back on those costs. So I wanted to highlight that too.
What is the 3rd state?
Right now it's Maryland, Vermont, and Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, I always forgot Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're doing a rural model, and I know
It's actually a pretty interesting model too, because I don't know if you remember, but a few years back, when I was in this body, Senator Ash and I were trying to get through a pilot proposal. Rutland had agreed to do a global budget for the hospital, and it was actually the state Medicaid office that couldn't perform the necessary tasks in order to go live with that test project. So it would be interesting to see what they do come out with in Pennsylvania for results, because that's something that, at least I've always believed, that global budget really
Well, you have a lot of support in here for that.
And I know in Pennsylvania their board is not as robust as it is here. They're having some difficulties getting their legislature has the authority to create a board, but they've been really slow doing that. So we'll have to see what happens there. And then we have a couple of slides on the ACOs.
Yeah, I'm just going to
go, and then we'll get to the meat of the 290.
Because really they want to get into 290.
Yeah.
But just to remind everybody that there are multiple signers to the all-payer model. It was the governor at the time, the chair at the time, and the secretary of AHS at the state level, besides the federal signatory. And this slide just gives you an idea of the different roles that are performed by the board and by AHS. And the next slide just gets into the regulation. And unless there's questions, I'll just kind
One question
Okay.
that is, I think, more of a clarification. So the benchmark setting that you do is written within the waiver itself.
Yes.
So the role that you play is how many of those old checks under the U are related to the waiver for all payer? Okay.
Yeah, some of them are through state regulation too.
All payer ACO model and ACO regulation?
Yeah, so they're number 4.
Oh, thanks.
We can add another column to differentiate, but I think for the all payer, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like two-thirds or over
It would
half.
be helpful for us to know
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay.
And then, so we're now going to get into the meat of S290. What we've done here is given you a high-level overview of where we're coming from in the different sections. We've also shared with Jen some very detailed thoughts on, what could happen, some rationale, and I think she's better suited to go through those when you're ready, or if you're ready. But high level for sections 1 through 3, the criteria for the ACO oversight that are expected to measure ACO activity, we think would fit more appropriately in the budget section. And then any requirements due to any requirements that monitors the ACO efforts to collaborate with other entities, like for instance the Department of Health, we would suggest that maybe that could go into the contract language between the different payers. And we have this all detailed out for Jen, but we just wanted to give you a high level. And then a lot of the annual reporting outlined in section 2 is already collected through the budget process. We gave Jen a very large spreadsheet of a crosswalk of what we collect in terms of certification and budget and how and under our rule. So that's very much detailed in those materials, and we already collect virtually all of the things that were listed there. And then the 2-year budget, we can continue to think about this at this juncture with our reporting requirements for the federal government. They ask for things every year, so that may be a challenge in our view. Anything else?
Well, I mean, the question I would have is how long does it take to get to a 2-year budget? So maybe the prematurity is doing it, but
right.
Maybe
that's
I
actually
think
a good question.
The key point, though, is that so much is in flux. So, for example, this year with the budget that came in, there was the anticipation that state employees and teachers would be involved, but they're not. And if you had gone through a 2-year budget process, you would be using numbers that would be pretty far out of whack going forward. Obviously, anytime you can extend the length and create some more long-term planning versus short-term, it's good.
Yeah.
So we understand where you're coming from. It just may not be practical at this point in time. No.
We rehearsed.
I didn't even realize you were finished with that.
Oh.
So, basically...
Are we on section 4?
Yes, page 7, slide 7, is it?
Yes.
So Susan already touched upon the fact that how transparent everything is, and actually one thing that could be done that might actually help us do a better job would be to allow for a couple things to be a little bit less transparent. And I'll give you an example. In the recent budget orders, 6 of the hospitals were required and are required to present to us sustainability plans. And why was that? Well, what we've seen, if you take a look at the environment in Vermont for healthcare with the hospitals in particular, if you do a 5-year CAGR, 8 of the 14 hospitals have a negative operating margin. So it is not a healthy environment that exists currently. And while the vast majority of hospital boards are incredibly tuned in, we've seen at least one situation where people have become complacent as board members and weren't following things as closely as they should have been. They took the CFO and the CEO at their word for what the true picture was for that institution.
You're talking about the hospital board?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so a couple of things that in our efforts to try to make sure that doesn't happen again, we're actually working on 2 fronts. One is we're working with VAS to develop a board education where this really goes back to, I guess it was over 20 years ago now that I was on a school board. But back in those days, Wynton Goodrich from Vermont School Boards Association would travel around and he would meet with all the boards in the state and basically go over with them what their obligations were. And it was very, very helpful because it gave everybody at the local level the tools to understand how important their job was. And so we're working with VAS on that education plan. But the second piece is the sustainability plan, which has already been ordered in the budgets. And since that time, it's become clear that hospitals are a little bit reticent to divulge some information because of the fact that what they deliver to us becomes a public record. So if you're even considering the possible elimination of a service line at a hospital, you wouldn't want your employees to know that until you actually pull the plug on that decision. Or if you were negotiating with another hospital or a group of hospitals to do something contractual in alliance, you also can't endanger that relationship. So it would be very, very helpful if there was something that could just be in session law that would allow for sustainability plans required by the Green Mountain Care Board to be allowed to be kept confidential. Because the real fear is if we can't get that confidentiality, we're still going to go forward with requiring them to do a sustainability plan. But one would have to beg the question if they were truly transparent in that plan, or if they intentionally were a little bit opaque because they had to protect the interests of their institution.
Right, so you never get the real picture.
Right. So that's the case where it would be very, very helpful. And you talked in here, I think, about 3 specific. If there could be some flexibility on more than 3, that would be helpful. Also, it might be helpful if you actually studied what the impact on the 0.5% increase might be, because the administrative burden might be fairly high if you set it at that level. But it also brings up the question of something that would be truly helpful, is that if during the hospital budget process we had statutory language that enabled us to pierce the veil of the contracts that are between carriers and hospitals as far as reimbursement rates. So in the hospital budget process, we have 2 primary levers. One is to restrain the growth of overall expense through the net patient revenue side, which is basically a revenue cap. The second lever that we have is being able to set a cap on the increase in charges that a hospital can raise their prices on. And the problem with that is that we're not truly getting to the bottom of what the reimbursement rate is. So, for example, you could say the hospital A charges $3,000 for a colonoscopy, hospital B charges $1,500 for a colonoscopy, but without knowing what the reimbursement rate is to each of those hospitals, those charges don't really mean anything. So you can't just automatically assume that hospital A is getting twice as much for that procedure when they get their reimbursement. And we've seen some pretty varying degrees of percentage off of charges that hospitals and carriers negotiate, and yet we can't have all that information right in front of us to make the truly best decisions. So that would be something that would be extremely helpful to us.
And we do have language that we can share with Jen.
That would be
also on
helpful.
that.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm trying to get at. Good.
Okay, the next section of your bill deals with designated agency budget review, and we will do whatever you ask us to do. That's perfectly clear.
Wow. But I do know that that section will change pretty significantly.
I just want to point out, and I pointed this out in House Appropriations, that I worry, based on what transpired last year with our budget, with the move to no longer fund pieces of the budget with global commitment dollars and a move to increase bill back, that I'm worried that It may not be this legislature's intent to have designated agencies pay for this review, but it could easily change in the future. And I start to get nervous about doing that. And when you ask us to do designated agencies, if you ultimately decide to do that, you really have to decide how thorough of a review you're looking for. The hospital budget review is extremely thorough, and that would take at least 2 more positions at the Green Mountain Care Board. If it was a cursory review of the budgets, that would probably only take a half of a person to 1 person. And at the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself if there's enough value there to pay for that review. I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, but I'm assuming that AHS is reviewing these budgets now, and I'm not sure if we would add that much more value to that process. At the same time, I understand how pressed the designated agencies are, and I look at, you know, they can't compete as far as the workforce because, you know, a school can pay higher, a hospital can pay higher. So I understand all the challenges, but at the end of the day, we may come in with something that you can't afford to pay for.
I think it just depends on what it is.
Exactly.
And it's, I
And
think
we don't
more,
know what it is yet.
More of a, I would see it more as a program review than a budget review to shed more light for the board as we're looking across healthcare systems. And it certainly, as Kevin said, you know, we have to see how many levers we had on that. I think it would more likely form an option to have more transparency on the system, as we are seeing with the Brattleboro retreat and the
So as that language shifts and changes in the bill, it'd be important to have your feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Just my comment about it, as we take the ACO rules in to do more things that both traditionally human services like, and they use surplus monies or monies coming through that. I think the concern comes, who's looking at this in the overview? And who should look at it in the overview? And if you're not the place, because we're using healthcare dollars to do things.
So the value,
absolutely,
as I see it, I got dragged into seeing some value of us doing this. And Representative Hooper said to me, because I didn't see that there was a lot of value in what we presented as a review of the 3 years of financial statements for the Brattleboro retreat, but she found incredible value in that. So I think the value is for people making decisions on monetary expenditures.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone here, what we do in the traditional human services sense bumps up against what the direction that the ACOs would and give in what our designated agencies are doing. And
it definitely gives you a more holistic approach to the healthcare system. It may just be a lot of frustration on our end because we may see that holistic approach but not be able to do much about it, but that's okay. We're frustrated a lot.
But we're not overwhelmed. We get frustrated, but we're not overwhelmed. We have a really dynamic team and
great people.
Yeah.
Okay, we should probably keep going.
Yep. So, as on section 6, board membership, we've talked about this in having a practitioner on the board. Oh, sorry, that's Kevin's. I'm stealing his thunder. We're neutral.
Okay. Okay, now
we're neutral, and
you said it so well.
I've publicly said that when I was invited to go to the Green Mountain Care Nominating Committee before the last nomination, that I recommended that they send up names of providers. At the same token, I would love to have a provider on the board. I just worry if you're limiting it to the next person that you're tying the hands of somebody setting the best absolute person. I did notice in the effective date section that you excluded someone. The next person that is whose term is expiring is Dr. Holmes from Middlebury College. And if she wishes to keep doing the work, I would hate to have her pushed out. And it's clear from the effective date language that that would not be the case.
Right.
So it's...
We get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're neutral.
Neutral.
Okay.
Switzerland.
Yep. So provider rate setting, as it was laid out in the bill, it would be next to impossible to accomplish what's laid out, to have full rate setting in place by July 1st, effective January 1st with pricing. I can tell you that one of the most frustrating things for somebody going onto the board was my first year I tried to implement what I thought was rate setting ultralight, and quickly the staff pulled out a study that showed a $2.3 million cost for rate setting, and without getting more help from other members of the board at the time to pursue what I thought could have been done very, very cheaply, I let it go. I still think there's ways to do this without full-blown rate setting that could be very, very effective. And
do you have suggestions for us for language?
Yes.
I think really what might be best on this section is a study. I would be speaking.
Getting a lot of studies.
I would be speaking on my own if I gave you a suggestion, because I'm not sure that I have.
That's what we're recommending, is replacing this with a study. Yeah.
Okay. Offline.
Yeah.
So fair contract standards, that's you.
Neutral. Neutral in that. That was me. And then employee attribution.
Oh, that's
public employee.
That is the study.
That is a study. It's AHS's study. I mean, that we'll let them speak to that, but we do have a slide in our deck that looks at the attribution now. I mean, we feel that this is also very important. So it may not have to be a study. It may be a discussion. It may, but talking about it is very important. We agree with that.
So we're neutral, but to be clear, the language in the bill, I think, could possibly delay attribution for a whole nother year. And that is not something that I think is what you intended.
Right.
So I think that has to be looked at. So it's not that we're truly fully neutral.
Okay, so they're semi-neutral.
So I guess the question is that we'll be asking folks when they come in to talk about this is, will attribution naturally detract from or cause a decrease in benefits? That's
a great question.
For me, it's a silly question.
No, but I think that's a great question to ask. And I think the ACO can talk about that more.
It's more than, their concerns are more than just a decrease in benefits. What they're, at least as they were relayed to me when I met with them, is the state employees have been very successful through wellness initiatives to keep the benefits from climbing, and in fact have actually received, I don't know if you would call it a repayment or a rebate, basically, for their initiatives, and they wanted to make sure that that wasn't taken away from them in this. I think that, and I'll try to say this politely, but it's going to be difficult. If the state's true vision for trying to get healthcare reform as it stands now is enunciated in Act 113, which was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, it's kind of embarrassing that the state's own employees aren't part of trying to make this effort successful. And the only way that you truly get to a determination of whether or not this will be successful is if you build enough scale to, so that when you, why?
Oh, no, it's not the other way.
But I'll answer the why. The why is that when you walk into your doctor's office, you want that doctor to be treating all the patients the same and treating them on value versus volume, and you don't want them treating Dick differently than they would treat me if we both walked in that same day. And it doesn't truly change their patterns if there's not a large enough part of the population that is attributed and participating in the model. So that's the why.
But we
for
would,
whoever asked
yeah,
it.
we would welcome a discussion. I think it's great that you put this in here for.
Well,
for
I think
us
it's
to
an important
discuss it.
conversation. I'm hoping that we can have that conversation in here with the interested parties and see if we can put something in that helps move forward.
We don't have anything else. We just have some appendices. And feel free to look at those at your leisure. But we do have the very detailed suggestions that we shared with Jen, and I think she's the best person to review that with you at the appropriate time.
Okay, so but
Yeah, there was actually one other thing I wanted to talk about, and that was, and I'm sure that the ACO will speak for themselves, but a couple things. You had one provision that basically was pitched to a 15% administration.
Okay.
Their current budget is at 1.4.
No, we understand that. That was like, thank you.
Great.
I don't want people out there to think that they're getting these ridiculous administrative fees, because they're not. And the other thing that you had in there was saying that nobody at the ACO could receive
salary unless it was demonstrated.
Right, and I can understand where you may want to hold the leadership accountable, but when you say nobody at the ACO, if you're hiring somebody into an entry-level position, you would want them to be able to improve, and you wouldn't want them, once you've got them up to being a very productive and efficient employee, to be leaving to go elsewhere because they were unable to get
That's a
an
good
increase.
suggestion. Thank you.
So,
Okay. I don't have anything else.
do you have any questions for us?
I do have one question, but just to clarify, so you, as we had discussed earlier, you are sending some suggestions to Jen, and then we'll be able to review those at some point. I do have a question about your preliminary scale estimates based on the 2020 budget submission. And I see some negatives in there on population.
Those are approximations. I'm sorry. It's a squiggly line. It's an approximation.
Oh, it's supposed to be.
It's a Sadia.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I got it.
We should change that. Thank you. Yeah,
What's
that's a
going
great
on that we
question.
don't know about?
Approximately. And these, just so you know, and I think the ACO could talk more about this. I know, really. This is part of their budget submission, so these are approximations, and they can update you on where they are with scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should point out in the different appendices that you have, there's resources that you can click on and so on. And before I get out of the chair, I did want to just highlight the fact that some people have asked about whether or not regulatory review has created any true effects on costs in Vermont. If you look at what was the case between 2000 and 2009 with the increases in hospital spending as opposed to this previous decade, it's been cut in half, the increases.
So yes, thank you. This is helpful to have available. Then the hospital rates have gone down as compared with the nationally, we're lower. The concern is that the out-of-pocket co-pays and premiums that we're seeing haven't been commensurate. So
They are increasing over the recent years, for sure.
One thing that's not in this bill, but I'm assuming that there's some type of relationship going on between the House committee and here, that somebody will be working on a drug bill. And
on which?
on a drug bill, I hope.
Prescription drugs.
Drugs,
Yeah.
right.
So what I did send to the committee yesterday, and I'm not sure if it got distributed to everyone, but it was just showing you the extremes that states have had to go to because of federal inaction. And the state of Utah is actually paying for plane tickets for people to go down to get very expensive drugs in Mexico for a 90-day basis, and it is so much cheaper adding in the costs of the flight, and they have someone that marshals them through the border, and they pick up the drugs and bring them back, and it just, it's a real travesty. And if you take a look at Blue Cross Blue Shield this past year, 7.9% of that increase was specialty drugs, which are the really expensive drugs.
And then the hospital review as well, that was a large cost driver, the hospital,
And as it stands now, there's nothing that they can do about that.
Why is it?
Why is there nothing? Because, well, to be blunt, the federal government doesn't want to do the same things that governments in other countries have done to
Keep drug costs low.
Keep drug costs low. I mean, we're one of two countries that allows you to see Phil Mickelson promoting Enbrel every other night as you turn on the TV. We're a country that still finances, even though it's not as much as it used to be through the National Institutes of Health, a lot of R&D costs, and yet we allow a lot of those R&D costs, the remainder of them, to be amortized just over the U.S. market. Other countries are willing to negotiate for market share, and if there's a group of drugs in a given class, pick statins for example, they'll negotiate and they'll give the market to the one that gives them the best price. And the trouble with us as Americans is we want the lowest costs, but we want absolute choice. So we're not willing to give up anything to get those lower costs. And those are the type of things that have to occur. If we can't just say that other countries, and there are other countries that are getting better health outcomes at half the per capita costs as the U.S. We can't just say that we're ever going to get to that point if we're not willing to make the same hard choices that they've made.
So to answer your question, we are very concerned about drug costs, prescription drug costs in this room. And so we're going to continue to follow up on our importation law. So, and it's, at least I have been staying connected with the administration as that work goes on. And you'll notice that when the current president talks about that program, he always references Governor Scott of Florida and the work that Florida is doing. Vermont is kind of not in that discussion yet. We've really, I believe, has started that. If we had a more assertive support at the federal level, this would have happened a long time ago. I mean, the rules are, I don't even know if the rules are finished being written yet. So it's scary. It's
and we're also
huge
working
concern.
with NASHB. We meet with them regularly to hear about what other states are doing and be informed on that work so we can keep
We'll
this
have
going.
NASHB in again.
We also have regular calls with the congressional delegation, members of their staff. And I can tell you it's not for a lack of trying by some. They're just as frustrated as everybody
Totally
else.
frustrated.
So,
Can you email me that information? Because
The Utah stuff?
yeah, what other states are doing, because I think so.
And I can give you a list.
I sent it to your committee assistant and to you, and hopefully that it got
I
forwarded
will
on.
just transfer it over. Finance has got a couple.
We all have.
Just limiting out-of-pocket expenses,
right.
but
Yep.
it,
Like the insulin bill. And
yeah.
I can send you the link to NASHB.
I mean, we haven't made.
Your biggest problem with some of those bills is going to be that the way the federal law is established, you have an actuarial value to meet.
Yeah, no, we've
meet the
already.
metals and-
Yep. Yes, we know this. It's frustrating.
Yes.
But I'm ready to start taking on the pharmaceutical companies again. It's been a few years, but we used to do a lot. And if nothing else, we can make enough noise.
Well, our bill that we passed a few years ago, the importation bill and the transparency bill, and I reported on both of those at the national Nashville meeting 2 years ago. Those are still bills that are held out as the progressive prescription drug bills. And so anything else that finance does will be great.
The healthcare advocate came in, and I guess Thursday was the last day we met. About 5 o'clock at night, suggested that we require hospitals to sell at the 420
340B.
340B.
We had that bill on our walls.
420 something else.
That one I just wanted to tap.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you both. You've got us off in the wrong direction. No, it's the right direction at the wrong time. All right, so the list that I have is not in any order. So what I'm going to do is ask Devin Green and then Helen Laban. I put an order to this. So Devin and then Helen, and then we'll move on to the insurance companies, and then we'll go to the ACO, and then we'll go to Ena Backus. So you know when you're up. That makes sense. So Devin, welcome.
The hall's kind of quiet right now. Why don't we leave the door open?
Do you want it open for air?
Yeah.
There was a little.
If it gets noisy,
It was a real nice feeling to have air.
Open, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Because we're crushing a couple.
Good. Welcome.
Hi. Devin Green, Vermont Association of Hospitals and Health Systems. Before I dive into S290, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on the current status of hospitals and both healthcare reform, where we look nationally and internationally. So,
yes, it was great while it lasted.
I could yell, maybe. So just a little background on Vermont's hospital system. As you know, we're a completely nonprofit hospital system. But what you may not know is that according to the U.S. Census Bureau, Vermont is the second most rural state in the nation. So Maine is number 1, Vermont is number 2. We always think of places like Wyoming or North Dakota as more rural than here. But the reality is that in those places, a lot of their population is centralized in their cities. So what this does in Vermont is it creates a difficulty in providing access to care. We have to spread out our services a lot more. It's more difficult to be efficient. Critical access hospitals, just by their very designation, are supposed to be inefficient. They're more about access. They're not about big money savings. They're about making sure that care is there in the community. At the same time, you may be surprised to learn, you had some national experts coming in talking about the state of hospitals, how they build up and they build up and they buy each other and they jack up the prices and there's no Medicaid cost shift. That is not the case in Vermont with our nonprofit hospitals. When you look at the number of beds per 1,000 individuals, we are 39th in the nation for the number of hospital beds that we have, which is shocking to me because we are always number 1 when there's a per capita measurement, right? Like, we always come in as number 1. We are not only 39th in the nation, but when you look at DC and Wyoming, DC has a similar population to Vermont. They are more than double of what Vermont has with beds. When you look at Wyoming, which is also a similar population to Vermont, they are many beds as well. And then if you look internationally, we're actually below the UK, Canada, Denmark, and Sweden when it comes to the number of hospital beds in Vermont. So this is not a situation where we are building up tons of hospitals, tons of inpatient, inefficient. If there's any inefficiencies, it's just due to the very nature of our rural state. While we have that, Vermont's consistently ranked high as best in healthcare in the nation. So in the top 5 in Kaiser Health, number 1 for United Health Foundation. So hospitals really are doing a lot with very little. And I just want to make sure you get that perspective. We are different than the rest of the nation. And we're also different.
Goodness.
I know. And we're also different when it comes to our healthcare reform. And again, this is another situation where we're doing a whole lot with very little. So California is looking to do a very expansive social determinants of health, looking at housing, looking at all the social determinants of health and helping people in that way. Vermont is trying to do that as well with OneCare. The difference here is California has $1.5 billion in federal funds to apply to that effort.
But how do we get that?
I know. Well, we did have access to $209 million, and we haven't gotten that.
Million.
Yeah, 1.5 billion would be great. And you think, oh, it's California, that's why they get 1.5 billion, it's more people. But when you look at it, they're actually looking to help out 300,000 individuals. So not so different from Vermont. That's just the scope of what it takes to create this change in the social determinants of health. 1.5 billion to help people with housing, to help them with mental health services, to get them coordinated care. It's a staggering number. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, as you heard, they are doing a rural hospital program. Right now they have 13 hospitals in that program. Again, pretty similar to Vermont. They had $25 million available for their startup costs, which included overseeing the model, aggregate and analyze data, compile and submit reports, propose and administer the global budgets, and approve the rural hospital transformation plans. So those are all $25 million just to do those sort of arguably administrative things. It takes a lot to change over to this healthcare delivery system reform before you even get into the social determinants of health. Meanwhile, again, Vermont is doing a whole lot with very little. We receive some startup funding from the federal government, not the same amount as the $25 million that Pennsylvania is getting. And as I mentioned, we did have $209 million available to us, but we have not been able to tap into that. So that leaves us with a healthcare reform that needs to be very efficient and streamlined. And when we started out with that healthcare reform, the legislature here laid out a very comprehensive framework to oversee the all-payer model, ACOs, the agreement for the all-payer model, and ACO budgets. And that was found in Act 113. And usually this is the part in the testimony where I would say, oh, you have it in your slides, just take a look at it later. I'm not going to do that today. I want to go through this because it is comprehensive and it's worth looking at. So with the all-payer model agreement in Act 113, Act 113 required that the all-payer model the all-payer model agreement, so this is just the agreement between the feds and Vermont. The agreement has to be consistent with Vermont's healthcare reform principles set out in Act 48. It has to preserve consumer protections under Medicare, including maintaining Medicare-covered services, Medicare cost-sharing, and Medicare appeals process, allow providers to choose to participate, give patient and provider choice, and include outcome measures for population health. The Medicare payments go directly from the federal government to the ACO or providers, not through the state of Vermont. The state of Vermont was very adamant when it set up this system that they did not want Medicare payments going through. Now the federal government is not going to say, yeah, we're going to do deals with every provider in Vermont. That's why they want the ACO. The next piece of Act 113 pertains to the all-payer model. So under these requirements, the all-payer model must be consistent, again, with Vermont's healthcare reform principles set out in Act 48. The Medicare payments have to go directly from the federal government to the ACO providers, not through the state of Vermont. You have to maximize alignment between payers, which is one thing you're trying to do here. Strengthen and invest in primary care. Incorporate the social determinants of health. Adhere to mental health parity and integrate mental health and substance abuse treatment into the healthcare system. And include a process for integration of existing community-based providers into a fully integrated care system that may include transportation and housing. Integrate approach to data collection and analysis, exchange and reporting. Evaluate access to care, quality of care, patient outcomes, and social determinants of health, arguably what you're trying to see happen in this legislation. Require shared decision-making, support coordination of care, and work with the healthcare advocate to ensure robust grievance and appeals process. So that's a lot of protections in there. Then there's ACO oversight at the Green Mountain Care Board. So we have our hospital budget oversight at the Green Mountain Care Board, where hospitals provide detailed information on their budgets. This is ACO oversight of the ACO, which includes the hospitals. So it's a little bit like double oversight. And in here, the ACO governing body has to have governance, leadership, and management that's transparent and represents ACO participants and providers. It has to have care coordination, including blueprint. It needs to have mechanisms for receiving and distributing payments to providers. It needs to have no discrimination against providers, evidence-based healthcare, coordination of care, electronic health records, and other technologies, meaningful participation in health information exchanges, performance standards, which again we're talking about in this bill as well. No restrictions on information and provider-patient relationship, shared decision-making, outreach and hotline to consumers, shared de-identified complaint information to the healthcare advocate, collaborating with community providers, which I know is a big goal here, so that's already encompassed in statute, patient choice, public sessions of the ACO meetings, no decrease in access to healthcare, which again, I see that in the concern for the state employees and the teachers. My understanding is that their benefits will not change, but I will let others speak to that. Public session of ACO meetings, no decrease in access to health care, and financial guarantee to cover losses. So that's general ACO oversight. Within that, there's the ACO budget. So in the oversight for the ACO budget, the Green Mountain Care Board must receive information regarding the utilization of healthcare to ensure that there's no sort of restrictions on people having access to healthcare. The goals, they have to look at the goals of the health resources allocation plan, which again gets to what you're worried about in terms of where services are located. The soundness of the ACO and its principles, the report from professional review organizations, effort to prevent duplication of services, which I know gets to the community provider worry about sort of buying, not building. So the ACO has been working on ensuring that efforts are not duplicated. Incentives for healthcare investments to strengthen primary care, which I know is an issue near and dear to the heart of this committee. Incentives to integrate community providers. Incentives for system healthcare investments and social determinants of health. Incentives for addressing adverse childhood experiences. Public comment on all aspects of ACO costs and use on ACO proposed budget. information from meetings with ACO, information regarding ACO administrative costs, effect of Medicaid reimbursement rates, extent to which costs are transparent to make patients aware of costs of healthcare services, and then added in Act 52 was the extent to which the ACO provides resources to primary care practices to ensure care coordination and community services, including mental health and substance use disorder counseling that are provided by community health teams that are available to patients. In addition, in Act 52, the Green Mountain Care Board needs to report on the manner and degree that social services are integrated into the ACO. The AHS must provide an interim status report, and the AHS and the Green Mountain Care Board must submit a plan to coordinate the financing and delivery of Medicaid mental health services and Medicaid home and community-based services, as well as future plans for integrating long-term care in January 1st of 2021. So this is the framework that we're currently working under. So when I read through S290, I kind of wanted to cry because we are doing so much with so little right now. And there's been a lot of questions of why are hospitals doing this? Why are hospitals sort of putting themselves out of business because instead of fee-for-service, they're doing these fixed payments? And I'll tell you that what our rural hospitals need now more than anything is predictability and stability. And I was reflecting on how I was in the seat 2 years ago on February 14th arguing for the same thing when we were looking at universal primary care. I was in here last year on S7 when we were talking about S7. And having consistently these sort of proposals come in year after year of trying to change the framework of this program and require more reporting and more administrative burden is not giving our rural hospitals the predictability and the stability that they need.
So what about the suggestion that Chair Mullen made about having global hospital budgeting?
You know, I would like to. I would like to.
Reserve the answer if you would, but I think that's an important question.
I think that's what One Care is leading up to, right? Like that's,
yes,
let's get through this waiver.
So then let's figure out how to do it is the other question. And so what steps need to be taken in order to ensure that we have a sustainable global budget, especially for the critical care hospitals?
And the steps we need to take is to make this waiver a success.
We're with you.
We need to make this waiver a success. This conversation is happening on the national level. They want to move to value-based care. If we're still under the Trump administration, God help us. They are not going to care about shifting funding to community providers. They're just going to want to cut costs. They are going to use bundle payments the way that they use Medicaid block grants and say we're limiting how much money you get. So let's do this right while we have it and set a good precedent going forward so that we can have a strong position going into our next negotiation with the federal government.
Okay. Thank you. All right, why don't you keep, where are you now? Because it's just a long list of things that I know are currently in statute and then things that are related to S290 that you've shared concerns about. So.
Well, the whole long list is what's currently in statute.
I got that.
The position on S290 is that we do not support this bill. We do not support anything that adds further administrative burden or unpredictability to this model.
Do you think that the outcomes assessment and evaluation that's currently happening at the board is sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of decision making on DSR investments, do you believe that those are being done adequately through the ACO process and governance structure?
Yes, I do, and I think that the other reason that hospitals got involved in this and that providers are really excited about is that this is provider-led reform. It really shifts the focus to providers and patients making decisions about where healthcare resources should be, and I think we should retain that sort of provider-led focus.
Okay, any questions? So do you have specific suggestions for change as the board is going to be making some suggestions for change in the bill, and however that might affect the sections that you're concerned about? I don't know at this point. I mean, I have an inkling, but it would be helpful to have your feedback on those changes or any changes that you might suggest as we go forward.
Good to know. And our position again is not to support the bill at all, and to not move forward with the bill at all.
Great. Okay. So healthcare reform, we don't want to touch it.
We're doing it now, and we need to put our resources there.
And then in terms of contract transparency, and in terms of rate assessment, rate regulation of rates, you're okay with everything that's happening now?
We are doing healthcare reform now. I think anything that opens up contracts or starts a rate setting process, again, is that unpredictability that will hurt our rural hospitals.
Okay. Well, we'll have to talk about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's very helpful. You love the bill.
You sound like Trump. That's what he does. Comes in one morning, goes out totally.
Helen, please.
Okay. So I'm Helen Levin from Bi-State Primary Care Association. You have testimony from me pre-submitted. It's written as if it's a script. I'm not going to actually read it. That I'll just go through in bullet points and highlight the points we would like to make. And for this, I'm speaking from the perspective of the federally qualified health centers, the FQHCs. And we, like Devin, we do oppose S290 constructively. We constructively oppose it. In a very positive way, we oppose it. I did want to put that up front, though, because I am choosing to highlight a few areas that are most concerned to FQHC, so I'm not doing a line-by-line of every element of the bill for efficiency's sake. And what you have at the beginning here is a discussion of FQHCs are a little bit distinct in that we respond very heavily to federal regulation, and it's a lot of federal like they wanted me to bring in the manuals but it would not fit in this room to bring in all the federal regulation.
We want to know about it.
We do not need to belabor that point. So there's 100 additional requirements, right? And so we feel particularly sensitive to added burden and discussion of setting up new state-based systems that are not just added administrative burden, but for us it has the potential of being, sometimes they don't sync up with the federal regulation either. So that's just a general concern that we have. And additionally, the FQHCs feel this in a day-to-day sort of way. It's on top of general concerns around administrative burden. I mean, we know that our primary care providers are spending as much time on the paperwork related to their patient as they are with that particular patient. So it all gets built into that general atmosphere of concern. So that's just a starting point of where we're coming from. And for FQHCs, we feel as if it's very transparent. So we recognize the fact that it's not just whether or not people are looking at the FQHCs individually to know that they're doing okay or that the federal government is looking at it, that it matters that the state also has that holistic view of what's happening throughout the healthcare system. And FQHCs are not directly regulated by the Green Mountain Care Board, although they do participate in the ACO, so they're indirectly part of that. And we do talk with them frequently and are part of their advisory committees. I should say that federal information that we have out there is generally available, and we're happy to work with anyone at the state who wants to access that data or evaluate it or look at it for transparency's sake. So we feel overburdened in regulation, and we feel like we're transparent. In this bill, I will say there's one very specific area where that comes into play, which is in the section, I believe it's section 5, looking at the designated agencies, which includes that line about preferred provider organizations. And that includes some FQHCs. And so while they recognize that participating in that program at VDH, they would come under programmatic review, the idea of their entire organization coming into a separate regulatory system because of that participation is just unreasonable, and we would recommend striking that. I don't know if anyone has an issue with that.
So explicit, which section? The whole section on
the preferred provider organization line in that section.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah.
And we also have a timing issue that I know Devin spoke to, and this is sort of a two-part or even a three-part timing issue. So we have FQHCs that have 9 of 11 of them have joined the ACO. Some of them more recently. Some of them are expanding the payer mix that they're participating for. It's a time of transition and building up to scale, and all the uncertainty and running multiple books of business that come with that. So it feels like a time of working through that progress with the ACO. At the same time, HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Association Administration, which is our federal folks, are moving FQHCs towards value-based care as well. And they have new programs that will be going into place, different ways of evaluating and funding us. So we're also helping our members work through that period of transition. We know that the first phase of this work at the state level in the all-payer model is ending at the end of 2022. That's roughly as much as the federal government is on time for anything, that roughly equates with what's happening federally. So when we talk about changes, we're looking towards 2023. And the idea of changing midstream to a new system feels a lot like having the rug pulled out from under us. It's disheartening, as Devin expressed. So we do have concerns about the timing in that regard. I also wanted to talk about the contracting provision of this, and in this, so it's not as if our members think that all of contracting is perfect, right? I often hear from my members about the contracts. And when we hear about it, it sort of comes into one of two categories. They either have a specific problem with a specific contract that they're looking at that they don't feel is fair, and that's kind of the upside of all the regulations around FQHCs, right? It's really, there's a lot saying how you have to pay them, what you have to pay them for. So when we have a dispute like that, we will review it and we'll bring it to DFR for their review and assessment of an individual contract. At the same time, we also know that there are questions about new types of contracts. So when our members were looking at joining a next generation ACO, they said, you know, this is new territory for us. We don't know what this contract should look like. What should we be doing? So in that instance, we brought in a national firm that specializes in this area to answer the question of what should a contract for FQHCs in a rural area participating in a next generation ACO look like? What would that template be? What would be the broad recommendations?
But remember something, those contracts are quite transparent. You can look at those at any time. But there are other contracts that are not transparent, and you can't. So just
which contracts?
Private carriers.
Right. And those would be the individual ones that we would bring to DFR. So that's right. So that's another way of looking at the two different classes that we look at. Yeah. And so we understand that there's that individual regulatory, and then there's the idea of bringing in some expertise around a type of contract, and certainly we would anticipate that second area of contract to be one that will come up again as we go through healthcare reform. So it's not that we think that contracting is perfect, it's just a question of what is the problem statement that S290 is trying to solve, and are there tools in place that we have experience with that we could use to solve that problem. So that's another issue we have. And then, so there's a bigger theme, and this is, I think, why BICE is generally opposed to S290, and I think it came out a little bit in Roz's testimony as well, which is sort of like the forest for the trees question. So Vermont is a leader in healthcare reform, but it is something that's happening nationally. We are out ahead for various reasons, including our all-payer model that brings the payers into alignment. And it feels like a lot of the questions that I hear coming up around the regulatory issue is in fact related not to something that's happening specifically in Vermont, but it's sort of symptomatic of bigger questions of how do we regulate a different way of doing business in healthcare. So, we look at the primary care investment report and how do you look at primary care investments in value-based environment. We would look at the preventive care issue that's come up previously, right? So we're trying to make generational change. We're trying to measure it on a 1 or 2 year return cycle. That's a problem. And it came up today, the question of, we have this reform model that's trying to reduce the growth and total cost of care, but how and when does that translate into consumers paying less for their health care, right? And these are all very valid questions. But they're also national questions. They're not just Vermont questions. And so our overall concern with S290 is that we really need to engage nationally in this conversation and stand back and take a look at healthcare reform and how that interacts with regulatory reform. And to spend time right now going line by line through S290, making these small changes, it sucks resources and energy and time out of the system while leaving those more fundamental questions unanswered. And that feels very disappointing. It feels like a missed opportunity. So that is why we are speaking in opposition to S290, but as I said, constructively in opposition to S290.
So, and will you do this for us as language appears and changes are made? Will you also keep an eye on those changes, and any constructive criticism that you could give would be extremely helpful, knowing that as we have said in this room and as others have said, wouldn't it be great to have a lot of the issues that are in S290 taken outside for a broader conversation with folks who can work on those things in a little group?
We are certainly happy to. I feel like I need to say with respect for me and for my colleagues, we're smart people, but there are national experts out there. We might need some outside help from folks at Johns Hopkins, at the different states that are looking at this in detail. I am not an actuary, nor have I built global budgeting systems, right? But there are folks who have done that, and it would be wonderful to have a way to call upon their expertise as we discuss this.
Sure, we get that. And HROC was fortunate to have some national experts come in and talk to us. So
thank you.
That's where some of this is coming from. Anyway, thank you. It's good. Another person who loves mantra. Oh, sorry. All right, so I think we're going next to Sarah and Susan. So I don't know which order it's in this time. Who goes first?
I'll go first.
All right. I think you went first last time, but thank you for being here.
I think we need a scoreboard, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so Susan Gradkowski, MVP Healthcare. I'm going to limit my comments to the health insurance section, which starts.
You don't have a global response?
No. So it starts on page 17. And obviously there's a lot of existing language there. And so my first comment is going to be line 21 at the bottom of page 17.
We don't have the bill on the page.
Which page? Page 17, in the very last line, line 21.
It's on the page.
We got it.
You got it.
Should be considered.
Yeah, so what the language says, any proposed rate increase that we would file with the Green Mountain Care Board shall be considered if the proportion, or shall be considered unjust, if the proportion of the rate attributable to administrative expenses exceeds the cumulative CPI rate of inflation for the applicable period.
I
forgot the word increase in there.
What page is that on? And that,
It's not coming up on mine.
I need your page again before you go ahead. I'm sorry.
17 to 18.
It's under Jennifer Carby on our form today.
It's on Jazz. Oh, it was wrong.
Healthcare contract review.
Okay, so this is talking about when we do a rate filing, obviously one component is administrative expenses, what we're putting in for that. And this would limit our administrative expenses to the cumulative consumer price index rate of inflation for the applicable period. So our folks expressed concern about this. And if I can just read what I got from them, MVP manages its administrative expenses on an enterprise-wide basis, so across New York, across Vermont, across all product lines, not market by market. So we don't have a separate Vermont versus a separate New York. So it says we have been growing in Vermont recently, but we are contracting in New York, which is resulting in net membership reduction. So due to our overall membership shrinking, we've had to push our fixed admin cost onto a lower membership base, which is going to make this number look inflated. So it's not actually that our administrative costs are going up. It's just that, insurance can expand and contract and expand and contract. And, there are some admin costs that you can do things with, but there are fixed costs that we can't. So that's our concern about that. So it says this could result in rates having to be filed that do not produce a rate that is actuarially sound. So, and again, what I've seen over the years is if you have a year or 2 or 3 of rates that are not actuarially sound, it catches up with you at some point. So you're going to end up having to have a much higher rate later on. So that's our concern with that section. So now I'm going to go on. The next section, continuing on page 18, is fair contract standards. Again, most of that is all existing language. And when you get to page 20, starting at line 8, these are new proposed fair contracting standard language that is being proposed here. So the contracting entity shall provide at least 120 days for a provider's consideration of a proposed contract and for negotiation of terms. Healthcare contracts must be for a minimum of 2 years and include reimbursement amounts that are consistent with the rate parameters set by the Green Mountain Care Board pursuant to the Green Mountain Care Board section of this bill. And then this is the one that I really wanted to point out, number 3 on line 14. Prior to a healthcare contract taking effect, it shall be reviewed and approved by the Green Mountain Care Board for fairness, adherence to parameters, blah, blah, blah. So I guess, my question is, when we looked at this, is what problem exactly are you trying to solve here, number 1? So that's the first one. And then, the 2-year contract might make sense in a number of situations, but there may be situations where it doesn't. So to have to be locked into a 2-year contract, there may be situations where it is not a good thing. And then finally, the subsection 3, where the board has to review every single contract that we enter into. I was actually surprised that the Green Mountain Care Board said they were neutral on this. Because when you look at the number of providers across the state, not just hospitals, not just the ACO, not even just large physician practices, but again, the way this is written, this is absolutely everybody. So I can't imagine how many staff the Green Mountain Care Board's going to need to do this.
If there were specific items to be reviewed, such as in the case of fee for service, any discrepancies between independent and clinically or hospital affiliated providers, consideration for facilities fees in place. But some of the concerns that we hear about these contracts are the fairness of reimbursement, and then we hear about fairness around liability, and I know there's a bill in finance on that.
Well, I'm saying this is really getting into health insurance, right?
Yeah, it does get into health insurance, right? So there are some things that we'll have to talk about that split off to finance, but there have been concerns expressed about the equitable nature of contracts across provider types and categories that are negotiated. And granted, everyone has a right to negotiate these contracts, and the best negotiator wins, but having those contracts evaluated for fairness at some point, and equitable reimbursement at some point, I think that's what this is trying to get at. So we'll leave it there for now.
Okay, and so again, would these contracts then remain confidential between the insurer and the board? Or, do they become a public record at the board that anybody could
that is a question.
walk in?
Yeah, we've heard that that's an issue, right?
Yeah. So those are our concerns with that section as well. And just in closing, I would just like to echo Devin Green's concerns that we have been far down a road of healthcare reform.
Yes.
And, this is like adding a whole new layer on top of that. And should we give what we have in place right now a little more time to mature and, go from there?
So you could look at it that way, or you could look at it as some other step in the reform process to ensure that we have all the little pieces in place. So, but it's obviously we're not ready to jump into this. We need to take a little longer look. We get that.
Yep.
We get that. That's why it's our favorite.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, thanks for being here. And the other thing I would say, well, Sarah's coming up, is we understand the commitment that the carriers have made to our reform efforts, and we're very appreciative of those commitments. Seriously.
Sarah Teachout with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Vermont. I will start out by saying that we do oppose S290. And I have some sort of overarching thoughts, and then I'm happy to walk through certain sections that we particularly oppose. So we don't believe that the state of Vermont is going to regulate itself to healthcare reform or affordability. That those things need to be achieved through the all-payer model and the efforts with payers, providers, and government all working together. But that this additional administrative focus is not going to get us there. The second thing that I have to say overarching is that this legislation is still focused on the old model. This legislation is focused on fee-for-service, rate review, and all the things that we've been doing since the dawn of time, I guess. We need to be focused on value-based healthcare reform. And this drags us back into the old fights, the old discussions, and the old way of thinking, and we really need to move forward. And then the last thing I wanted to say overarchingly, and I appreciated your introduction, is that we think that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont and our efforts that we've done this year were a huge step forward. That we enabled every single one of our customers to join the all-payer model. Whether or not they chose to is a different story, but we have come up with a way, and it took us a while, to make that happen. And we want to move forward with that effort. So I can talk specifically about some of the sections of the bill. I'm going to focus mostly on the ones to do with health insurance. The pieces on page 8 that have to do with the 3 specific healthcare services that were subject to the largest increases in commercial rates. I don't know if this is going to get you what you want. Again, it's looking at fee-for-service. It's just looking at, it could be 3 healthcare services that 5 people in the state used that had a large rate increase. There's just not enough here to really give you information, I don't believe.
So I think the board is going to have some comments on that. changes.
Yeah, and when I see the board's recommendations, I'll comment on those specifically.
And I think part of this goes to looking at the next step. The next step in all payer reform is trying to sort out what happens to specialists. Anyway, we're not there yet. But.
On the board membership, the Green Mountain Care Board is looking at value-based healthcare reform. We actually believe that an actuary or a health insurance regulator would be helpful in looking at that picture.
So would that mean defining board membership in a new way overall? Just think about it. It's not,
right.
Not
I mean,
it's
figuring out the right person at the right time and picking the most qualified candidate is probably the most important thing. Yeah. And all of these efforts lock it into this very confined process. On page 13, where you're talking about review and approve proposed healthcare contracts between a health plan and a contracting entity, we have over 2,000 individual contracts with independent providers, plus the hospitals. We believe that this would be an enormous task for the Green Mountain Care Board, and it would also be quite costly.
You heard my comments earlier, right?
And we already have sometimes difficulties getting these contracts executed on time. It's frequent that we don't execute a contract until after the first of the year, and then we have to retroactively change the way we're paying. I think this would just add to that problem. I think I won't get into much of the contract, the things with rate setting. I think the Green Mountain Care Board spoke eloquently about the issues associated with rate setting. When you're looking at healthcare contract review, I did have some questions. I'm not sure that the Green Mountain Care Board would have regulatory oversight over our Dartmouth-Hitchcock contracts.
Right.
Or out of state. So Blue Cross, our network contracts with providers all across the country, they obviously wouldn't get into those. And also our non-participating providers. So anyone who refuses to contract with Blue Cross and charges whatever they want is excluded from this. So it's just a very narrow set of contracts that you'd be looking at, even though there are thousands of contracts. I don't believe you're going to get the information that you need. And I also think that you will put Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont at a significant disadvantage with our competitors. If you can't look at Cigna's contracts and United's contracts and all the other non-regulated health insurers in the state of Vermont, you put Blue Cross at a disadvantage. So then specific to the administrative rate increase section, this is starting on page 17, you're in health insurance rate review, and you're looking at the component. I would have, if you really wanted to go forward with this, I think the language needs some improvement, but comparing administrative rate increases to the CPI, a couple thoughts here. I can give you information about our administrative rate increases going back the last 5 years. They've never been as high as the CPI, so we believe this is a solution looking for the problem. Included in our rate increases, the administrative pieces are state and federal taxes and fees. That includes the costs of the Green Mountain Care Board, of which the legislature has continually shifted away from general fund to health insurer payment for rate review. That's all reflected in our administrative costs, and so that the more that the state shifts those costs onto insurers, the more our administrative costs go up. The second thing is that pieces like our agreement to take over Vermont Health Connect billing, which is a substantial operational cost, go into administrative costs. So that's another piece where state government is shifting to healthcare insurers and ultimately to healthcare payers for the cost of the system. I think you would need to look at what's defined as administrative costs. I think currently it's done different ways by different companies. I attached the L&E, which is the actuarial firm for the Green Mountain Care Board, I attached their review of our rates. They found that in 2020, our administrative costs were negative 0.1%. They also compare us to health insurers, and I can pull it up. They compare us to health insurers nationally and across the Blue system. We are among the lowest in administrative costs. So we believe this is unfairly penalizing those of us who've worked very hard to keep our administrative costs low. And lastly,
CPI could go up.
we don't want our rates to go up any more than they have. I can guarantee you. And the last piece is the word unjust in this language. Unjust is kind of an odd usage of an actuarial term. We use unfairly discriminatory in the actuarially, and that's a definition that actuaries use. I mean, maybe just unaffordable would be more direct, but unjust is a little bit odd.
And that is unaffordable for whom?
I would note that you are repealing the contractor confidentiality language on page 20 and 21 that Susan asked about. I won't get into this again, but we think that puts Blue Cross in an unfair disadvantage against our competitors. And then I think I'll let the state employees and the ACO talk about the study. We don't believe there's going to be enough data available to do this report, and that anything you do to delay enrollment in the ACO is problematic. We know, I think everyone knows, that we need to get more enrollment in the ACO in order to have a good position to negotiate with CMS in the upcoming year. Okay. And I think that's it.
Another reassuring test. Thank you. Thank you. And as I've said to others, any improvements, especially to the last section, would be helpful, because we do need to demonstrate to the state employees and others that this is the all-payer is the right direction to be going. So that piece. Welcome.
Hello. Good. So for the record,
it's not snowing.
It's not snowing. I know. Whenever I come here, there's a snowstorm. Yeah, it is supposed to snow tonight.
Yeah, go home fast.
I will. I'll work.
This is temporary, strange club.
So for the record, Vicki Lohner, CEO of One Care Vermont, and if I could just have a moment of levity here, I think that the temperature in this room is just a strategy to have me say uncle to this particular bill. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move through it. I think that a lot of the provider associations did a really nice job talking through Act 113 and additionally Act 52. And just for context, I'm going to keep my comments strictly to those related to the additional administrative requirements for the ACO on regulation, but I'm happy to answer any questions about anything else in the bill that I'm fit to answer, I should say. I feel like we have set up a really nice regulatory framework with Act 113, and additionally really looking at Act 52, which does the integration of the social services work. We actually were on a phone call the other day with a reporter from the Valley News talking through all the work that Vermont has indeed done to really integrate social services into the ACO. This is indeed a very unique model in that sense that it does bring primary care, hospital, and the social services entities together to have a more holistic look. When we first went through this process with the Green Mountain Care Board in 2017 as our test run for our budgeting and certification requirements, I think we were still learning our ways in terms of what the requirements meant and having a lot of back and forth. I have to say that over the years, the requirements requirements and questions have grown significantly to the ACO, which has resulted in almost a doubling projected in our bill back rates. And I have to remind the committee that the ACO's administration is funded through the hospital associations, as well as the preponderance of the delivery system reform efforts. So to date, the hospitals have funded about $44 million, about half of which has gone directly to primary care to fund these efforts. So this takes away from the ability to use money that could be delivered to primary care and other innovations and shifts it to administration. So I just want us to be thoughtful before we add additional administration to this. This is one layer of administration for the ACO that we currently have. Not only is the ACO regulated by the Green Mountain Care Board, we do our own internal regulation too. Every year we have an audit by PwC, which is a national financial auditing firm, to look at our accounting principles. We have undergone an internal assessment on our overall compliance plan because ACOs are relatively unique, so the compliance requirements are different for ACOs than they are for hospital associations. We also have responsibility to the payers, where we have to give them quarterly deliverables on how we are administering the program. So that again takes administrative time from the staff at One Care Vermont. And I would say lastly, the state has put in a framework with the federal government that every year there's an annual evaluation of the ACO and the all-payer model. So that's kind of a fourth level of oversight that the staff undertakes at One Care. This, I know you can imagine, this is timely and costly, and we have a very short time to really be able to deliver on our promises of delivery system reform. I think we have talked a lot about this as payment system reform. We can change the payment system, but if the delivery system doesn't make any changes, then it doesn't matter. And this is really hard work that our providers are trying to undertake on a statewide level, where you don't have systems that are primarily owned by one large healthcare. I mean, we had contracts with hundreds of providers that are trying to coordinate care across the state. So it's a fairly large undertaking. I would say that when we did the analysis of S290 and the additional requirements, they were indeed already covered under Act 113. And perhaps they were said in a different way, but I worry that having requirements that are similar but inconsistent don't add a lot of value and could really kind of lead us down a bad path as a system of care. I would also say, I'm sure you're not surprised by this, but we could not support making our workforce raises contingent upon shared savings within the ACO, and that includes our leaders. We need to be able to recruit leaders to the state of Vermont. And if you look at the all-payer model as well as our overall objective as the ACO, it's not to save money. It is really to keep the growth of healthcare costs at 3.5 to 4.3. It's not to have shared savings in the model. So I just want to point that out, is that's not one of our overall goals. And as we look in the ACO, that's what the actuarial review does. That's how we take risk corridors, is to assure that there's that sustainability and predictability for those inside the ACO model. I cannot talk about outside of the ACO, but that's our goal within the ACO. And we've been very successful at that. I think even in looking at the Medicaid budget last year, we had a $1.5 million variance, and the state didn't have to come back and asked the legislature for $1.5 million because that was covered by the provider group. So sticking with that sustainability and predictability. So in terms of my overall recommendations for this particular bill, I would really encourage this committee and others to take a look at the regulations that already exist, have an evaluation framework for it to make sure that it does make sense in our current value-based system. And are we actually measuring things that get us closer to our goals, or we are measuring for the sake of measuring? My concern is you add additional things without taking a good look at what already exists. And I don't even know if what already exists is perhaps even too much, because that hasn't been done because we're just in the startup year. So I think that would be my overall recommendation, is to take a good look at the current standards. We have budget, we have certification requirements, to develop some sort of standardized evaluation framework for taking a look at that. And I certainly would encourage us to look at the feasibility of having a 2-year budget process. I think that there's ways that the ACO has to go back quarterly to the Green Mountain Care Board to discuss any budget variances that we had. We have over 20 budget orders from the Green Mountain Care Board, so I think there could be a stepwise process in evaluating the ACO budget year over year.
Okay, and we haven't gotten to quality metrics, which we'll do another time, because those are the outcomes, I think, that are so critical that haven't been paid attention to. So,
yes.
And are changes being made in the provider community with patients as a result of those quality metrics that you're putting in place?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that next time.
Yeah. I think the answer to that is yes. And as has been mentioned in this committee by various people, I think you really have to start thinking about getting to scale, because scale is really important for the state, because remember, that's their commitment to the federal government to get more people under that model. Scale is also important to the ACO as well, because if you don't have scale and you have providers operating in multiple systems right now, and they're not going to radically change their overall practices if we continue to just gradually increase over time. And I don't think that you'll be able to see the system being able to continuously be able to invest in these innovations if we're not really going to look at this as a 2.0 situation. And I think there's serious concern from the provider's perspective right now that we aren't going to meet our goals overall as a system, and I put that on us as a system and not just One Care Vermont. We're obviously a part of it, and that we really do need to be able to show success under this model.
Thank you. I'm sorry our time is getting short. Now we have to hear from Ina, and we have a couple folks here from Recovery Day. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that we'll be talking again.
Yes.
And before we get into Recovery Day, I am going to have to
Yes, you will.
because
That's perfectly fine.
Cut 15 minutes out of my chairs.
So the other thing that might be useful to us while Ina's sitting down is, Sarah mentioned how they're bringing in more committed lives based on your the folks in your organization, and so it would be helpful to understand how that's happening and how many we're seeing. Welcome.
Thank you. Ina Backus, Director of Healthcare Reform at the Agency of Human Services. AHS appreciates the themes that have been discussed this morning related to S290, in particular the theme that components of this proposed legislation are at odds with a state that is looking to set an integrated total cost of care budget for the healthcare system. And that work is happening now, and there is rate setting at an aggregate level that is happening now across a spectrum of services that we want to see more integrated to be more effective in maintaining and improving the health and well-being of Vermonters. particularly for AHS, there are two components of the legislation that we'd like to share our concerns about. And those components of the legislation put the agency into a particular conflict when it comes to our responsibilities and our requirements as the single state Medicaid agency for setting the Medicaid rates for providers contracting with the agency, as well as overseeing the budgets and engaging in the regulation necessary for designated agencies, specialized service agencies, and preferred provider organizations. As is contemplated now in this legislation, we see a variety of conflicts for us in those regulatory activities. Again, the most important to highlight the potential that our authority as the single state Medicaid agency, which is a federal requirement that the agency be the entity that sets these provider rates, that is a concern, a particular concern at AHS.
Okay, we get it. But as we move forward, this will continue to be the stress and strain that goes on, and the tension between having an agreement on care board setting rates with private insurers and then having Medicaid setting rates over here and integrating those things, and how that can happen smoothly and in alignment. So we'll go back to that word that we love. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's great. We're pleased that you're here. And we know that today is Recovery Day. It's very important to us. So why don't we introduce ourselves first, and then you can introduce yourself.
I'm Dick McCormick. I represent the Windsor County Senate District.
Debbie Brim from Chittenden County.
Ginny Lyons, Chittenden County.
My name is Jeff Butler. I supervise the Recovery Coach program out of Copley, Michigan, at North Central Vermont.
And David Franklin, I'm the Executive Director of North Central Vermont Recovery Center. Do you mind if I go with some prepared remarks? Cool.
Provide your testimony. That would be really welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us before the Senate Committee on Health and Welfare, Senator Lyons and Senator Westman, and all of you. We are very grateful to be here on Recovery Day at the State House, the yearly event where we share that recovery from addictions, and in this case, substance use disorders, is possible. And that Vermont has one of the most vibrant, holistic, and successful peer-based recovery communities in America. We're blessed to have a community of recovery supports and services and people who serve as powerful beacons of hope in a dark time fraught with dangers and loss and challenges for our citizens, our families, and our communities. I'm here today with my colleague Jeff Butler, who serves as North Central Vermont Recovery Center's Emergency Department Recovery Coaching Program Supervisor. Jeff oversees a remarkable team of peer recovery coaches who provide recovery coaching 24 hours a day, every day of the year at Copley Hospital. Our program, along with the ED coaching programs at some other hospitals and recovery centers around the state, are funded for now through the State Targeted Response and State Opioid Response Grants from SAMHSA, through the Vermont Department of Health, and administered by ADAP. We're here to talk about the program in particular because it is one that has transformed our recovery center and in some ways has begun to transform our community. It's a program that exemplifies the critical role of Vermont's 12 recovery centers play in our communities while standing at the nexus of recovery, prevention, treatment, and intervention. And it's a program that's relevant to this committee because the service within Vermont's hospitals is and will be a critical part of helping to reduce healthcare costs, make One Care's model successful, and help make our hospitals financially viable, in addition to, most importantly, helping to change the trajectory of many patients' lives. Before I turn this over to Jeff, I want to use a few minutes to share some thoughts with you about recovery and our challenges and opportunities. I do so knowing that there are several of us in this room who have firsthand experience with addiction, and many of us who have had relatives who have suffered or even died as a result of substance use. And I do so believing that we're at a critical juncture in our state's approach to helping people with substance use disorders, and that you as legislators will be among the people who will have to make choices in the months and years to come about where our precious limited resources are spent. It is you who will have to have the courage and foresight to act and invest if we're going to turn the tide in our fight against the opiate epidemic and the epidemic of addictions old and new and still to come. Substance misuse affects tens of thousands of Vermonters, tens of thousands of families, but really in the end it affects us all. Addiction is linked as both cause and effect to everything else that we care about, everything we're trying to address and mitigate and improve upon. It is the ubiquitous, pervasive, and sometimes unseen force holding us all back, not just the people who are suffering from addiction directly. Substance use and misuse is connected to mass incarceration, adverse childhood experiences, domestic and sexual violence, human trafficking, poverty, hunger, homelessness, and suicide. It's linked to the destruction of families. It's linked to workforce shortages. It's a disproportionate killer of our citizens. Substance misuse is one of, if not the greatest hindrance to the health and wellness and prosperity of our state and its people. Its cost in lives and money is largely unmeasurable and unchecked. And if you want to find hope, if you want to find solutions, if you want to find cost-effective, evidence-based ways to address what's holding our communities and our people back, you actually don't have to look very hard. Recovery centers and other recovery organizations are doing good work, but need your support to be able to do more of what works to help save and change lives. We need to be empowered to do more and do better. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to share with you how ED coaching is among the programs and services that saves lives, makes our communities better, and mitigate costs to society.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. So our role as recovery coaches in the emergency department is to come and sit down with individuals that are being brought into the ED for substance use disorder. Our team is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. When we're called, we are checking in with the hospital staff, doctors, providers, and other individuals that are working at the hospital. At Copley Hospital, so far since the start of our program, we've seen 181 individuals through the course of this first year that we've been running. Numerous people we've helped find their way into various treatment modalities, detox, inpatient, IOP, MAT, also the recovery services that we offer at the recovery centers as far as regular recovery coaching, our support group meetings, 12-step meetings, just a fantastic recovery community that we have over at the recovery center in Morrisville. Statewide, the program has seen over 1,500 people. That's unique individuals, so that does not include revisits.
One of the things that we hear is how sort of tenuous recovery is for patients and how critically important it is. So just in terms of the work that you're doing with folks, are you seeing a success rate in keeping people from committing suicide or any relapse? How do you keep track of your success, I guess?
We are using a data platform called Recovery Data Platform from Voices of Recovery, so it's RDP. So we have intakes that are in there, each encounter that we have, each phone call that we make. So the program, after we meet with the individual in the ED, we would do at least a 10-day follow-up phone calls with them. The level of engagement has been very high. If the individual isn't willing to go or doesn't want to go into treatment or any type of treatment modality right off the bat, more often than not, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days later, they'll reach back out and say, hey, actually, I would like to try something different because what I'm doing right now isn't working for me.
And there's some other redundancies. For example, probably the first way that we'll be able to see in monetary terms and otherwise how about what effect this has had. And again, we're kind of talking about Copley, but this is statewide at 9 centers and 9 hospitals right now, but soon to be more. At Copley, it kind of started with social workers doing case management around high utilizers to help reduce costs within med-surg and the emergency department. So that was a starting point. Before this program began, we were already doing calls up there with the social workers to try to intervene in processes to help people change the trajectory of their lives on a limited basis. This will help, basically they're able to identify people who are coming back again and again and again. And, there's people that are coming in who have just experienced an overdose and it's been reversed. There are people that are in withdrawal and many other conditions that are going on, or health conditions where a screening process identifies that actually part of what's going on is the substance use. Right. And so then they're able to call us in. So there's a lot of redundancies within our own tracking of information, but also within the healthcare world of them seeing where are people being connected, are we keeping them from constantly revisiting the emergency department due to recurrences or continued overdoses or things like that. We also, one of the transformative effects, and I know we're kind of butting up against time here, one of the transformative effects is that we have been able to instill a culture of harm reduction within the hospital. One of the things that has happened is we've been able to get Narcan out to many of the EMS services, and we're actually providing it through VDH within the hospital. We know that at least 4 people have been saved by Narcan that we gave out through the emergency department. We've given out over 300 doses, and actually Commissioner Levine over at Recovery Day just said that they know of 29 that have been saved through Narcan given out by recovery centers in the last year. So there's some real concrete results and ones that are still to come.
And so what's really good about that is that you're reinforcing the work that we're doing here, because we have invested the money to provide the Narcan that now you're handing out saving lives. So, it's great to hear that feedback.
We are so fortunate in Vermont that we are investing in that. It's a negligible cost to save people's lives, and I have to tell you, I wish I could show you these people, but we get to engage with them over a long period of time. We build relationships. We see what they become, who they become, and I can tell you that it has allowed people. We say where there's life, there's hope. We have seen people as a result of that investment who have gone on to be incredibly valuable members of our community. So we're really grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So this is a super interesting story that is getting a lot of attention in the last 24 hours. I was even on Rising this morning talking about this with Crystal Ball and Cigar and Jetty. And the story is that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, of course a Democrat, said yesterday that she would be comfortable with Bernie Sanders as the Democratic presidential nominee if indeed he ends up being the selection of the Democratic primary voters in what's left of this 2020 Democratic primary. And she was asked this just as she was walking out of a meeting at the House of Representatives. And she simply said yes, answering the question, yes, she would be comfortable. And this is interesting for a few different reasons. And before we go on with the discussion, also note that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was asked a similar question, and he sort of seemed to be saying the same thing. He said, quote, look, the bottom line is very simple. We have a lot of strong nominees, and I'm not supporting one over the other, but I think every one of them will beat President Trump or would be better than President Trump. So not a ringing endorsement, but certainly both Schumer and Pelosi, the Democratic leaders in the respective House, Senate and House, are saying they would at least be okay with a Bernie Sanders nomination. So there's a few different angles here to talk about. First of all is, okay, I mean, they recognize that Bernie, of all the candidates, has the clearest path to the nomination. It's certainly clearer than any other individual candidate right now. And so they're just getting in line. This is a relatively cynical interpretation, but I think one that is not irrationally cynical. They want to be on the inside, not the outside, if Bernie Sanders ends up as the nominee, and in particular, if Bernie Sanders ends up being president. So in one sense, you could say, we don't really have to pay much attention to Pelosi and Schumer saying this because it is a cynical, strategic decision of the centrist establishment Democrats to make sure that they don't end up getting the door shut on them if Bernie Sanders becomes nominee or president. And that's obviously part of it. There is no question that they don't want to be on the outside if Bernie's the nominee. But there's a very important secondary implication here. If you look at the 538 odds right now, there are roughly equal odds of Bernie securing the nomination before the DNC with 1,991 delegates or more, and roughly equal odds of there being nobody who gets to 50% plus one. If there is nobody who gets to 50% plus one delegates before the DNC, the Democratic establishment is going to need to decide whether they want to contest the convention and try to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination, either through the alliance of the delegates of various centrist candidates or with the addition of the superdelegates on the second round of voting, who could just hand the nomination to somebody else. So the importance of Nancy Pelosi and Schumer signaling we're at least okay with a Bernie nomination may be a sign that the Democratic establishment is not going to try to contest or broker the convention in order to deny Bernie the nomination, even if he has a plurality of the delegates. That in and of itself is a crucial decision because that could have a huge effect on the general election. It is conceivable that if the Democratic Party is seen as heavy-handed and going out of their way to deny the nomination to the person with the most delegates, if that person is indeed Bernie Sanders, there is a risk that that is going to reduce turnout in November and help Donald Trump win. It is a risk that it will turn some Democratic voters who support Bernie Sanders in the primary away from voting at all in November, or even towards writing somebody in, third party, to voting for Donald Trump even. And when you start to see party leaders saying things like Nancy Pelosi saying, I'd be comfortable with Bernie as the nominee, this could be a very important sign that they recognize that it could be a self-destructive action to take the nomination from Bernie Sanders, or to be seen as doing that, even if it's not in practice what you believe is going on. Now, at the same time, this could be something that is being said by Pelosi and Schumer to make us think they won't contest the convention when in fact they plan to. But that's sort of like two layers of cynicism. Maybe it's too much cynicism. There's also a potential lesson here from Republicans in 2016. Because when you think back to the Republican primary in 2016, remember that for a whole bunch of that primary, the full Republican establishment, including Fox News and a lot of right-wing media, they were united against Donald Trump instead of with Donald Trump. Now, they ultimately came around to him because anything was better than Hillary in their eyes. And Donald Trump ended out just barely squeaking out an electoral college victory because of about 77,000 votes in 3 key states. It's not crazy to think that if the DNC were to simply rally behind whoever is the nominee, and even behind whoever is looking like they have the best shot at being the nominee, which right now is Bernie, they might be saying, even if we don't like Bernie, even if we're not actually comfortable with Bernie as the nominee, if Republicans were able to get Trump elected, even after being against him almost all the primary and coming to him at the end, maybe our best shot at removing Trump is just getting behind whoever is the nominee, regardless of whether they are from what they perceive to be a different wing of the left or the Democratic Party. In the end, it's important that Nancy Pelosi is even willing to say this at this point in time, even if it's completely cynical, even if it's completely self-serving and out of her motivation not to end up on the outside of the Democratic Party. If indeed Bernie Sanders becomes the nominee or president, it is still important that she's saying this at this point in time. If you have a different interpretation of what Pelosi and Schumer signaling, at least acquiescing to the idea of a Bernie Sanders candidacy, let me know. I do want to hear from you. When Donald Trump is consistent on something, he's consistently inconsistent. And the stock market is a really good example of that. You can always count on Donald Trump to brag about how he's responsible for boosting the stock market on days that the stock market is up. You can also count on Donald Trump to either ignore the stock market altogether, or if he has to talk about it on a day when the stock market is down, blame it on someone or something else, never him. The stock market is very down lately. The Dow was down 1,000 points on Monday, 900 or so points on Tuesday, down a little more on Wednesday. And as of this recording right now, the Dow is down another 500 points today. This brings me no pleasure. You guys know, I mean, Republicans like to say, the left is cheering for a bad economy despite Trump. No, you should have seen me looking up my mutual fund account last night, and it was bad. It was really, really bad, and it's getting even uglier now. So what does Donald Trump do? He says, oh, yeah, the stock market crashed all week because of the Democratic debate on Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern time, hours after the stock market had already closed on Tuesday. Now, remember, the market tumbled on Monday, but the Democratic debate was Tuesday night. The market tumbled on Tuesday, but the Democratic debate was on Tuesday night. Are Trump's followers this stupid, or is he the one that's this dumb? Take a look at this.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned the stock market earlier. To go back to that, to be clear, the Dow Jones dropped more than 2,000 points this week. Are you suggesting that was overblown? Are financial markets overreacting here?
I think the financial markets are very upset when they look at the Democrat candidate standing on that stage making fools out of themselves. And they say, if we ever have a president like this, and there's always a possibility, it's an election, who knows what happens, right? I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win by a lot. But when they look at the statements made by the people standing behind those podiums, I think that has a huge effect, yeah.
Isn't that just stunning that a president can say this and that there is not complete repudiation of the obvious absurdity of what Donald Trump is saying? Stocks crash Monday, and a Fox News guy named Charles Payne blamed it on Bernie winning the Nevada caucus on Saturday. Stocks crash Monday and Tuesday, and Trump blames it on an event that didn't happen until after that. After stocks had closed for trading those 2 days, the Democratic debate took place. I don't know who falls for this stuff, but somebody must, right? Because otherwise Trump wouldn't be able to get away with it. And then Trump just keeps blaming other people during yesterday's press conference, goes into talking about Barack Obama. And remember, this is a press conference, as we will later talk about coronavirus. And Trump is blaming Democrats for the stock market crash caused by coronavirus, and now goes into talking about Barack Obama.
What that is, because he's kept interest rates. President Obama didn't have near the numbers, and yet, if you look at what happened, he was paying zero. We're paying interest. Now, it's more conservative, and frankly, people that put their money away are now getting a return on their money as opposed to not getting anything. But I think, we're the greatest of them all. We should be paying the lowest interest rates. And when Germany and other countries are paying negative rates, meaning they're literally getting paid when they put out money. I mean, they borrow money and they get paid when it gets paid back. Who ever heard of this before? It's a first. But we don't do that. So I totally disagree with our Fed. I think our Fed has made a terrible mistake, and it would have made a big difference. As good as we've done, even without the 2,000 points, and we started off at 16,000, and we'll be at 28,000 without. We were going to crack 30,000. We have had increases like nobody's seen before, but we're doing well. But we have to watch. We're doing well anyway. In other words, even despite the 2,000 points, it sounds like a lot, and it's a lot, but it's not. It's very little compared to what we've gone up.
Obama was bad. Our Fed is bad, even though it's run by the person that he selected to run it. Everybody's terrible. Everything is to blame except for Donald Trump, who is great. And remember that even before this 2,000 plus point stock market tumble, Trump's stock market was already underperforming Barack Obama's. Those numbers are going to become even more skewed in favor of Barack Obama thanks to this crash, which I hate and take no pleasure in. I want to be really clear about that because we don't play those games on this show. I'm not rooting for the stock market to crash. I'm not rooting for the United States to fail. Believe me, ask my girlfriend. She knows what's going on with my investments, and this is very, very ugly. No matter who is president, I don't want our stock market to fail. But blaming Bernie's win in Nevada and the Democratic debate and the Fed, give me a break. Is Trump some kind of time traveler that things that happen after the majority of the crash are to blame for the crash? It's horrifying that this is considered an explanation from the president of the United States or an analysis to many of Donald Trump's followers. It does not bode well for our country that the president is even trying to say this stuff, obviously. Why does no one just say in the room, Mr. President, the things you're naming happened after the crash, not before. How is it possible that they are causally related? It's like saying a snowstorm that happened 2 days after a power outage is to blame for the power outage. How is that possible? How does that even make any remote sense? And of course, the bigger picture is that Trump is part of the market crash, but it's really larger fears, of course, about coronavirus, and we are not prepared to deal with it here in the United States. I really want to dig in more to this. We had a lot of reaction to yesterday's interview with Dr. Isaac Bogosh about coronavirus, and we have Trump's press conference from yesterday. He's putting Mike Pence in charge of coronavirus. The guy barely believes in science. So we'll talk about all of that coming up. For now, let me know your thoughts on Trump's stock market explanation. I'm on Twitter @DPACman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Please connect with us at The David Pakman Show. It's really easy to do, and I want to hear from you. Even if you don't like the show, connect with us anyway. Just no trolling, please. Follow me on Twitter at @DPakman. Follow the show on Twitter at David Pakman Show. Give us a like on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show. We have a subreddit where our viewers and listeners can discuss politics and the stories we cover, get to know each other. Find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Follow David Pakman Show on Instagram for behind-the-scenes pictures. And while you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Have a question or comment about the show? Use the contact form on our website, davidpakman.com. You can also sign up for our newsletter there. And a great way to participate and get in touch is to check out the YouTube live streams where you can ask questions live. Just subscribe for free at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. I look forward to hearing from you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let me say thank you to today's new members of the day, Pete Olson and Jeff Watkins. Thank you so much, guys. I do appreciate your support so much. When we started the membership program back in 2010, I didn't know that it would become what it is now, and that we would build an entire show, staff, studio, everything on the back of this membership program. And it's so inspiring. We are only about 5 weeks away from some members hitting their 10-year anniversary with the show, which is just incredible. So thanks to everybody. I also want to say thanks today to Catherine Donaldson, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been with us almost 5 years, and I invite you, feel invited, consider yourself invited to grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Okay, some very interesting discussions happening on the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. The first one is from a user named Nostalgic Sayan, who says, no disrespect, but can we truly expect these old candidates to even survive 4 years? Trump, Biden, Sanders are all late 70s. I don't see them living another 4 to 8 years. Sanders had a heart attack. Trump's a walking cholesterol medicine advertisement. And Biden is seeming very weird with his gaffes. Someone also adding Bloomberg had stents while he had 3 stents put in. Warren is no spring chicken. So listen, I don't believe it is ageist to consider this. And the truth is, when you look at life expectancy at birth, Bernie was born in 1941. Biden was born in 1942. Trump was born in 1946. Life expectancy for people born in those years was between 70 and 72. When you account for, so life expectancy at birth tends to be lower because it has to account for some people who don't make it out of infancy. Life expectancy once age 65 for people born in the years that these folks were born in is somewhere between 12 and a half and 13 more years. So if you, in a very detached way, look at the data, these are reasonable concerns. Now, the truth is that in the United States, economic class has a lot to do with life expectancy. And so when you get to these numbers, 77, 78, once you account for already reaching the age of 65, it is probably quite stratified based on your income level and economic class. And of course, Bernie, Biden, and Trump are all doing well economically. I don't believe it is ageist merely to ask these questions. And I'm interested in hearing more from folks about it. Another user, Philo1927, posted an article from the Washington Post called, or arguing that an article from the Washington Post points out that Trump has no clue what to do in a disaster, referring, of course, to coronavirus. I am increasingly concerned, not about coronavirus in the abstract, but specifically about Donald Trump's ability to actually manage something like a massive outbreak or pandemic. And we're going to get to it in more detail later today. I know a lot of you are worried about it because of the number of posts about it on the David Pakman Reddit, the number of emails I'm getting from you, the number of tweets I'm getting from you. I agree. Trump has no clue how to deal with a disaster. Remember, in Puerto Rico after the hurricanes, he went and shot rolls of toilet paper like basketballs and had no idea what to do. It's a major problem, and we're going to address it more in a moment. Lastly, from the Reddit, user Dennis Hopper says South Carolina is a turning point, arguing that South Carolina is going to be a place that has 2 outcomes. Either Bernie wins and becomes the favorite to win not just a plurality, but a majority of the delegates, or Biden wins, gaining delegates and taking momentum away from Bernie, muddying the waters heading into Super Tuesday. I am less decided that South Carolina will be a turning point. I think that because there's only 2 days between South Carolina and Super Tuesday, I think Super Tuesday is the turning point. And I believe that after Super Tuesday, we will see either a very clear path to a contested or brokered convention, a negotiated convention, because more people will have delegates. Michael Bloomberg will have delegates after Super Tuesday. Maybe Tom Steyer will. That's one scenario. Or Bernie will clean up on Super Tuesday, and it will very much look like nobody will be able to catch him. I believe Super Tuesday is the turning point. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Nearly 18,000, can you imagine, nearly 18,000 of our viewers and listeners subscribed, free of course, there's no charge to participate, no entry fee at all, participating in the David Pakman Show Reddit. All right, let's get into coronavirus. For the last few days, I've been more and more concerned that Donald Trump is utterly and completely unprepared to deal with the coronavirus and it potentially becoming a pandemic that will affect the United States as well as the entire world. As of this morning, there are more than 81,000 coronavirus cases that we know of and more than 2,700 deaths. Yesterday, we spoke with a doctor specializing in infectology about the trajectory, prevention, how to manage something like coronavirus. The cases are still mostly centered in China. More recently, there's been a pretty significant uptick in South Korea. Then you've got Italy, Japan, and Iran as of this morning with with more cases than most countries. In the U.S., 60 cases as of this morning. But there is every expectation that this is going to get worse before it gets better. And a presidential administration has a large role to play in managing the situation. We will talk about preparedness. We will talk about who's in charge. We will talk about firings that will certainly be a disadvantage to dealing with coronavirus. And even Republican Senator Mitt Romney is willing to say that the Trump administration is completely unprepared for a widely spread coronavirus in the United States. There's a report that Mitt Romney actually confronted Trump administration officials at a private briefing in D.C. yesterday as Trump has continued to publicly downplay concerns, say it's under control, it's going to go away. When it gets warm, we're going to be fine. The stock market's going to be fine. The reality is that this is now a red alert. Even Republican Senator John Kennedy, during a hearing, made it very clear that he doesn't believe the Trump administration is even remotely competent and prepared on this issue. And when everything is sport to the president, being unprepared for something like this will lead to deaths. I tweeted earlier today, people who say I'm not into politics, if there's any silver lining about this whole coronavirus fiasco, it is that I hope people who say I'm not into politics realize that politics can very quickly become life and death. Look at Donald Trump's recent tweets, tweeting self-congratulatory pablum, quoting Gordon Chang on the Laura Ingraham show saying, quote, U.S. acted on the coronavirus very, very quickly, tweeting how great he is doing at handling it. Quote, CDC and my administration are doing a great job of handling coronavirus, including the very early closing of our borders to certain areas of the world. It was opposed by the Dems too soon, but turned out to be the correct decision. Trump is focused on attacking Democrats, making fun of mini Mike Bloomberg, and claiming victory for things he hasn't done, like building the wall, instead of actually dealing with a deadly contagious disease. It's just not a priority for Trump. It's underfunded. Trump has no idea what's going on. So we have a twofold problem here. They are woefully unprepared, but they are also downplaying it for political reasons. It'll disappear when it gets warm, they've been saying more and more. Almost like it works that, like the disease is going to melt or something like that. And Dr. Bogosh told us yesterday that this is not something we can assume, that this will go away when it gets warm in the Northern Hemisphere. We've already heard from Harvard epidemiologist Mark Lipstick, who predicts that coronavirus will ultimately not be containable. And within the year, it's conceivable that up to 70% of the world population could be infected. Now, the death rate may never rise beyond 2%, but when that many people are infected, you are going to have many people die if it gets to that level. I'm not being alarmist. I'm showing that even experts say this could happen if it's not taken more seriously by all government, and that includes Trump. Now, additionally, it's important to look at death rates by age. When you do that, you notice that below age 40, The coronavirus death rate is just 0.2%. Even between 40 and 49, it's just 0.4%. Above 50 years of age, the death rate starts to climb. And of course, if you're 70 or older, or even more acutely, 80 or older, you are the most at risk. That's the case with regular flu. That's the case with pneumonia. That's the case with a number of different conditions. And I've actually seen what seemed to me like horribly macabre arguments that we don't have to worry about the economy because the people of working age are not dying at a high rate from coronavirus. So we don't really have to worry. Can you imagine? And Donald Trump's ignorance and the denials are it's not just a political game at this point. We're talking about people's lives. And after this short break, I want to get right back into coronavirus and talk about who Donald Trump is putting in charge. Hint, it's Mike Pence, who barely believes in science. And then I also, after that, want to continue talking about this because there is a talking point spreading that Donald Trump fired his pandemic response team. And there are a bunch of people saying that couldn't possibly be true, could it? It is very true. It is not only true that Trump fired his pandemic response team, he also reduced funding to the CDC, and it is all just bad. And we'll get to more of it after the break. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. And while you're at it, follow me at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. You might never have visited the David Pakman Show website. Maybe you don't even know that it exists. You might listen to the podcast on iTunes or watch clips on YouTube or listen to stuff on radio or TV. But there is a lot of great material on our website, davidpakman.com, which you should really check out. There's an archive of the last couple of weeks of episodes and optional access to the full archive. You can contact me with comments about the show using the contact page on davidpakman.com. Sign up for our newsletter to stay up to date with the latest news and shows, find out about live events, learn about special offers, and much more. A great list of my personal book recommendations is available. You can even access the bonus show through our website. If you want to see the list of radio and TV stations that carry the show, there is a full list at davidpakman.com. If you're wondering who I've interviewed or want to watch some of those interviews, that's also on davidpakman.com. davidpakman.com is the place. Get on the newsletter, watch old episodes, get in touch with me.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We're talking a lot about coronavirus today, not because we are in a crisis pandemic in the United States right now, but because Donald Trump's administration is so unprepared and so incoherent that in the event that we have an actual pandemic situation in the United States, we are potentially in really big trouble. And the cherry on top of this atrocity is that Donald Trump has put his vice president, Mike Pence, in charge of coronavirus. And I really need everybody to understand how ridiculous and just terrorizing this is. Donald Trump has cut funding to the CDC. Donald Trump is underfunding medical research. Donald Trump fired his pandemic response team, which we'll get to. I could give you this long list. But then on top of it, he puts Mike Pence in charge of coronavirus. Mike Pence's plan to deal with HIV as governor of Indiana was he needed time to go home and pray on what he was being asked to do. Pence enabled the spread of HIV in Scott County, Indiana, 5 years ago, which led to more than 200 people getting infected. People came to Pence and said, we need a needle exchange program. We need it now. We can put it in place right away. Can we do it, Governor? And Pence said, I want to go home and pray on that. And he eventually signed the needle exchange into action, but said, I will tell you, I do not support needle exchange as drug policy, as anti-drug policy, but this is a public health emergency. So if it's an emergency, you're doing it because you agree it'll help, but you actually don't support it. I mean, completely incoherent. The guy barely believes in science. This is one of the last people that should be dealing with coronavirus, and he is the person who will be in charge, never mind involved. This is actually serious. People will die. Check out Donald Trump announcing this yesterday, talking about how Mike Pence, he said Pence is great on health care. He's very expert at the field. What is he talking about? I wish this were a joke. I really do, because we're screwed with these people in charge.
Hopkins. We're doing something else that's important to me because he's been terrific in many ways, but he's also very good on health care. And we really followed him very closely. A lot of states do. When Mike was governor, Mike Pence of Indiana, they've established great health care. They have a great system there, a system that a lot of the other states have really looked to and changed their systems. They wanted to base it on the Indiana system. He's very good.
Very good on health care. States were following Mike Pence's lead when he was governor in Indiana. Like, could that possibly be true? I tried to find evidence of states basing their health care decisions on what Mike Pence did in Indiana. I couldn't find any evidence of that. If anybody can find evidence that Mike Pence was leading the way on health care as governor of Indiana, please let me know. Here's another clip.
And what I've done is I'm going to be announcing exactly right now that I'm going to be putting our Vice President, Mike Pence, in charge. And Mike will be working with the professionals, doctors, and everybody else that's working. The team is brilliant. I spent a lot of time with the team over the last couple of weeks, but they're totally brilliant. And we're doing really well. And Mike is going to be in charge, and Mike will report back to me. But he's got a certain talent for this, and I'm going to ask Mike Pence to say a few words, please. Thank you.
A certain talent for this. We are just in such trouble here, and medical experts have responded to this totally bizarre press conference yesterday saying what Donald Trump is telling us is incoherent. Trump is incoherent about what he says is going on. And here is Trump again insisting we're totally prepared despite having no evidence whatsoever that we are prepared, while telling, I guess, some kind of jokes was Donald Trump doing.
Wash your hands, stay clean. You don't have to necessarily grab every handrail unless you have to. You know, you do certain things that you do when you have the flu. I mean, view this the same as the flu. When somebody sneezes, I mean, I try and bail out as much as possible with the sneezing. I had a man come up to me a week ago. I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I said, how you doing? He said, fine, fine. He hugs me, kisses. I said, are you well? He says, no. He said, I have the worst fever and the worst flu. And he's hugging and kissing me. So I said, excuse me. I went there, I started washing my hands. So you have to do that. You know, this is, I really think, doctor, you want to treat this like you treat the flu, right? Whatever happens, we're totally prepared. We have the best people in the world.
Now, okay, I have to, I've said from day one, I said, when Trump says something I agree with, I will tell you. I also bail out when people start coughing and sneezing. I actually do something at airports that my girlfriend finds very embarrassing, which is, you know, those long hallways often at the airport where you're either walking down, there's gates on the left and right, and you're getting to your gate, or sometimes to get under the tarmac, you go on these really long hallways to get from one section of the terminal to the other. I'll be wheeling my my rollerboard bag. Someone will just cough right into the air a foot away from me. I will just immediately beeline away from them and chart a course parallel to the one where I was. It's totally obvious why I'm doing it. It's because of the person coughing without covering their mouth. My girlfriend gets very embarrassed, but I bail out as well. I was at a cafe over the weekend working on some show stuff. I sit down with my cappuccino and my bagel, and the guy next to me, it was sort of like a bar set up with high stools where you sit. Guy next to me starts a wet cough right into the air. I just grabbed my stuff and moved. He gave me a look like I was being mean. No, mean. You were the problem, sir. You were coughing into the air. So I agree with Trump there. He's completely right about bailing out when people are coughing like that. But back to Mike Pence running this thing. I have a hard time imagining a worse person to run coronavirus for the United States. And that's often the outcome with Donald Trump. What is the worst possible solution to this issue? That's the one that Donald Trump picks. Mike Pence rejects the scientific consensus on multiple issues. How the hell do you put Mike Pence in charge of this? And this is the risk. He disagrees with the intelligence experts on intelligence. He believes he knows more than his generals about the military. He disagrees with medical experts about how prepared we are on coronavirus. It's tragic, and I said it before, and I tweeted about it, and I'll say it again. When people say I'm not into politics, it just, man, I'm into other stuff. Very quickly, we are going to realize here, tragically, how much politics is life and death. If you didn't know it already, and I hope that most of the people in the audience already did know that, we are very quickly going to realize how life and death politics is. It's tragic. Okay, let's continue our coverage of public health, of infectious disease, and the incompetence of this administration in the context of the now possible coronavirus pandemic. Headlines have been floating around that Donald Trump fired the U.S. pandemic response team. This sounds crazy. Why would any president fire the pandemic response team? Is this really true? And the answer is yes, it is. It is true. The Trump administration fired the U.S. pandemic response team in 2018 to cut costs. This started circulating after Judd Legum, who runs the Popular Information newsletter, tweeted, quote, "With the coronavirus killing thousands and threatening to tank the global economy, I feel like more people should be talking about the fact that Trump fired the entire pandemic response team 2 years ago and then didn't replace them. Trump also cut funding for the CDC, forcing the CDC to cancel its efforts to help countries prevent infectious disease threats from becoming epidemics in 39 of 49 countries in 2018. Among the countries abandoned, China." And Judd goes on to say, this isn't just about accountability. It's about drawing attention to the structural problems in the U.S. response effort before things get worse. We are seeing this front and center here in the United States. We are seeing front and center how stuff that is just politics very quickly becomes life and death and much more than mere political posturing and positioning. White House officials tasked with directing national responses to pandemics were fired in the spring of 2018. That's true. And as Snopes points out, Rear Admiral Timothy Ziemer abruptly departed from his post leading the global health security team on the National Security Council in May 2018 amid a reorganization of the council by then National Security Advisor John Bolton. Ziemer's team was disbanded. Tom Bossert, who, as the Washington Post reported, had called for a comprehensive biodefense strategy against pandemics and biological attacks, had been fired 1 month prior. If it weren't tragic life and death, it would be indistinguishable from some kind of weird comedy or satirical skit. But it's all real. It's true that the Trump administration cut the executive branch team responsible for coordinating responses to pandemics. Did he cut CDC funding? Yes, he did. 2018 reports say that funding for the CDC's global disease outbreak prevention efforts were cut by 80%, which includes the CDC's effort in China, the central point, the focus of coronavirus today. When we've been sounding the alarm for 3 years now, saying this man is a danger to the country, that was not a metaphor. That was not hyperbolic. This was simply the sober assessment of the situation. The way to observe this administration is to try to ignore the propaganda videos and look only at what they do, right? The big videos of Trump looking tough and heroic in China or India, rather, or wherever it is that he's traveling to. Don't look at how they present themselves. Watch what they do, and you will very quickly understand the incompetent reality of what is taking place here. We had enough to worry about economically before coronavirus. We had enough to worry about socially, the fabric of politics and discourse in the United States. Geopolitically, we had more than enough to worry about with Donald Trump. We had more than enough to worry about with Donald Trump without a growing outbreak of coronavirus, which medical experts have said Trump's response to so far has been, and I quote, incoherent. Now we also have that to worry about as well. And we have morons running the response. When I say we'll be lucky to get out of this alive, that's literally the case for millions and millions of people if this continues to grow. And we need competent people. This isn't about do we build a wall or not, okay? This is not about Trump claiming that he's building the wall when he's not. We are talking about a life and death situation, potentially for millions of people. And we have arguably the least competent people in charge. Absolutely concerning. You all know that we've been reporting on coronavirus for months. And from the beginning, I said, I am not going to become more alarmist about this than the facts actually suggest. And early on, when you were starting to see very alarmist reporting in some places, we were sober in our assessment of what was going on, contextualizing coronavirus, looking at SARS, looking at influenza, so on and so forth. We are seeing growing numbers that are cause for more concern. But the real red alert now is the incompetence of the people we have in charge and the fact that a lot of the competent people have been fired. Let me know where your head's at, so to speak, on coronavirus. We'll take a quick break and be back with much more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, quick story. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but it is funny, and it's also sort of emblematic of some bigger picture issue that we're dealing with the president. This is one of those stories that when you first see the headline, it's hard to believe. But it is a very interesting microcosm of the childish nature of the person who's in charge of the White House right now. And we've talked a lot of times about how Donald Trump, in many ways, is like a little kid. They bring him a propaganda file at the White House full of positive headlines and pictures where he looks like an alpha male because that placates Donald Trump. This is kind of like how you treat a little kid. The presidential daily briefings have to be reduced to, it was reduced initially to just a couple pages, eventually to one page, and then ultimately to a single page with 2 or 3 bullet points and 1 or 2 maps or graphs. Otherwise, Donald Trump won't read it, or he'll get distracted, or he'll get bored. the low attention span stuff. And there is now a new report from the New York Times where former White House doctor Ronnie Jackson says he was blending cauliflower into Donald Trump's mashed potatoes in order to try to get him to eat in a slightly more healthy manner. And this is not like an investigative scoop that may or may not be true. Ronnie Jackson straight up said this to the New York Times during an interview, and this was part of a bigger program. Apparently, Ronnie Jackson wanted Trump to lose 10 or 15 pounds. He wanted to bring in an exercise bike or an elliptical to the White House. He wanted to make ice cream more difficult for Donald Trump to get his hands on. And yes, he was putting cauliflower into the mashed potatoes of Donald Trump. Now, this is not breaking news in the sense that this doesn't affect the lives of people. Trump's coronavirus response is atrocious, regardless of what is getting mixed into his mashed potatoes. This is not about the geopolitical embarrassment that is Donald Trump on a daily basis, but it is yet again another one of those little details that shows us that at every level, at the micro, at the macro, and everywhere in between, Donald Trump is like a child, and people around him deal with him like people often deal with children. I actually know people raising kids who hide cauliflower in mashed potatoes, who make pizzas out of cauliflower crusts instead of actual pizza dough, who will blend red peppers and put them into marinara sauce when they make pasta for their kids, much the same way that Donald Trump is being handled here. And when I saw the headline, I assumed it was an absolute and total joke. It's all too real. This is real. It's not about fat shaming. This is about nothing other than, in every way, world leaders deal with Trump like dealing with a little kid. The people who need to brief Trump at the White House deal with him like the low attention span little kid that can only focus on stuff for a couple minutes at a time. There is nothing about dealing with Trump that is like dealing with an adult. It's all like dealing with a little kid. When Donald Trump goes overseas, he has to be managed like a kid because he'll get bored at meetings with world leaders, the ones he's invited to. He's constantly on his phone. His attention drifts to a television with Fox News on it at the back of the room. It would be really great to have a president who doesn't have to be treated like a child all the time, who's the adult in the room. And, you know, cauliflower and mashed potatoes, it's an almost irrelevant tip of the iceberg, but it all is part of managing Trump like the little kid he behaves as. And by the way, is a little bit of cauliflower in the mashed potatoes actually going to help Donald Trump much when he's obsessed with KFC and fast food? I'm just asking the question. I get that something is better than nothing, but I just don't know if mixing in a florid of cauliflower, florid or floret, I guess I'm never sure, mixing in a piece or two of cauliflower into Donald Trump's mashed potatoes is going to do too much for him one way or the other. Bizarre. These are the times that we are living in. Okay, I have a big update for you today about a truly incredible story that I brought to you yesterday. Let me catch you up. Tuesday night, we did a live commentary stream of the Democratic presidential debate. We did it on our Twitch platform. We are on all sorts of different platforms. We tend to do the live debate coverage on Twitch at twitch.tv/David Pakman. About halfway through that debate, our stream was shut down, along with the streams of numerous other left-wing streamers, basically at the same time, almost at the exact same time. Now, because the debate was on CBS, the assumption was CBS shut down these debate streams. But very quickly, something didn't seem quite right. And we started to get emails that said that the claimant was not CBS. It was instead a company called Praxis Political Legal. We did an investigation, and immediately we found that the email address listed as the contact email for these claims by Praxis Political Legal didn't exist. And when I emailed them, the email instantly bounced back. We found that the company had almost no online presence whatsoever, merely a single-page website on one of those website builders called Card with two R's, CARRD, sort of like your website being praxispolitical.blogspot.com. That's the equivalent of what they had. And it seemed weird. That's what we knew as of yesterday. Either CBS hired a very shadowy company with almost no presence to file mass copyright claims against left-wing streamers, or this was all a fraud and this company was claiming to represent CBS when they did not. Now, either way, the effect on us was disastrous. It put us at risk of a permanent ban from Twitch. So I immediately contacted a lawyer, contacted Twitch's legal department. I pointed out there's a lot of red flags here. I was notified late yesterday, towards the end of the day yesterday, that Twitch's legal investigation determined the copyright strikes were bogus. These scammers tricked Twitch into believing that they represented CBS. They did not, and they successfully got, I don't know the number, a whole bunch of left-wing streamers shut down. A number of articles have been written about it. This Vice covered it, Newsweek covered it, The Verge covered it. There's a whole bunch of different articles about it. Now, additionally, while this investigation was going on yesterday, the website for Praxis Political Legal disappeared altogether from the internet, just removed. Very, very odd. So the right thing was done here in the sense that they determined the strikes were bogus. They weren't from someone actually representing CBS. They removed the strike from our account. Our account on Twitch has been reinstated. That's the good news. The bad news is, and this is not getting enough attention, the bad news is the broken, dysfunctional system that exists on both YouTube and Twitch for dealing with copyright issues. Because both YouTube and Twitch have a system where anybody claiming that their copyright is being violated can almost instantly have live streams and videos taken down. And then it becomes the responsibility of the publisher, me, us, to prove that either the claim was fraudulent, that we were authorized because we have a license or fair use or whatever to broadcast or publish that content. It's sort of ban now, ask questions later. And this can take 24 hours. It could take 48 hours. It can take 30 days. It can sometimes take months because that is how long YouTube keeps copyright strikes on until they eventually fall off. On Twitch, they never fall off, although there's rumors that they're looking at changing that. So the right outcome ultimately prevailed here, but it's a broken system. The system, you know, I was thinking about Trump and the founding fathers. Hear me out. The founding fathers set up checks and balances, and they never imagined that a president would come in and simply ignore the checks and balances, which Donald Trump has done. And then what happens? It turns out nothing happens. There have been no consequences to Donald Trump for flouting norms and checks and balances. The creators of YouTube and Twitch may never have imagined that bad faith fraudulent actors would show up while an important event for our democracy is taking place, a presidential debate, and file a massive number of bogus copyright claims, effectively shutting down endless the viewership for thousands and tens of thousands of people that were watching these streams. So the system has to be changed. They should have to show that their copyright is being violated. They must have to prove that they are actually authorized representatives of the copyright holder, because otherwise, even though in this one instance it was, quote, solved, the same thing will happen either next week or next month or whenever we're covering events important to our democracy, and it will continue to jeopardize the livelihood of independent media creators like us. Ban first, ask questions later, which is employed by YouTube. It's employed by Twitch. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And if anything, what we've learned from this is, okay, if everybody gets together and spends almost 24 consecutive hours researching and doing our own investigations and hiring our own lawyers, we can get one strike reversed. But this doesn't change the system that is so acutely broken. And that's what we need to focus on one way or the other. I don't know how to do it. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. You can call anytime. Here's an interesting question about sabotage or sabotage, depending on how you pronounce it. Take a listen.
David, this is Dave from California. I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump
yes
does not want a second term as president? And the reason I'm asking is this: his behavior. he's doing stuff and saying stuff about different people, getting rid of this person, getting rid of that person, saying stuff about judges and all this. Do you think he's trying to convince the public not to vote for him? Or he's just nuts?
Listen, I don't believe that Trump's ego would allow him to self-sabotage his reelection campaign. We know that when Trump first ran in the Republican primary in 2016, he didn't think he would win and he didn't have a particular interest in being president. But he clearly overestimated the intelligence of Republican primary voters, and he ended up as the nominee. Now that he is president, I don't believe Trump's ego would allow him to say, you know, this is kind of a mess. I want to go back to just eating, taco salads and KFC in Trump Tower and berating window vendors on the phone to do the deal for less money. As much as that might be appealing to him, I don't believe that his ego would really allow him to deliberately tank his reelection campaign. Now, if you're saying, is any of this happening subconsciously? I guess it's conceivable that it is. And in that case, it wouldn't be something that Trump is deliberately doing. But I don't know. I don't think it's a particularly likely explanation for what we're currently seeing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about the House passing an anti-lynching bill. And you might be wondering, how are they lynching? They're passing that in 2020. We will explain. We will also talk about the Trump campaign filing a libel lawsuit, not a lawyer lawsuit, a libel lawsuit against the New York Times over a piece last year related to Trump and Russia. And lastly, we are going to talk about an important endorsement, an actual important endorsement that Joe Biden got in South Carolina specifically. And Biden is actually looking okay in some of the upcoming primaries. All of those stories and much more on today's bonus show. 2 ways to get the bonus show. Number 1, become a member at joinpacman.com. Quick, easy. You can save 66% with the coupon code 2020NOW. The other way to get access to the bonus show is become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Either way, I will speak to you then or tomorrow on the Friday show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Good morning. Greetings from the State House. This is State Representative Mike Nowicki and Nader Hashim. We're your two reps if you live in the Wyndham 4 district of Putney, Dummerston, Westminster, and we're here with another update from the State House. I want to thank the people at BCTV for providing these services, and we can talk a little bit more about how helping them continue to provide those services. So, but Nader, we're in the 4th week of the session now?
Yeah, it goes by really quick.
Yeah, our days, it's 7:30 in the morning here, and we're
still drinking coffee.
Yeah, we're trying to get caffeinated to get the day going, but we have long days, we work hard, we use our time well, I think, but it's good to be able to put something out there to let people know what we're doing here. Now, you're in Judiciary Committee in the House, and
yes.
What have you guys been working on there?
Well, we've been super focused on the firearms bill that we have coming up, which is H610, and one of the main focuses of this bill is closing the Charleston loophole.
Yeah, no, can you describe what the Charleston loophole is?
So the Charleston loophole, the name derives from the shooting that happened in Charleston, where an individual was blacklisted from being able to acquire a firearm. And what people have to do when they purchase a firearm is they have to get a background check, and they have to pass that background check to make sure they're not prohibited by the federal government from owning a firearm. This particular person was prohibited, and he went to the firearms dealer, but there was a delay in getting the background check. And so there's this loophole where if there's a delay, the firearms dealer, after 3 days, can do what's called a default proceed, which is he can give that firearm away anyways, even if the background check hasn't come back. So what we're going to do is say that if the purchaser hasn't received their background check, then they have to wait until they pass their background check, and then they can get their firearm. And so that's what we're planning to do.
And in this case, the background check did come back, but too late.
Yes, yeah, it came back too late, and after it came back, he had killed 9 parishioners in a black church.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that many of us believe. These are common sense steps we can take to help make people a little safer here. And, you know, it's one thing we talk about adults, but one of the things I've been concerned about is knowing that our kids in schools now have to take regular time out to do lockdown drills, to have to do active shooter drills, and that's not what our kids should be doing in school. So if we can make them feel a little bit safer, and parents who send their kids to school a little safer, and I think that's something we should do.
Absolutely. There's another thing I wanted to talk about. So as you know, yesterday we had a little bit of a disagreement on the floor regarding a bill that I don't think got much press, but it's a bill that allows candidates for office to use some of their donations for childcare. And I remember when I was campaigning, I'd have to bribe my daughter who had just turned 8. I'd say, all right, we'll knock on 5 doors, talk to some folks, and then we can go get ice cream. And that worked for a little bit, but ultimately I had to start finding babysitters, and I also had her mother was also very supportive, and I was able to, get some help from there. But not everybody has that level of privilege, and, I'm a strong believer that, the doors to this building and the seats in the chamber are open for everybody, including young parents, and, they should be able to participate and use their money that's donated to their campaign however they wish.
It's just as valid an expense as putting gas in your car, or
exactly.
Paying for literature, something that's necessary. And I totally agree with you. If we want more diversity, especially among ages, we need to help people in this regard. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Glad to vote for that bill and send it on to the Senate. We'll see what the governor does with it, though.
Yeah. And today we have paid family leave, the veto override. So it's going to be my first veto override to participate in. It's my understanding it's going to move, a little quick. We're not going to spend a lot of time arguing on the floor, because we've already had the first few arguments during the the second and third reading, and this time I think we've garnered more support. It sounds like all the progressives are on board, and hopefully we have the votes to override it. there's a lot of strong feelings. I have a lot of strong feelings, especially about this bill. And, I think that when we talk about attracting or retaining young families to this state, having paid family leave is a huge element. And, when you're also talking about the 0.2% payroll tax, that would equal, I think if you get a $1,500 check, it equals $3 out of your paycheck. And it's not money that just vanishes. It's money that you can use to take 8 weeks off for a loved one if they get sick, or 12 weeks off if your partner or yourself has a child. Right?
Bonding time, they call that.
Exactly.
It's a very small benefit compared to what the rest of the world does. But right now, out of the 40 top industrial nations in the world, the U.S. is the only country that doesn't have such a benefit. And I think there are only 6 or 7 other states. So it's time for Vermont to show some leadership here and to make ourselves more family friendly.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. Now, speaking of families and neighbors, we had lots of neighbors up here last week, and I just want to recognize what a treat it is for us when we have people come from down south, as we say. Last week there were a lot of people here for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board Day. That was the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board advocates for both conservation and new housing. And they do a great job in our area. There were a lot of people from Dummerston and Putney, and they were sharing a couple of wonderful projects that are happening. The Putney Mountain Group keeps expanding the area that they're conserving, and what they're hoping to do is have a trail that starts way up in Westminster now, connect to Dummerston. And then on the West River, there's another parcel of land that's being conserved right along the West River. So this is the legacy we're leaving our kids. So it's important that we recognize that and recognize the good people that are doing this work. That same day, we had a memorial resolution read for Paul Brune. Now, Paul has a wonderful connection to our area with his sister Bev Major of Westminster living here, and Paul's just been instrumental with a lot of the conservation work that's going on, but especially in his work with the Preservation Trust. He was essential in helping getting the general store rebuilt in Putney, and then next stage with their renovation of the church there to create this wonderful art center. So we want to encourage people to come up. Let us know you're coming up. We're glad to show you around the place, and you really have an access to state government and coming up to the building. So if you get a chance, come on up. We'd love to have you here.
Yeah, Mike, I think you covered that really well. It was great to see everybody from the board up here, and there's a big focus, as Mike was saying, on the Putney Mountain trails in that area, and those were some of the first trails that I explored with my daughter, and it's great to see the level of investment that's going into that area. So thank you for all that you do, if you're watching this.
Yeah. As we move along, our committees will be working on lots of different things. Halfway through the session, there's a mile marker we call crossover. That's where bills that are in the House have to get over to the Senate and over. Right now, something that both of our committees have worked on, just about every committee in the House has been the legalization of retail sales of marijuana. Now, many people have shared concerns that somehow this is going to make pot more available, especially to kids. And I think what we're doing is just recognizing the reality that it is for adults. There are many adults that use marijuana, and they use it reasonably in a reasonable way. I think we're agreed we don't want to make this more available to kids, and I think this bill is going to help us to make sure it doesn't get into the hands of kids, much more so now, where it's pretty much the Wild West out there.
Yeah, regulation in this sort of environment is very important when you're dealing with, literally chemicals that you're putting into your body. Having regulations and rules in place regarding it will be safer for the consumer in the end. And the other aspect that I'm looking at is also the economic benefit. when not only will there be a level of revenue that's gained from the taxes that come from the commercialization of it, but you're also going to have people who come to Vermont just for this reason, and they're not going to come just for the marijuana. They're also going to participate in other areas of the economy. They're going to rent out Airbnbs or hotels. They're going to go to our general stores and hike on our trails, maybe, who knows, but they'll be participating, which will be good.
Yeah. So that's something that you should expect to see passed over. The Senate has passed a couple of versions of it over the years, and in the House we've taken our time. There are a lot of questions, and we want to make sure we answer all those questions. Something else that we talked about in our Democratic House caucus yesterday that's going to be coming our way is the Global Warming Solutions Plan. This is one of those signature bills that our caucus has been clear about in reflecting what we hear from a lot of our constituents, that we recognize global warming is real, it's here, and Vermont needs to do its part. What this plan will do is it actually create a plan. We've been doing a lot of things, but this actually creates a coherent plan. And I think what we talked about in caucus yesterday is that it's actually going to hold government accountable, say we're setting these benchmarks and we expect them to be met. And as we move forward, this is just one part of the plan. There are going to be other things to do, but I know we've both been hearing from a lot of constituents about this one.
Oh yeah. I mean, this the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think we're both signed on to it. Like Mike was saying, it really gives more enforceability to the standards that we've created. It creates a cause of action, which is legalese for basically creating an avenue for people to take legal action, citizens to take legal action against the state if the state does not comply with the standards that it put in place for itself.
Yeah. At some point we have to walk the talk, and this bill puts some teeth into it, so we have to do that. Yeah. Time is now for us to act on this, especially, once again, if we're talking about the legacy we want to leave our kids and our grandchildren. These are the kind of actions we need to take. Are there things in your committee looking ahead that you're...
Yeah, we're also looking at something called justice reinvestment, and justice reinvestment is an ongoing project in which one of the ultimate goals is reducing our incarcerated population. Because right now, if we don't act on the number of people, or if we don't act on how we're incarcerating people, we're going to just see a continual growth of people being incarcerated, and there's going to be an increased cost of $43 million by 2025. If we do make changes to reduce our population, we'll see an 8 to 10% decrease in our incarcerated population and a cost savings of $14 million by 2025. And this justice reinvestment, it's, like I said, it's an ongoing process where we're continually getting information, but one of the biggest roadblocks that the Justice Reinvestment Group has told us is the lack of data. And so we're looking at how we can gather more data, because once you have the information, then you can look at that information and say, okay, so here is where we need to change certain things. Another issue is housing. People are being denied the opportunity to leave jail when their sentences are essentially finished due to a lack of housing. And that's essentially just criminalizing poverty. And so we're trying to figure out how we can work around that as well and try to make some changes that allow people to get released.
Yeah, it circles back to the work for the VHCB and our local housing trust, the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. Right now, there's really not affordable housing being built if it weren't for the trust. Mm-hmm. and it spills over into this area. It spills over into the mental health area, where the lack of housing is what keeps people institutionalized. Yeah. And as you said, there are people in jail right now who are there basically because they don't have the promise of housing. And we're not just going to set them out there and make more homeless people.
Right. And one thing I wanted to add to that too is furlough, which furlough is, it's similar to probation, but what it is essentially a person who was in jail is now outside of jail, but still under the same parameters and rules that they had to follow when they were in jail. So it's another word for house arrest, kind of. And people, I can't remember the exact statistics, but a large majority, I believe it was over 75%, are violating their furlough for technical reasons. So, let's say one of the rules or protocols that you have to follow on furlough is you have to be at work on time every single day. And let's say your car breaks down because you're living in poverty and you have no money to get it inspected or, fix whatever is wrong with it. Your car breaks down, you're late for work, you're going back to jail because of that. So it's little technical violations like that I think we need to take a deeper look at to see, why does that person really need to go back to jail?
Now, one of the other concerns that's come up within this has been the percentage of people of color in jail in Vermont.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something else you've been looking at.
It is. There, I don't want to throw just tons of numbers and statistics at you, but we are seeing a disproportionate number of black people being incarcerated in our jails in Vermont. And, this ties back to the data issue that I mentioned. We don't have much more information aside from the fact that there is a disproportionate number of black people being incarcerated, both residents and non-residents. It's still disproportionate regardless of whether or not they're Vermonters. And so that is also something that's going to fall under the purview of trying to change around the furlough system, trying to change around the technical violations, and also handling the criminalization of poverty.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly work that's going to be ongoing, but something we need to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We've got only a minute or so to go before we need to get to work here. Anything else you want to share with people back home?
It goes by really quick up here. I love every minute of it, even though it can be a little stressful sometimes. It's a great process, and there's a ton of great people up here, even though we may not all agree all the time. And it's just been a real honor and privilege to serve, and thank you. And thank you, Mike, for making sure I don't make ridiculous mistakes. So
no, it's been great to work with you and our whole caucus. Right at the beginning of the session, we were faced with the new challenges that the Brattleboro retreat are facing. And our caucus came together and stepped up and said
very quickly too
that we need to show some leadership here and support, because what was happening from the administration was anything but support, and we needed to make sure they had some voices behind them at the retreat to know that we support them. We understand that there are some things that might need to change, but that the retreat is an essential part of our mental health system here. And our group really came together well, and it was one of those things made me proud to be able to work together.
Yeah, we've got a great delegation in Windham County. Everybody in that delegation is great.
And that's because of all the great people back home. So feel free to be in touch with us if you have a question, if you have a suggestion. We're here for you. Our contact information is on the legislative website. And thank you for watching, and thank you for BCTV for bringing our work to you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, so in the House, Charlie Kimball, I'm on the House Commerce and Economic Development Committee. And House members only serve on one committee, and senators serve on two. So we have, I think, 14 committees. And so I've been on that same committee now for 3 years, and this is my 4th year on it. So there's two things. One is the hottest thing this week is going to be action on, I think it's S-107, and that is a bill for paid family medical leave insurance, which the House and Senate have voted on. They've approved it, and the governor's vetoed it. So this week we're going to be taking up an override of the veto. And it's likely that there are enough votes in the House and the Senate to override the veto. So it doesn't happen very often that a governor's veto gets overridden. I think it was the Douglas administration last time it happened. So this is a very historic week in that sense, is that there's a lot of movement for that. Yeah. So that's one. The second thing, I'm part of a rural economic development working group, the Rural Caucus we call it. And so we're focused on 4 key issues. One is Act 250 reform. And so we're trying to make it easier for projects that would otherwise comply and for recreation trails to get permitting more easily. And that's very important for our area for recreation trails and also for any kind of reasonable development. So that's one thing. And there has been the Woodstock Area Mountain Bike Association has given testimony, written testimony, and also I hear from them quite often. The Kingdom Trails up in East Burke has also testified frequently about trails, and they don't have Act 250 issues as much. But even the Woodstock Resort, they've had Act 250 issues with trying to expand their trail network on Mount Peg and also at Suicide 6. So I think the bill that we're looking at is really going to make it a lot easier for recreational trails to be established and maintained. So 3 other things on rural economic development. One is just looking at how can we provide more workforce housing and putting housing in rural areas and really focusing on whether or not a town has wastewater, sewer, and also a public water system. And are there ways to finance that? And so we're looking at trying to make that easier, access easier for towns to take advantage of that. So both the towns of Reading and Plymouth, they don't have any kind of public wastewater or public water systems. So that's a question of, well, how can we make that possible without making an undue burden on the taxpayers? So that's really, I want to help facilitate that to see those areas be vibrant. So that's one. Another is taking a look at housing is also childcare. It comes up amazingly. We did a lot of research in rural areas of Vermont as to what keeps people from either locating a business in that area or getting a job. And part of that is they don't have access to quality childcare. I didn't think that was an issue when I got into the legislature, and I've really recognized that it is. For those people that do have to have both parents working, they don't have any other system, they have to have a good place for their kids to go, not just to be shelved, but actually to get educated, have a loving environment, and we're trying to make that more possible in rural areas. Yeah, there's a few different things for economic. There's it's called H782. It's a bill for, some have called it Community Investment Program, that looks at making it easier to create housing inside of a designated downtown or a village center or a neighborhood area. So that's relieving some Act 250 restraints around that, and also expanding downtown and village tax credits. So it's a financial incentive to get developers or would-be developers considering whether or not to rehab existing buildings or build new buildings. And the interesting thing is a tax credit ends up being sold to typically a bank who buys that, and that provides equity to do some of the funding for that. So those are all good. So it's really focused, we're focused on, as the Rural Economic Development Working Group, on what it takes to help those small towns. And most towns in Vermont have 1,500 residents or less. So those towns have a whole different rhythm as to what goes on there than what goes on in Springfield or White River Junction, Rutland, and other places. So Reading has 670 people. It depends on which year you count, and Plymouth has about 600. So those are typical of towns in Vermont. And I love to help people navigate what happens in state government. I've had people say, I can't get a hold of someone, and I've been able to pick up the phone or send an email to whoever heads that particular department or agency And I'm always amazed when they return my call or my email. But I can be that conduit to help people with things they're experiencing. I can't lower their tax bill. I can't do that kind of stuff. But if they're frustrated that they can't get something done, I can help them with that. So my email is ckimball@ledge.state.vt.us, but it's on the website. Yep. And my phone number is 802-296-1276. And always call me anytime. Thanks.
Good evening. I'd like to call
He's got that mood lighting on half his face.
Board meeting of February 24th, 2020. Good evening, everyone. And I'd like to recognize the public. Do we have any public with us tonight?
Our road boss is here, but no public.
Okay. So we don't need to talk about the rules of procedure because there's no one to. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
All right. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I do not have any of those either.
I presume we've all read the minutes, and do I have a motion to accept them, or do I have some editorial comments?
I'll make a motion to accept them as written.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Highway update. Dan, hi, how are you?
Good, Richard. I hope you're enjoying your vacation.
I am, thank you.
I hope the weather's good.
In and out. But there's no snow, sleet, or ice, or rain.
Yeah, well, we're supposed to get a little of that next couple days, so little mixture of stuff. Just updates that our sand budget and salt budget's pretty much depleted. I probably got about 800 yards in the shed. I'm hoping to get us through, because I want to clean it out anyway, so to redo the floor. Salt, I got 4 loads of salt last week, and that I'm over on that. So other than that, we've just been out doing a little sanding, a little plowing, cutting a little brush today. We're out turning, making waterways and stuff, so the water, when it warms up, melts. So far, we haven't got no mud. There's still a lot of ice on the roads, which days like today that's melting. But it'll be, the brown goo will be here before we know it. So
right.
Everything else is.
From that, we can roll into new business, Dan, and the first item on the agenda of new business is the future needs of the town garage, which we wanted to have a discussion about. We were very interested in what you had to say about the future needs of the town garage.
Well, I mean, like we've talked in the past, the roof needs some attention. The wood bees and the woodpeckers have got, because it's all made out of wood on the outside. So the siding should be done someday. We should probably put vinyl siding on it or some kind of different siding. The inside of the garage is all wood. And, you know, back in the day when they built it, all the material came from the lot. And, you know, we have to be very careful when we're welding and using the torches, because all it's going to take is one spark and, you know, we could lose the garage. But we do have a fire alarm system in it and a burglar alarm system. But there's some things in the shop that needs to be done. Number one, I would say the roof. You know, do something with the roof. Right? I don't know if it needs pull all the old screws out, put new ones in with new washers, or just maybe do a new roof. I'm not sure. So we'd have to get somebody in there to look at it to see what we really need to do.
I don't remember what the capital needs assessment said about the garage. Peter, do you have a sense of that?
Yeah. So I mean, we had
improvements that the plan had in it?
Yeah, one of the issues with the plan for the garage was that the engineer who completed it did note that due to the weather when he came, there were certain parts of the garage that he was not able to fully assess. One of which was the roof, another of which was the exterior sill, where the sills meet on the exterior part of the building, and a few other things. So because of that, he said there could be things that are of higher importance than what he noted. So I've spoken with Ian several times on it, and by far and away, I mean the work on the roof, it was suspected due to the age of the building. And so that was on there. One of his big priorities on there was also, he noted the effect of the carpenter bees and the woodpeckers on the siding, and he felt it needed to be re-sided. All of the human doors, not the bay doors, but the human doors and windows all need replacing, according to the report, and a few other things.
Okay, so
question?
Does anybody have any comments about the state of the garage? And we're looking at this issue because of the capital improvement budget and making sure that we budget prudently and wisely and fully for what is needed in regard to the garage in the upcoming years.
I think it's also good to note that due to the changes in the town in the 30 years since the garage was built, that we have 3 times the number of pieces of equipment than when the garage was first built. So most of the equipment sits outside in all forms of weather. The bays aren't big enough for the guys to fit everything in, or for stuff to be able to work on stuff when they have to do repairs in the middle of winter.
Yeah, 'cause we only have 2 bays we can get, say if we get the wings on the trucks, the 2 bigger bays, those are the only 2 doors we can get in. The other 2 doors on the other side, then you can just barely get a truck in, because when they built it, it was all this. And they cut corners and made the doors short. Of course, back then, we didn't have any trucks with wings on them. The only thing we had was the wing on the grader. Of course, the grader always stayed outside, so.
Well, my question is, does it make sense to put more money into this building, or?
The building's still a good, sound building. I mean, it's good. I mean, we have the old garage, or I got the tractor and one of the old trucks stored in it, down at the old town garage. You know, that's a cold storage building, there's no heat. All it is just storage. We put the chipper down there, and I got my chloride tank in it and some other things, but I mean, this building over here, we put a little work into it. I mean, it still ain't gonna be big enough, but it still works, serves our purpose. Plus we got, you know, a lot of times when we park the little trucks inside the sand shed, you know, if I don't fill it right out the door, so we can back them in, so they're, at least something's undercover. So, and the loader stays in the sand shed, so. And if it gets cold enough, we got, out in the shed, I have timers out there so we can plug all the vehicles in, you know, leave them undercover and whatever, so. But the garage, you know, it started in 1986, you know, and they did volunteer help, in which back then it was, sounded like a good idea, but it didn't work. And we ended up, when the contractor was doing the school gym, they were in like a little lull, so we ended up getting a price from them to come over to finish framing, put the rafters and do the roof on it. So, I mean, and we moved in 1990. So, I mean, we've been in the garage since 90, but we started in 86, so.
Is there any thought or possibility of expanding the current structure?
Pardon?
Expanding.
Possibly expanding. There's only one way we could expand, because of the way we're limited on space over there, and the way the sand shed sits, and then we have the salt shed. We only got a little space between the salt shed and the further end of the, headed towards Bonneville Road, and we could go back in the bank, but the way the sand shed is, I mean the salt shed, the back of that salt shed is right on our property line, on the school, because the school owns the rest of the land. but it's right, we're right bordering that property. There isn't much room over there. And then if you go down the other end, you're right in the swamp and you can't do anything in the swamp, so.
Is the swamp between the school and our property?
Yes.
So that's, as you encroach the school,
Yeah, the only one.
the school property closest to that abuts you is not buildable either.
Right.
Is that
We
correct?
got one spot we could go
Yeah.
in between the
It's
sand shed
right,
and the,
this
the
one.
salt
Yeah.
shed and the upper end of the garage, so.
No, I guess my comment would be, we've kicked this around a bit from time to time, and I really think someone's got to come in, an engineer that can see the building and evaluate it, you know, in the summertime perhaps. But I think we need a plan, you know. To me, this keeps getting kicked down. We've known the roof's been an issue. We know the siding's been an issue. We know the woodpeckers are working hard, you know, to destroy it. But I think we need someone to come, give us an evaluation, to make a determination, to Michael's point, whether is this something we want to continue to build up, or do we look at, would it be cheaper to build a new structure? As far as...
Could we get the engineer who did the CNA to come back and look at the garage more thoroughly and give us an assessment of its capacity and its future use and what it might mean in regard to repairs?
I see no reason why not. Obviously, they'd want to be paid, but, you know, we could inquire. I mean, depending on the expense of it, if it's less than $2,500, yeah, we could directly, the select board could choose to directly hire that individual since he's already been here before. If the expense is going to be more than the $2,500, then we'd have to either make an exception to that policy or go out to bid.
Because when he came and did all the buildings, it was in the middle of winter.
And it was right after a snowstorm.
And it was, yeah, and he couldn't.
Oh, that's why he couldn't, I didn't
Yeah,
understand.
he came, it was during the middle of the winter when he came.
I remember it turned out to be a very bad plan.
So could we come to an agreement that we should at least inquire whether that person can come and find out if he can do this and how much he would charge for it?
I think that's a good suggestion. Will that person have the ability or the expertise to evaluate?
I'm almost wondering if an architect.
Well, that's what I don't,
Yeah.
would he,
I don't know who, I don't know what his name was that.
Richard Lalancet from Lalancet and Associates in Rutland.
Okay.
Was his name.
And he made some very, what I thought were good engineering and architectural observations. He seemed to be very professional. If you read the CNA, which you've all done, I mean, he really got into a thorough analysis of what all of our buildings need.
I mean, I could start with just a phone call and ask him if he felt comfortable giving a more in-depth analysis, or if he thought that was something we should, you know, inquire with an architect. So,
well, because he has, we've already spent money with him, and he has a sense already, I think, of the buildings and everything. It would make more sense to have him do it, and if he couldn't do it for less than that.
Well, the other thing is, we don't know that he doesn't already have an architect on his staff.
So we're asking him for advice, essentially, right?
Yeah,
About here's the project. If we're clear about the project, what do you recommend? Can you do it, or give us somebody else?
Or
go
yeah,
somewhere
or at
else,
least give us a sense of what it would entail.
Yep.
So do we have agreement on that we'll start there?
Yes.
So for an action point, I'll reach out to Mr. Lalancet and ask these questions.
Yes.
Are you feel like the building, I mean, would you like to be able to pull in the equipment that can't fit through the doors at the moment?
Well, the other two, I mean, one of them we don't put a wing on it. I mean, we're just using it for, but the grader, if we put the wing on the grader stays outside. I mean, we can put it in on the two bigger sides. There's just barely enough room for it to get in. The other trucks, even the 1 ton with a wing on, we can't put in over on what I call the other two cold storage bays. There's heat over there, but I mean, it's because the doors are small. We're limited. If they had gone back when they built it another 4 feet, and we'd gotten some good doors in it, I mean, made them wide enough, would have been all right on that.
Well, I think that's what you got to evaluate.
Yeah,
Is it
can we
worth
widen the
going back
doors?
4 feet, what, putting new doors in and all that?
I think
I
that
mean, if he agreed to come, we could just suggest to him what we're particularly interested in finding out from him.
I also think that we need to think about 5 or 10 years down the road for the town
Yeah.
and what the needs will be, and not do the same thing that happened with this building and just kind of do Band-Aid fixes to the garage. That puts us in a position where we would have been better off with, you know, an earlier decision being made.
The bigger question for me is expandability. We're limited there. We're not going to be able to expand it for the future in terms of equipment.
Very limited, there's only one place that we could go.
Over at the Old Town Garage, is that the footprint that I look at where the building is and the sand pile? I mean, is it any bigger than that over here?
Just over here?
Yeah, no, the one over here.
On Center Road.
Oh, that's what I'm calling it.
Oh, the one on the center road?
Yeah.
That one just cold storage down there. I mean, we just store equipment in it.
Right.
The other thing is, we will not be able to get approved from the state to build there because that is in the floodway. It's not even the flood.
Yeah, I just wondered if what I was looking at was the full parcel and whether or not we could put more equipment down there. But
I mean, that's an old cinder block building. I mean, it's old. I mean,
could we put a brand new steel building?
Roof on it.
Right. I'm thinking, do we have the footprint to put a new building on it? You know, like a steel. Yeah. I'm just asking.
Like Peter was just saying, we're
Right.
right in a floodplain,
and so therefore we wouldn't be.
Whatever's there is there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Correct. Because if we lose that building, we've already been told by the state that we can't replace it.
Gotcha. Perfect.
That's why we had to
Okay,
get rid
so
of it.
let's, I think we should move on from this. I think we have agreement of our next step. So
I do have one other question, sorry,
Yes.
Richard, sorry. So if we were going to look further into the future, would it be good, I think another plan we need, or somebody's thinking about is what would it look like in 15 years? What are the needs? Not just that we'd all be guessing at them and throwing them out, but I'd like to see them on paper. I don't really know what they all are. I'd like
Well,
to,
I think our needs right now is what we got for equipment is, it's adequate for the town. I mean, we got enough.
And for 10 years more?
I would say, I don't think the town, I think it would be safe to say that what we got will be good in 10 years down the road.
Okay.
We've gotten over the years since I've been for the town, all we had was, we didn't even have a dump truck when I first started. All we had was a grader and loader, and that was it. So I mean, over the years, we've gone from
To what we currently.
we've gone from 2-man crew to a 4-man crew, and a 5-man crew, and a 6-man crew, and now we're looking to go back to a 5-man crew, which this winter, having that extra guy was a very big help. I mean, we got around a lot quicker, and it cut down on the overtime big time, so. That's something that the select board probably should be thinking about, maybe someday hiring, because Alan's retiring.
And we may have some support
Yeah,
with
I mean,
that
Alan's retiring
part-time.
end of next month. End of March, he's done, he's
Right.
retired.
But he's willing to help out
Yeah, oh yeah, just
when
like,
needed.
just, you know, he
If
said
we
he'd come
can.
in, work part-time, or be a
Which is
spare
awesome.
for the winter time for snowstorms and stuff, so.
Okay, so I
All
think
right,
we're set
thank
on
you.
that issue. Is that good for you?
Thank you, yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dan.
You're welcome,
And the
Richard.
rest of you. The next item on our agenda is this question of whether we want to increase the rec commission by 2 commissioners. And Peter has the sort of background on this.
So yeah, so when the Recreation Commission was formed by the Select Board, going on 5 years ago now, the Select Board had the option of creating with 5 commissioners, 7 commissioners, or 9 commissioners. At the time, and I can't specifically find any reasoning behind choosing 7 commissioners.
Right in the middle, baby.
Yeah, that's what was chosen. And so Wendy Stone, the chair of the Recreation Commission, came to me several weeks ago, and this is a conversation she brought up last fall, just noting that at various points during the year they have had difficulty in getting a quorum, whether it's due to illness or work or you know whatever it is for the commissioners involved. There's some other things going on as well that you know will leave by the wayside. Anyhow, so they're hoping to, the other thing is that the 7 commissioners that are also involved are starting to feel a little overburdened with the volume of work that they've been putting forth for all of their activities throughout the year, which you already know about, so I don't need to go into those. And so they would like to get some help from 2 additional commissioners. So all it would really entail would be for the select board to make a motion to add 2 commissioners. If you do approve that motion, then we'd go, we can ask the Recreation Commission if they have any recommendations for who would be interested. I know they already have 1 individual who's already expressed interest. And then the select board would appoint 2 new commissioners and we'd be done.
Do I have a motion?
I think it's a good idea because it's a very active group and they really, you know, I think having a few more people would be supportive. I don't think it's gonna help their quorum in terms of numbers necessarily.
Well, I know because it's gonna increase their quorum by
right,
1.
But I do think, I'll make a motion that we add 2 commissioners to the Rec Commission.
And do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries completely. Thank you very much. On to the next item on the agenda, which is the transfer of the various commissions' funds. Peter, would you speak to that, please?
Yes, so try and be as brief as possible. So I shared with the select board a lot of very detailed information regarding this. Several weeks ago when I was doing some additional work that I do at this time of year to update some reports for the select board, there were a couple of items that caught my eye that seemed a little off, considering that the conservation, cemetery, and planning commissions do not spend all of their appropriations annually. So I know that in 2014 the select board unanimously moved to create a reserve fund for both the planning and conservation commissions, with any unspent funds at the end of the fiscal year to be moved into those reserve funds for future use. And then in 2016 the same thing happened for the cemetery commission. Looking back through the data, I ended up discovering that for the planning and conservation commissions that those funds were only transferred in twice in the years since 2014. And then for the cemetery commission it's only happened once. And so all of those funds are currently sitting in the general reserve fund. So it's not that those funds have disappeared. Since those funds were specifically allocated for those commissions, they are dedicated funds. So you, as a
It's misstating our general fund too.
Yeah, so you can't technically spend those on other items.
So there are enough notes to make that clear that even though they're in the general reserve.
That's correct. So I would make a recommendation to the select board to make a motion to move those funds from the general reserve fund to the specific reserve fund for each commission. And the Recreation Commission, since they were created, they use 100% of their funds every year, so they don't have any to move. But so I gave the specific amounts to you folks in the information. So that's that.
All right, do I have a motion to make that transfer? That's pretty...
Sure. Do we need individual transfers for each commission? I mean, individual motions?
No, you can
do all the commissions.
I'll move that all the funds be moved.
Zon, and do I have a second?
I will second.
All right, thank you, Michael. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of that motion, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. The Charter for Compassion. I know, I can just tell you what I know about it. I mean, that there was a request from the Charter for Compassion for Guilford, for the Guilford Select Board, to correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, to make the motion that Guilford would become a partner in with other towns and cities as a Charter for Compassion town. Do I have that correctly? And then we got a URL that took me to the Charter for Compassion website, which I read about, and we also had a recommendation from Peter Elwell, the town manager of Brattleboro, who highly recommended the Charter for Compassion as something that we might want to think about as having Guilford be a part of. Does that sum it up correctly, Peter?
Yes.
I don't know whether our select board has had time to look at that, look at the...
For those who have a solid understanding, could I have a little overview of what Charter for Compassion is?
I frankly don't know a whole lot about it, and Veranda, I spoke with Veranda on the phone this afternoon, and she is not necessarily opposed to the idea, but she personally would like to learn a little bit more about the organization before the select board makes this commitment.
So I did go to the website
I'm supportive of that because I'm not familiar.
and read about it, and what it is that you...
Can someone give us a presentation on it?
It's basically...
He can, yes.
You sort of take you join into a partnership of towns and cities which care for their citizens, attempt to not make any actions which create harm among the citizenry, that you also, in other words, that you try to run the town government and to create a space of compassion and promote compassion within the citizenry of your town. And you might choose a project that would be, for instance, in a larger town, something about working with the Boys and Girls Clubs to make it a more compassionate place, or in our town perhaps, the Guilford Free Library, we would have a project that would exemplify the standards of compassion.
And I mean, that all sounds great. I think Guilford does that now, so I don't understand how this takes us to a more formal way of addressing compassion.
You sign on formally to this organization, which is a nonprofit, and you become a formal partner. I'm not advocating for this, I'm just explaining.
I guess I need to understand more.
I don't think it would change our behavior. I don't think our behavior would likely change at all. I think it's just that we'd be aligning with other cities around the world that are part of this. I know a little bit about this. I was one of the founding members of this thing when it first popped out because I'm a big fan of Karen Armstrong. So,
Richard, while you were talking, Michael did ask if this gentleman, Jim Levinson, could come and present to the select board and be able to answer some questions.
I think that's a very good idea.
Okay, I will invite him to come and present at a future select board meeting.
Great.
Great. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda in new business is the grand list certification. I believe that's just a letter that we have to sign, or we have to...
Yes, yep, that is correct. So it's very simple. I've never seen this in the past, and but the state asks both our lister's office and the select board to certify that we have no appeals or no lawsuits against the town regarding our grand list and value of properties. Lisa has already signed it attesting to that fact, and she just asks for a motion and for the signature of select board members.
May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, what is it called?
It's a certification of grand.
I'll make a motion to certify our grand list.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
2 seconds.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to old business. I hope that everyone's had a chance to read the revised town administrative job description. Now, Peter, we need a motion to approve the changes. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Does anybody have anything to discuss about that or make a motion about it?
I'll make a motion that we approve the job descriptions as presented.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No one's opposed. I would only ask the select board as they move forward with the new job descriptions and as the roles, particularly with the assistant support, kind of play out, that there'd be a close look at maybe needing to adjust it in the next 12 months or so, just That's the critical time, in my opinion, that this will shake out.
If I can just add one quick point to that, from my conversation with Veranda, I would personally recommend to the select board to, just due to budgeting, to not hire this individual, whether it is an individual that currently works for the town or somebody else, until the new fiscal year begins in July. Just because we had not budgeted for it in this fiscal year.
Oh, I see.
I agree with that.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Good suggestion.
Now I understand there are some personnel policy concerns, and I'm not sure who's speaking to that. You, Peter?
I think I will speak briefly to it, and then I think Gordon had a couple comments on it. So there were a couple of additional clarifications that came up from the road crew regarding the personnel policy. One was frankly just a very simple clerical error in the fact that in the corrections you folks made a month or so ago, that we forgot one anniversary in there, and so just simply adding an anniversary number in there, which we did. And then the other item was that there was some confusion regarding how overtime is calculated. And make a long story short, it came about that even though this policy has been in place for over 5 years, what was written for the policy and what has been actual practice both in the town as well as in the town office for payroll did not match up. And the opinion is that it's unfair to town employees to suddenly start enforcing a policy that has not been enforced for all these years.
So what it basically comes down to is 5 years ago, there was a change, and that change was not instituted in terms of overtime pay as it was being calculated, just what Peter said. So for the last 5 years, our policy said one thing, we're doing something else, and it was just, you know, I honestly don't think, and we'd have to go and run numbers to understand completely how significant a difference it is. But to me, when the issue was brought to my attention and we researched it, I am in total, I'm of the opinion that if we've been doing it this way for 5 years, even though our policy said something else, and it's been billed that way, that we wouldn't make that change all of a sudden because the policy said so.
The additional point I would add to what Gordon just said is that in our annual budgeting practices, Danny budgets for overtime as it has been paid, the way that it has been currently implemented for the past 5 years and frankly before that. And so by changing the policy to reflect what is in practice will not financially impact the town a penny.
Correct. And I'll you know, Danny played such close attention and plans for this that my personal opinion is that we just continue to move forward the way it's been done and take out whatever the verbiage is.
Which I did in this sample for you guys.
And Peter addressed that. But I'm of the opinion, and Dan, you may want to weigh in on it, that we ought to just maintain what we've been doing and the way Dan has been. Dan plans for his overtime, basically, as best he can. So I mean, this is a calculated process that he goes through. You know, I know these two are going to be on there for these. You know, and I mean, it's a planned. You know, when Dan's not here, I have a higher concern that maybe we need to look at this more closely. But that's my 2 cents.
So are you saying you're suggesting, Gordon, that we should edit the personnel policy to make sure that it's in line with actual practice?
Correct. That's a very good way to put it.
The copy that was in the folder that was shared with all of you, that had already happened. And I had highlighted each section for you to take a look at.
Okay, so do we need to have a motion about that?
So it would be a motion to approve the document as edited and presented to you over the weekend.
Dan, do you want to?
If all the changes have been made to make it.
Yep.
I'm happy.
To bring it in line with practice.
It was a matter of, frankly, it was a matter of removing 2 sentences is all it was.
Yep.
Okay.
So good, I'll make a motion that we edit the personnel.
Or you accept as edited. It's already been edited.
Right, we accept it as edited. That's what that was.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now on to
And thank you,
the,
Dan, for bringing that.
equalization. Peter, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lisa could not be here tonight because of a previous family commitment. So the town received a letter from Jill Remick, the Director of Property Evaluation and Review from the Department of Taxes, to whom the Select Board submitted an appeal from what Lisa recommended previously. Of the 3 properties that were recommended for changing, the Department of Taxes accepted 2 of them, and they denied 1 of them. So we have 1 of 2 options. Lisa did some further investigation on those 2 options. One option is to accept what they have come back to us with, and the other is to continue to appeal. They have scheduled a tentative appeal hearing for April 23rd at 10 a.m. in Montpelier. Lisa's professional opinion is she's highly doubtful that since they've already denied it once, we do not have any additional information to submit, that the Select Board should accept the proposal from the Department of Taxes as written. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, I need you to make a motion and then select one of the current members sitting here before me to sign on behalf of the Select Board.
Okay, so do I have a motion that we are going to accept this certification, recertification letter?
I will make a motion that we accept Lisa's recommendation that we accept this.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Now, I need a second motion to have a Select Board member to sign the document, because there's only space for 1 person.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Zahn to sign that document.
Do I have a second?
Second.
You're gonna have to come back, Richard, to sign it.
All those in favor say aye.
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 He's been quiet tonight.
Thank you.
So I might as well get active here with my pen, huh?
So, yeah.
Thanks, man.
Sign where it says chair.
Chair of legislative body.
The next item on the agenda is the town meeting talking points. I just wanted to go through those again. I just want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with those. The original set that Peter sent out was not really the original, because in the original I had me speaking for 6 and 8, and now Peter put that back in. And I'm just wanting to know whether you're all comfortable with those articles that you're going to present at town meeting.
Yes. I didn't see a change.
The only changes I made what Richard said is I added his name. I removed Zahn from one article and Michael from one article and added Richard in. So
that's perfect.
For me, so that they're
okay, good.
Yeah, whatever. I don't. Whatever. Just tell me what to do.
I need a motion on that. Now, while we're at the town meeting, can we legally bring up this matter of the lunch that Peter, you had suggested that?
Yes. So I received a phone call from Mark Tassitori, the owner, one of the co-owners of the Guilford Country Store. He informed me that he and Suzanne have had a fair number. He didn't say how many, but he said quite a few people have approached them in the past 2 weeks, expressing concern that due to the fact that there is no school portion to the meeting, the items on the Select Board warning are non-controversial and should be fairly quick, that there will be no need for a lunch break this year, and that people will disperse prior to lunchtime. I think realistically it may take only slightly over an hour to complete the whole thing, and I've spoken with Penny and others about that, and they would tentatively agree. And so Mark also expressed that while they do personally enjoy it, that from a business standpoint, that they have actually been losing money for the past several years on providing this service. And due to the changes, he and Suzanne talked about it and have decided to declined providing lunch. Now, and that's for a number of reasons, the primary one being loss of revenue. He said the fact that a lot of people often come to the country store after town meeting day anyways. So his request to the select board was to let people know that they will be having a soup and salad special on town meeting day. And apparently it looks like we've lost internet connection.
No, I'm here.
He's there.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, and to encourage people to come over to the country store if they would like to have lunch.
So I don't know what about the rest of the select board, but I'm fine not having lunch at the meeting, particularly since if it's going to be a 2-hour delay or a 1-hour delay even to get from the business of the meeting to lunch, I don't see, and secondly, that the country store is not going to provide that lunch and it's late, and thirdly, the select board is not responsible for providing the lunch. It used to be a fundraiser for the middle school. I'm perfectly fine with not having lunch at the meeting. I think other members of the town might feel the same way.
There's several residents who have expressed a great unhappiness with this decision, but as Richard noted, there's no obligation to do so. Yes, maybe it's a tradition, and some people don't like to see traditions go by the wayside, but there's no obligation for it. And I think that my personal recommendation to you folks is, if we want to see businesses survive and thrive in Guilford, we should support the decisions that they make to keep their business in a healthy financial point. But that's my personal recommendation. It's up to you what you want to do.
I agree.
There are some residents who are attempting to organize lunch on this day because they're unhappy about the situation, but I've not been involved in that.
I think that would be a great solution.
Yeah,
So if there are citizens and they can get it together, wish them the best.
Well, Richard, I'm with you on that.
Anyone
I'm
else?
comfortable.
I see it your way as well. I take no exception.
I can't hear what you said, Michael.
Repeat yourself.
I take no exception. I agree with you.
Okay.
Is the school really not doing? I thought there was some sort of video presentation by the advisory board. Is that
but
just?
It's going to be brief.
And it'll be part of the.
It's going to be part of the
hour-long.
town portion. Yes. It's going to be under any additional business at the very end.
Okay, so we don't need a motion or anything about that now.
No, sir.
Okay. We're on to the warrants.
Okay, I'll make the motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 2/16/20 for $7,138.61. Payroll week ending 2/23/20 for $7,470.43. And expense warrant number 2016 for $20,729.94 for a grand total of $35,338.98.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
And
Okay. Do you have anything to discuss?
yes, I just want to highlight under expense warrant 2016, the key things in that stood out to me were our insurance payment in the tune of, I want to say, around $5,000. Our EOC satellite re-up with our phones is on there, 2,100, I want to say, and sand was on there, our last purchase of sand, which is hopefully going to carry us for a while, were the big items.
Great. Any other further discussion? The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Then the summary of actions.
Yes, so the summary of actions.
I'm sorry, Peter, it's communications next.
Actually, I have no communications. Although I've just been notified by Zahn that he has some communications.
For Gordon.
A Gordon communication.
This is a communication to
Wow.
Gordon.
And it is a very pretty print.
Hand drawn.
Oh, look
by
at
locals.
this. Oh my, well, thank you guys, all, my
Gordon,
fellow.
we want to, I'll speak for the select board, and I have other select members who may want to speak to this as well. This is a communication. We want to thank you for your 5 years of distinguished service on the select board. You've been, personally for me, a very friendly, industrious colleague, perceptive. I think that your acuity about the warrants and also the town finances and your commitment to protecting the citizens of Guilford in regard to our annual budget, making sure that the budget is straightforward, understandable, and precise, has really been a boon not only to the select board but to our town. And we are very grateful for your service. We wish you weren't going either.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that very much, Richard, and everyone else.
Thank you, Richard.
It'll be.
You really have been a fine colleague, and you've made my tenure on the select board and my coming to the select board much more comfortable and friendly, so thanks.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
That's very kind.
All right, does anyone else have anything to say? Well, we could all say thank you, Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Gordon.
Thank you all.
I can twist his arm and try to make a mistake.
Gordon, if Miranda were with us tonight, she would probably have a poem for you. She's probably in the Caribbean writing a poem.
Well, I hope she's enjoying, that's all.
Okay, so the summary of actions.
Yes, add the town administrator job description for approval at next meeting, which we've done. You approved spending of $100 to fund childcare for town meeting day. Review future needs of the town garage to the next meeting. Peter to share the pre-town meeting talking points with select board members, and Peter and Veranda to investigate if Steve Lemke or someone else could attend the broadband training on behalf of the town. And so all of those items were taken care of. We did not have anyone attend the broadband training, but they did film it, and it is now up on the Wyndham Regional Commission website, and I have that on the next select board agenda to talk about in more detail.
I'll commit to watching that before the next meeting.
I'm going to too.
I'm sure it'll be fun.
I just thought of something, and I don't know whether this is inappropriate or not, but we didn't talk about the survey.
That's what this was. That's what I just mentioned. We're going to have on the next select board meeting.
Oh, okay.
I already filled out the survey.
I did too.
What's the time frame on that, as far as when it needs to be turned around?
The select board is going to have
April.
The select board is going to have some vehicle for at least promoting it or distributing it or something, and so I guess that's what we'll talk about next time.
Yes, well, there's good examples there with, what is it, Whitingham?
Yeah, I think attaching cost to what Whitingham did to have at the next select board meeting would be very helpful.
I will.
Because to me, this is kind of a no-brainer.
So would you put that on the actions?
I won't be there to.
Yeah, I already, added it to the agenda for the next meeting because of what sharing that email with you all earlier today. So it's already on there.
Okay, good. Well, the next item is adjournment.
I will make a motion that we adjourn.
Forever?
My last meeting.
Do I have a second?
Sadly, yes.
Okay, and is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, we can adjourn.
Carries.
Thank you,
Thank you
Richard.
very much. We're
Thank
gonna
you.
miss you, Gordon.
Well, I'm gonna miss everyone here. And you over there.
See you at town meeting.
Definitely.
All right, signing off.
Glad that we got such a good turnout. We're going to start off tonight with some introductions. Then we're going to give a quick overview of the project in case there's anyone here who hasn't been to the previous meetings or is otherwise unfamiliar with the project. And then we're going to jump right into the survey. Alex has a presentation. We have the surveys themselves. We will review them, take any comments, and then we'll talk about some ideas for distributing the survey. I've already heard some really good ideas from lots of different people. So we hope that you'll all help and share the ideas that you're hoping to use in your towns. So to start with, my name is Susan West. I'm a senior planner with the Windham Regional Commission, and our colleagues, Carol Monroe from ValleyNet and Alex Kelly from Rural Innovation Strategies are here tonight as well. And we have Rob from the state of Vermont, our broadband expert, statewide. So we do have a sign-in sheet going around in a clipboard. If you could check your name off if you're here, if it's not checked, or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm town rep.
I'm Gretchen Haverluck. I represent the town of Wilmington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones, I live in Brookline.
Omar Smith, Reedsboro.
Gail Robertson, Newfane.
Rick Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
David Sherry, Wyndham.
Bill Estes, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
Ed Martin, Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro.
Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Derek.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro. Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Emil Steen, Whitingham.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Manwaring, Wilmington.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton. Candy Bernard, Stratton.
Karen Astley, Whitney.
Bobby Kilburn, Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Banana Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Emerald City, Vernon.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Wellness Lockelgrove, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Windham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Windham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design, engineering, operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment, and a feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, our gathering all the data that we need and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district, to make it feasible. And so we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. And so many of them are voting at town meetings for that matters. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present, to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VEDA funding. So, you know, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were better, low interest loans, up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VEDA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I believe. Yes?
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume.
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding. And it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont. And as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. You know, that my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to, you know, judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? Or going to help us fund?
The challenges with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply. Is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, you know, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA.
Yeah.
From
So, and I know that's true in Newbury as well. Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or do you are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There's nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous.
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous. Okay, all set? So let's move on to the survey.
So I'm going to try to get through all of this, and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense. Just get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it. Then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal. And it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Windham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate, right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Windham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be that would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture. Okay, so we are going to, first, I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at windhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is, the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Windham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing, very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum, and they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. Wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. Put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. We can get creative with this, with non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. We want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the sap boil, and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your communities best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going? Just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
If you're trying to get to 20%, it's going to be hard to do that without that.
Yep. So, yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you have something on the survey, and we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or okay?
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch.
On the local days.
on weekends, so that out of and holidays. Because I got some hookups there, also Magic Mountain. I got some old iMacs that I was thinking of, locking on one way.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Well, because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of, just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question: what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have the surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on
Yeah,
the broadband
we'll be right
site,
here.
and those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. The way we let people, one of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't a survey, it was, this is what's going on, it's one sheet of paper, that's all you're allowed to do, and it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see, from the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout and, you know, but if I had the flyer that was done already, you just take it, you grab a line, you fill out what zip code it goes to, it tells you how much it costs, you put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office and back to sub 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples, and mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
That's great.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But you know, if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, scan it.
Yeah, you can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here.
How are we going to, I mean, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in
Yeah, I mean,
monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, you know, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. And, you know, we'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Yeah, unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah, yeah. It seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just
It
said
would be-
we're not gonna use them for anything
It would
other
be a
than
lot
the
of,
survey.
it would certainly be more work to
You have a box.
provide documents
Do
to,
you have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town clerk?
we have a box that, we have some,
All this stuff is already in the brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
Right.
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
Okay.
This public document, but it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard, my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
What I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely. And then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
But we're running at 20%, you don't need to.
Right.
Where do you spend the money?
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep,
Great.
who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting twice, 2 nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
To reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the home. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in, so there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered, she does email blasts to the parents. So,
it's a good
that's really great, and I assume most of your state reps also have email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
oh, and one more thing, we're going to have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6%, where did you get that number?
Yeah.
I've seen broadband communities, it depends, it's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific for just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. Yeah, you know, I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. I don't, hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for one response per address. But there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, you know, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
So
perhaps that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for one response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over the. You'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get.
Want to do
Okay.
that now?
Yeah. Let's.
Then maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
Yeah.
Also, I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you go.
Tomorrow?
That's
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. You may need to share it with. Oh. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
Do you want to start? Just jump to the questions.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're out.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are.
Here's one.
Yep.
Middle of that page, or the first page, says we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes?
There you go.
So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in their neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll. Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number? Just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm not sure if people responding to the surveys would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting their E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there too.
Yeah.
So, but it wouldn't hurt to.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay, do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But if so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways, because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
And Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Right.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that you?
Yeah, so that would be you mean within cable?
For it, if they're getting fiber, like in Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? And so then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of, actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right, I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for it.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out if you.
Regularly and easily. I like that.
Or
I like,
easily.
yeah.
Underline easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many can I do at once?
Right. Right, and without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize, in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not listening to them?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study and a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too. But it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right, or you have to wait because somebody else is on the.
Right, so I think it's an important component of this survey that we have commercial demand in some of these small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great, yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's gonna increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep, definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet instead of and other, could have e-commerce. And that would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online.
Right.
I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say something like.
You could put credit card process.
Yeah, small business.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the in the.
Coming to your house.
Okay, so we went over. Yep, we went over current service. Is your internet service bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's a serious question.
Yeah.
Compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But, so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly, without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep, that's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
Subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right, I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering, yes.
But nobody knows what buffering.
Well, that's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering. You do, but nobody else. Ask somebody at Cronet's General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if you're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that can be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. There is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
But those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns that, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So
Right.
if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
That's a whole.
What number are you on, Bill?
Yeah, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill is killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
Number 11, you should go to security.
Oh, the phone.
Bundled services.
Is that something that?
I can't remember what the triple flight, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if they.
I think they do like digital, like cybersecurity.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier, or you have to get it from the supplier? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled.
They are.
Yep.
And you can, but you should check your bill because they'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other.
You
But
can
I know
talk
I
to your
pay,
phone.
I pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
Could
So,
you,
but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
well, I think you'll find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's some, there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with the thing on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channel. For $100, you get a few less crappy channel. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do. But bundled is,
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
a huge number.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not, it's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to
Yep.
provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because see if.
So what we
$500 a month on.
what we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
8.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, cell service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses,
Yeah, yeah. No, we could add that. I mean,
There's a lot of people using their
they're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
in our areas.
Okay, yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitingham, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them, how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
But that's not a great survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99, or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah,
to the survey.
the TV should have its own question.
Wouldn't there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services, your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all those
What are you
services?
spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I really
happy.
appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was the suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate
That
numbers.
varies. No, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
really doesn't
difficult
matter.
for people
You know,
to
the size is really good. People can come off the top of their one number and
Yeah.
it's simple for, there's no need for this breakdown, really, because
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is a. Yeah. The other thing.
Anyways, they got 2 CCI bills here for Marlboro, different service, and, no TV, and so you can
Yeah.
see out the building if you want.
Well,
It's got all this fine print to you.
yeah, that is. Yeah. So really, what all this is working up towards is just putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can we go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes. What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing, right?
So switch the word
Yes,
your to an.
From an internet provider.
Well,
Yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service. Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an app.
Exactly. And that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's 2 different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you go back to future.
Okay, good idea. Yep, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So do you have an analog phone service? Do you have backup power in the event of a power outage?
How long
Well,
will that-
again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I'm worried about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
They're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do if they turn on Wi-Fi calling. Even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah. But it's a good, I mean, certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few, you've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking the how to compare speed for price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. and which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Lawrenceburg, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question, and we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So
Yeah.
For some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question with, you know, how many things can you do at once, or what, however that works for you. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're going to be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're going to provide just one of these, or are you going to emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it. And what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't. We wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's #1 concern. And that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, of which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with, and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and pay more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our Whiting committee. And I think that we need to if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
Okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why? Thank you.
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phone? Why about phones in general? We're not. I find whenever I talk to people the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference, and I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, do you want to be the internet provider for this network, companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, what do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alex, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50. Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved. And when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Well, can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
No, we have in Vernon, a few.
And so you
But
can
we're next to
probably-
Guilford and close to
Halifax.
Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
We want
if we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved
Yeah.
greater community?
Right.
And
And
Marlboro,
so, and that would be
too,
the
by the way.
reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Woodstock.
Yeah.
Based upon the questions I see, that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or not. I mean, you ask whether they use it for internet as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's nowhere that you ask if what cell phone strength in your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they use it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
But
So
that data exists. Somebody did a study of that.
Oh,
We
they
had
did?
a chart
Okay,
at
okay.
one of our meetings. Remember that meeting we had in Dover? And so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
We have a town, Stratton, the map itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that.
Yeah.
For example. Are we gonna separate that out? I know I have no filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you want.
Well, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
And
that's why.
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought that was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham
Oh, there are?
County,
Better.
where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So again, you know, now we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing, just in terms of pronouns of the question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came to our community. I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay.
It makes no sense.
Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so, and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then,
why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
it's a benchmark.
Well, I know, but people don't know what you know. If you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what's the 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it, stuff's working fine.
It's a wizardry.
I mean, you could put a 50 in there; it wouldn't make any difference.
so the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, it may not, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
You could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you could explain that,
After
that's
the
something
question.
we can relate to.
Faster
okay,
than
yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we've talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch it, where people said, you know, you might have to pay for your landline, you might not have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of the places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, I would have to pay my something else, because it's you know, it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that it brings for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without letting the data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and you know, that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, you know, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. You know, they need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so like those responses might not really be valuable until, you know, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you said data from other surveys that you
Exactly.
hold up against this and
Exactly.
be able to extract.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
It might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like they're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150. You know, based on what typical prices are now, and say, which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People would buy it.
Right.
I think you're gonna get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, in the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet, and it may be the case that that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Well, also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenues are. I mean, the people who want to pay 40 or 50 bucks a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're also figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on. Yeah, there's going to be people up here going 90 and 100, So that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Carol, what's the breakdown in your
Isn't fair kind of a value judgment? I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like, what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay? It's different than a value judgment.
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
So if you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for that.
That's but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Well, what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Right.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
So $72 with the equipment. Yep.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price, for $35 or $40. I mean, this is a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. That is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are, if people are excited about this, if they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
Sorry, I have one more.
No, it's okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason we would switch? There was, going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of. What's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. You know, and maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but we don't. I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you use these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
But these questions basically give you guys what you need. You think?
Yeah.
You guys is us guys, that's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of, I mean, these changes are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you know you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, you know, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I've been thinking about it. I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our
Yeah.
area.
That's great. Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like to do this stuff.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's you know, that's a nice way. You know, you talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea, it says bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Bingo, contra dances.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite expensive right now.
What is your target date for that to happen?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
Yep. The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep.
As soon as it
That would
goes
be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think it's gonna be useful.
Yes, yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah.
It would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
It'd be great if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's actually really, really easy. You know, we should maybe pull it up and show. It's here. You know, I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndham/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there
so that
is.
people-
It's all ready to go.
That's what I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear?
It's not
that
an
there's
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website as well as a link to
They won't have the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You kind of, first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah,
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right? All of this, and then you just
That's
hit.
a Google.
Yep, it's a,
That's great.
And so it has to go through Wyndham Regional org/broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part, is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband.
We
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put.
Right, yeah, everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yeah.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire on everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time, and I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about
So what about,
responses are coming in, systems are working, that kind
so
of.
what
Call
about
Alex
after,
3
what about
times a
after
day.
March 17th, after your deadline?
Yep.
Could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not, yeah. Yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the Rural Innovation Strategies does quite a lot of surveys. They are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey, being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get to 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing.
This is a question for,
Susan.
Susan. One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that.
And VPR.
VPR, yes.
Yes.
For the hard copy,
Yep.
is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not look
Right.
like that.
Right.
Okay, just knowing that we're gonna have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way.
Yep.
Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that? rather than an
The
online
Word
version?
document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted
It'll
on.
be posted on our
The same
website,
website,
on the
Yeah,
same
it's
page.
all at the same.
Download it
Okay.
and share it however you want.
It's all
And
at the
that's the
same
PDF.
link. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, then you count as served. If you
So
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's also state data that'll be merged into this too. so.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Thanks.
there's, yeah.
We about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, you know, clusters of houses. Yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob.
We don't have to go. Nice to see you.
Let's call this thing to order. Welcome. It is the West River Education District, I'll shorten it, board meeting. Do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda? Nothing. Okay. Do we actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have a quorum.
We don't have six.
We don't have 6. Oh, Al's here. 6. Ha! Now we're calling it to order because we have a quorum. There were so many bodies at the table, and then I went, wait, do we? Yeah, sorry. Okay, now we're really to order. So anyway, no additions or corrections to the agenda, right? Okay. Take a look at your board norms in front of you on the back of your placard. Maintain the focus, communicate respectively, be present at the meeting, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda. We'll try to do that. It's just a good quick reminder. Members of the public, if you're here for something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to talk to us at that point. If you're here for something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I have a couple of questions, and they're kind of old news, but, you know, old things, but I just need clarification, so. The small schools grant, how is that distributed? Does that go directly to the school that qualifies along with their fair share of the taxpayer dollars, or is it commingled?
It is commingled, it is treated as revenue.
Okay.
And it goes to the school district, of which the school is a member of.
So that doesn't seem quite right to me, but.
So for example.
One district, one budget.
Right.
Everything flows in, everything flows out.
That is how it is currently handled.
So everything flows in, everything flows out. There's no exceptions to that rule.
That is currently how it is done, yes.
Every grant, every.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My next question that I was unsure of, because through the budget process, there was a lot of talk about this 5% protection or whatever. And I don't remember that from study committee things and stuff, so I tried to hunt for it today to find out exactly what is this and how does it, you know, it's not part of the tax breaks we got for merging, right?
It's part of the original law, but it is not one of the big major things that was discussed at the time. But it is in the text of Act 46.
I don't remember hearing a word.
Lori had a nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a really
with
good
me.
visual presentation that I can email you offline.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay.
Specifically to the 5%, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure. Can you just introduce yourself for the viewing audience
From
in your town?
Jamaica.
Thank you.
Is this the final report that we're going to be getting for our town report?
Yes.
I had asked Drew at one of the meetings, I would have liked to have in this report a final report, it's the 1st of July, how much monies or liabilities from each town come into the new district. And I don't see anything in here whatsoever to touch on that at all.
I haven't looked at it yet. Do we have an audit in there?
So the audit is not complete.
That's why.
Right. The audit will be made available once it is available, and we'll publicly post it, and we'll also have it available on hard copy. But yes, you're right, it is not in that.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lisa. I live in Jamaica. I have a first grader in Jamaica Village School now, kindergarten, first grader. At the last meeting, I inquired about individualized lesson plans because we've got different classes grouped together. So we had pre-K, K, and 1. Next year, we're expecting possibly K, 1, and 2. And what I have met with Principal Bernardo about is getting an individualized lesson plan. I inquired about that specifically at the last meeting. And at the meeting, I was referred to Principal Roach, who graciously said I should come to Townsend, that he can meet our needs there. So I decided to go to Townsend and check it out. And I met with a second grade teacher there. And what I found was that it is, as has been rumored, very overcrowded. Their classrooms are about half the size of ours, and they have twice as many students. Their gym area has a stage behind it, which is used for overflow classrooms. Even though the student body wasn't in session, it felt crowded to me. And I would love my boys to stay in a nice, small classroom. But having spoken with Pam about the individualized lesson plan, I understand since that conversation with her, the board has passed a 2-year plan to initiate that. So it would not be before my son is 10 years old. I spoke with Mrs. Bernardo. We met, I guess, last week. She could speak to that. And she said the board had approved a 2-year term within which they would be able to provide an individualized lesson plan. So if next year we're going to have K, 1, and 2 together, that's an even bigger age gap than the littler ones as they are now, up till first grade. So I really want him to he particularly needs to be challenged in math, and he's not getting that. We have a new interventionist there for a half an hour, I think, a week. Well, he's not really going to benefit from that. He doesn't need that. And the amount of time, that's probably going to go to the kids who are really needy, not the ones who want to be challenged. So I feel he probably won't benefit from that. What I noticed at JVS this year is that there's a lot fewer support staff. We used to have 2 people in our classroom with 9 and 10 kids. This year we had 9 kids. One of them was being potty trained every 2 hours by the teacher. She was there by herself. And the older kids, they're not certainly getting the attention that they need. And I don't think that's an issue that's happening in Townsend. And I want to make sure that next year my boys are getting the same attention and the same benefit of curriculum that the kids are getting in Townsend. I really want them to stay in Jamaica Village School. It's a fantastic school with wonderful teachers, and that is my plan. But I'm going to, if I need to write to the Agency of Education to assure that whatever staff we are entitled to, we get. Because I've inquired, you know, what is it, you have a lot of kids with IEPs, where's the support staff? We can't talk about that. I've hit that wall twice. I understand confidentiality. However, there needs to be oversight that is transparent. What kind of numbers are we talking about? If this is a numbers game, then keep more kids in Jamaica so that we get the support staff we need to assure that everybody gets the slower learners and the faster learners are treated the same. They get the same good experience in both schools. If you could speak to that 2-year plan, I see you, Mr. Anton. I don't know if you had a
I
comment.
am unaware of a 2-year plan for individualized education plan for any student that is not required by federal law. I have discussed with Principal Bernardo about taking advantage of the small amount of students that are in Jamaica Village School and really looking at them individually and working with the staff to make that happen. But the specificity of the timeline, I don't have any information other than what you just shared.
Can we get clarification on that? Because I want this to happen in the near term, not in 2 years. I'd like it to happen, if not, this year, then next year, beginning of the school year.
So I'll let Pam answer, but I would just say that it would be great to have an individualized plan for every single student, but that is it's not a requirement to have that.
Well, maybe that's the long term.
So, if I may, when Ms. Mann and I spoke about I'll get the words wrong, sorry, because they're different from what everyone's saying. The SIP, the Comprehensive Improvement Plan, one of the goals in the Comprehensive Improvement Plan that the board approved last meeting is working with multi-age groups of children as opposed to multi-grade groups of children. And one of the things that we put in there was setting individual learning goals for our children in the area of reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And that will be the work that we will do across the 3 years of the SIP in that regard, using the instructional strategy, which is the other goal of the reading and writing workshop. That will require some teacher training, as well as looking at how to help students and teachers set individual goals, mostly quarterly, in reading and writing. And that's what we had spoken about, not individual education plans, which are defined by special education law. We did also talk about, you had inquired about numbers of kids with individualized education plans, service agreements, and those are confidential, and we wouldn't really talk about that in terms of percentages or things like that. We do have the supports at Jamaica to meet those needs of those kids as defined by their plans. The additional interventionist is a half a day a week, which comes to about 3.5 hours. The goal there is to work with the teachers as well to provide the services across the week when the interventionist isn't there. So it will take a little bit of time to look at multi-age as opposed to multi-grade. But in terms of the SIP goal for safe and healthy schools, I felt that that was a better route to go so that kids, like you are referring to with your son, can move at a rate that may be a faster pace or a slower pace, depending on what their individual needs are, irregardless of the grade level, but really at what their current levels are. And the SIP in itself is just focused on reading. I'm hoping to put that in place in math at some point.
It does, however, my son's, it's a math thing. He needs more math. So I would like to, I can meet with Principal Bernardo again if we need, but I want something in place sooner rather than later to bolster his math. He loves it, he's doing well at it, I want him to get more of it.
I would just say, yes, your path of talking with the principal is the appropriate path.
Okay, I'm gonna do that, thank you.
Okay. Everybody else is on the agenda. Great. Thank you. Correspondence. We have one piece. I think I forwarded it to everybody. It's posted on the website. I know it is a request for consideration to pay tuition for a current Leland and Gray student to attend Vermont Academy. That's the first item of new business. And I believe as I understand it, the parent was going to come. I was so late I didn't get a chance to check. Are you here, Ms. Carson? No?
To be fair, because it's on at 7:30.
Okay, well, we can wait and see if she shows up, I guess. We can move along. If she comes back, we'll move her up. So, student reports then. No. What? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong agenda. I'm on my notes one, pardon me. You want to do policy now? Oh, Mike's here, okay, and Lindsay's here. All right. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong agenda, I apologize. Policy committee, Lindsay, you want to speak to this? Or Mike, you want to speak to this? Which one?
All right.
Pick one.
So this is the age of attendance policy. And what the policy committee is proposing it's been a little bit since I've gone through the details of it, so correct me if I mess anything up. But basically, it has to do with children entering kindergarten. And children who desire to enter kindergarten must have attained the age of 5 years on or before September 1st in the year in which the child plans to enroll in kindergarten. However, requests for exceptions can be submitted to the building principal beforehand. And in that case, early admission may be granted to a child whose birth date has passed the state of Vermont legal age, which is in this case, December 31st. So if if a parent wants to have their child enter kindergarten early, and their birthday falls before December 31st, they can request to the building principal, and then upon that request, the school district will administer diagnostic stuff, whatever, as the superintendent's office determines, so that we can be sure that children enter who should be entering, so that those kids that may be ready a little bit early can have the opportunity. That's the general gist of it.
And starting with the 5-year-olds in kindergarten, then that works backwards according to this for pre-K, 3-year-old pre-K and 4-year-old pre-K. Same cutoffs?
No.
No?
3 and 4 is a hard September 1st.
Yeah. Okay.
It's only for kindergarten.
Okay. Questions?
Just to clarify, all those exceptions come to this board, the way this policy is written?
Mm-hmm. The way this policy is currently written, that is correct.
There'll be a recommendation from the administration.
Any other questions? So this is the policy that you're recommending that we warn tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Make a motion. Sure, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
So I'm here because I wanted to talk about this.
Tell the camera who you are, please.
I'm Allie McFalls from Newfane.
Thank you.
So I had been in contact with Mr. Anton for the last year. My daughter's birthday is September 2nd, so she misses the current cutoff by 1 day. I'm the director of a preschool program in Brattleboro, so she's been in my program since she was 6 weeks old. So I really think she's ready, but she misses the cutoff by 1 day. So I was just asking for some flexibility for individualizing it for kids. I mean, everybody's different, and no matter where the cutoff is, there's always going to be somebody on the other side of that. So if there was just a system of allowing for some flexibility, you know, there is still the chance that they would say no. But I'm just asking for the option of applying early for her.
So this policy, if approved, would allow for that?
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Questions? Okay, we just need the, yes, Drew?
I'll move that we warn policy C35 as presented.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion now that it's been moved and seconded? Ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of warning policy C35, the age of attendance policy, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Appears the ayes have it. All right, we'll warn it. We'll see it again to adopt it. Thank you. All right, now, students. What do you got for us, guys? Ladies, gentlemen.
I got nothing.
I don't think we have anything
break
to
overall.
report.
Did you have a nice break?
Yeah,
it was a good break, yeah.
Today was hard.
Yeah.
First day back. Rough.
Excited for my new trip, now that we're not going to China.
Do tell.
We are going to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand for 3 weeks, I believe, instead of a month.
Wow. Awesome. You have anybody that speaks any of those languages?
Nope.
Google Translate do those languages?
We can't bring our phones, so it should be an adventure.
Wow.
It's actually really good not
3
bringing
weeks
your
without
phones,
phones?
just so you know.
Do they still make books that translate for you, like the little guidebooks?
An hour later.
Probably not.
Seriously, they could be out of print now that everybody has a phone. I don't know. I've gone all over the place with just Google Translate. Wow. Well, that sounds exciting. All right, so principals publish their reports. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything they read in the reports? Anybody have anything to add, Bob?
So I'm going to jump on those coattails about the trip. So many of you are familiar with our Journeys program. It's been in place for a couple of decades now, and this will be the first time that the Journeys trip, which happens every other year, will not go to China. And so it's been kind of a big deal, but obviously there are many reasons for this, or really one reason for this. And that one reason is that our flights were canceled. And so we didn't have a choice. So we were closely monitoring the situation up until the point that the flights were canceled. And as part of the policy side of things, and I'm hoping somebody can answer the question for me, I searched on the website to see what the new district's policy was around field trips. I didn't find one on the district page. It would be D30, rapid travel. If people want to see this, I can pass this around. This has the itinerary in it and talks about the different places that we're going to send them to. All the places, well, let me put it this way. The CDC ranks their alerts on 3 levels: watch level 1, an alert level 2, and a warning level 3. So the only place that we're going that is on that alert system is a stopover in the Seoul, South Korea airport, which is an alert level 2. That is not a total avoid travel there, but just a more of a high alert. The kids and the chaperones will not be leaving the airport at any time. So that's just where the flight has the layover in. So that's one area. There are 2 other areas or destinations that are not under any of those levels, but sort of get an honorable mention from the CDC. And that's Thailand and Vietnam. And that just means that there are people infected there, and they've been identified by the CDC. So people are pretty much infected everywhere. So at this point, those have not been upgraded to any watches, alerts, or warnings. So we're going along with that being fine. And I have the details of the South Korea advisory if people want to read that as well. But again, we're just going to be in the airport there. And by we, I mean not me. If you want to read that. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions, but I was sort of following the idea of informing the board of international trip.
Thanks.
When is that trip?
The dates of the trip are March 25th through April 14th.
Do they still get to perform and do some of the things that they...
I mean, Abby can probably tell you more about the latest on that.
I don't remember who it is, but one of the chaperones knows someone in Bangkok, I believe. So we're trying to get in contact with some schools in Thailand to do some performances there. And it's also their water festival, so it might work with their whole New Year type of things. We're trying to figure it out.
Very cool.
And we did add an additional chaperone to the trip as well, just because of the different nature of the trip and the fact that it was not something that the current chaperones were familiar with, like they were with traveling to China. So we added Phoebe Conley to that, and she has traveled with on this tour with this company in previous years. So she's a veteran international traveler with students. So we added her as well to make it, just to have someone who's been there and done that, to make parents and students and administration feel a little more comfortable.
Excellent. Sounds exciting. Any questions for, oh, was there a hand? Yeah, go ahead.
I just have I can wait, but I have something about the reports I wanted to ask.
Yeah, go ahead, ask the question.
Okay. I was wondering, first of all, I'd like to say I love the packets that we're getting. That's very helpful. I was wondering if there was a possibility to make the principals' reports more uniform. This one had Townsend's, which was a lot of, you know, pros about what they're doing, everything. And then, not that I don't like your reports, but Jamaica's was hard to figure out. Because like the graphs call for color, and we don't have a color printer, and you can barely read them. And so it's, you know, just, and it requires that a layperson understand graphs and things like that to figure out, to determine what it's actually telling them instead of a written out thing, but whatever. And as an aside, I was very impressed by all the things Townsend is doing, and that's what comes when you have a dedicated full-time principal.
So I can speak to the
equal opportunity.
Sure, go ahead. So you may not notice, but they all work with the same 5 topics. And each principal gets to have the freedom about how they want to express that. Rarely do we have graphs, but at different times of the year we have results that can be shared in different formats and ways. But all the 5 headings all come from when we had our integrated field reviews, which is a study of the educational quality standards, which is the guiding principles for operating schools. And so those are the 5 categories in which we consistently report out through all WCSU schools. So it may look a little different, but the uniformity is reporting out consistently under those 5 categories.
It's just difficult to make assumptions to figure out what it's telling you if it's
Sure.
presented differently. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Comment? Okay, thanks. The long-term planning work calendar, there are 2 versions of that calendar presented. This is sort of an attempt at a roadmap for discussion purposes of our next few months of work. You know, obviously the budget, you know, presented some challenges, and those challenges are ongoing. And you know, this is sort of a couple of different ideas laid out for us of a way that we can, you know, take the time to have the discussions that we need to have and gather the information and try and make some plans and maybe some changes about how things are done to address the challenges that we face. The biggest difference between the 2 of these calendars is one has the continued existence of the budget committee doing some preliminary, some deeper work, basically adding a second meeting each month for some of the board members to go through some of the financial data and then be able to speak to it a little bit at the next meeting. We can do away with that because there may be some sentiment to not have the committee do some of that work. But if the board does the work by itself, we may need to add some of those meetings that would have been budget committee meetings to the board schedule, just seeing how things are going. So it's the question really is, you know, do we want to have more meetings as a full board, or do we want to sub off some to a committee? And this is just 2 different takes. We can, you know, build off of these, change these, edit these as we see fit. But something to discuss. We don't have to necessarily adopt one tonight. As you can see, this doesn't even start until April, so we can continue discussing it. Ask questions, redesign, however we want to do it. But Trish, yes.
Maybe I'm crazy. Probably the 3rd Monday.
You are. These are additional meetings. These are non-board work meetings. This is purely about planning out your next 3 to 5 years. Yes. Yeah. This is additional meetings. So you are not going crazy.
You just do what I did. You work food shelf till 5 or 7 and run across the street.
Disappoint people.
No. You leave people.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry, Trish.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
No, not at all. Any other thoughts? Want to see some more permutations of this? You like this? Which one do you like?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee because it's a smaller group, just to kind of wade through the stuff and, you know, have options to present to the full board. My 2 cents.
True.
To be on the opposite side, I think the board needs to see all the financial information.
Well, there was never any information that the budget committee saw that the board didn't see. I have no, I mean, I have no feelings either way, but it does, you know, if we do away with the budget committee, the board itself will do more work. And it's really our decision. What do we want to do?
When do we reorganize?
The March meeting. March 6th.
You won't reorganize until April because you have the at-large vote on March 25th.
Right. Thank you. I forgot about at-large. So April will reorganize.
Does it make sense to hold this discussion and vote at that meeting when you're reorganizing
Well,
about committees and?
We don't have to vote on this at all. I mean, this doesn't start until April 13th. The first meeting on this is April 13th.
I think Drew's
So-
point is you guys
Right.
you won't meet till the April 20th to reorganize.
Right.
And April 20th is a break, so it could be April 27th.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, if it's out there now, people can look at it, think about it, see if something comes to you, and we'll decide, you know, in April what we're gonna do. I mean, that makes perfect sense. All right? Anything else? Thank you. Okay, so, weighting study. There is some information in the packet, which I'll just take here, about the pupil weighting study. There's some information about how it would affect our district and the surrounding districts in terms of what it would do to the tax rates if the proposed weights were changed in accordance with the study. And as you can see, it's a pretty significant impact. WCSU had a meeting 2 weeks ago, week ago?
2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, where we had several legislators here talking about this. And, you know, there's now the Senate Committee on Education is having a public hearing Wednesday, March 11th. We can testify by going up there or written testimony. I know the WCSU is having a letter of testimony sent up in favor of you know, modifying the pupil weighting based on the study and implementing it now. You know, it corrects inequities that have been in place for quite a long time. And you know, some districts are really struggling under the way things are weighted now. You know, I guess we already have the supervisory union sending testimony up there. I would certainly be willing to, if the board wanted, write a letter from our district as well, supporting the weighting study, changing the weights to, you know, to match the study and to do it immediately. I suspect that WCSU will send the board chair up to actually testify. I don't know if more physical presence is needed, but I certainly think letters. Individually, people can write letters. I've been copied on a few, so I know people are doing it. You know, but I wanted to put it out there just because I know it's something that affects us all, and you know, we can weigh in officially if we'd like to, and you can all weigh in personally if you'd like to, and you can ask questions about the study.
I think you should write a letter on behalf of the board.
Want to put that in motion form?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that the board chair write a letter stating
In support of the waiting study?
in support of the waiting study. That's it. That's it.
Implementation of the new weights? Okay. Right away. And right away?
Yeah, well, no, obviously, yeah. Well, everything you just said.
Okay, thank you.
You already said all that.
Yeah.
Why do I gotta repeat it in a
I just
motion
want to
form?
make sure. Thank you, Ken.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Al. Any further discussion on that? Any questions on the study results? They actually taped the, I'm sorry. One sec. They actually taped the WCSU meeting. BCTV filmed that, and Laura Sibilia speaking on this, it was really educational. It's worth going back and watching that just to hear her speak. Go ahead, Patty.
So I don't know, I thought maybe, I thought Emily might be here, but she's busy, I guess. I was wondering, I read through this and I just wanted to ask if anybody knows, did the legislative joint fiscal office that did this, did they use the same factoring, like the free and reduced lunch, to determine poverty level as the report did? But I can ask.
Well, no, they used the exact same elements, just different years.
Okay.
The original weighting study, the 150-page one, they used FY18 for modeling and simulations. This one is FY20. So this is the most recent modeling simulation using the exact same factors as the study.
Any other questions, comments before we vote? All right, all in favor of the waiting study letter motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Marlboro's copy for him. Oh, that's Marlboro's one?
Yeah, just so you see.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. The 2021 calendar. Ken, this is on there for you.
Yay. Why don't we have Veterans Day off? Because the Career Center doesn't do it. Because Career Center's wrong doesn't mean we have to be wrong too.
The Career Center doesn't offer Veterans Day off. We can do our own thing here. I actually was at an assembly at Leland and Gray on Veterans Day. And I thought they did a really nice job of saying, you know, why would you sit home and watch video games on Veterans Day? I mean, it's not like you're going to go do anything necessarily pro-veteran. And they changed a little of the curriculum and the assembly to actually honor veterans and educate about what had actually happened. I thought that was fairly appropriate. Is there even, I mean, this is just a question. If you have Veterans Day off, are there actual activities? Like, they don't really do parades on Veterans Day.
Well, they do.
Do they?
Not here in
Not
town.
here, no.
Are you leading it, Ken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not here in
I
town,
mean,
so
there's
no,
not
we
really,
don't.
like Memorial Day, there's something.
Right.
And they're different, but there's not really
Well,
way
there's
to
things,
celebrate.
there's things up north, and, you know, White River Junction does something,
Okay.
we do something up the Capitol, and, but, you know,
would it have, I mean, if we changed our calendar to actually allow our students to not attend school on Veterans Day in our district, what effect would that have? Would that have much of an effect on sort of relations interdistrict school? I mean, we losing a school day? I'm speaking to administrators here.
Well, I mean, you've already conformed with the law by having all the major vacations matching with the Career Center. So one day will be can be an individual district decision. So I don't know what River Valleys will decide or Marlboro will decide, but for the schools of the West River District, that decision is within your hands. So it's all or nothing, you know. So you're all the schools of West River would be in, or all the schools of West River would not be in. So I don't think it really has a ripple effect. beyond West River.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, would swapping a day would that count as changing 2 days? Or is that like
Yeah,
still in the realm
it's
of?
changing 2 days, but
Still in the realm of possibility?
it's still in the realm of possibility, yes. And there is no, the decision that this board would make is simply to start letting families know, because once you guys okay this, since the WCSU board has done it, then we can make a West River calendar and then we can send it out. So the timeline on making the decision is completely up to you guys.
My major problem with this is that it used to be that they all had Career Center, everybody had it all. Then the Career Center decided to change it, so then we have to change it. And I just feel that that's wrong.
Well, we don't have to change it.
Exactly, but if we just follow, this is what they're doing, do we do it? You know, just go along, which is, seems like that's what a lot of the things are, what's wrong with this country is people just go along. Oh, we're gonna change that, okay. And just do it because everybody else is doing it. It's not the right way to do things.
I would be in favor of having it off. I think it's important. I think it's an important message to show him. I think it shows that we feel like it's important.
Was that a motion? Yeah.
That was discussion.
Okay, that was discussion. I mean,
I'm not hearing a lot of discussion.
I move to have the calendar changed to have Veterans Day off. There's a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion on that?
Really?
I wonder if we're gonna hear from any parents who are like, oh, great, now we got another day to deal with. We gotta work, but the kids don't.
Well,
That's what I was wondering.
We did that for
We-
teacher in services,
I know,
offer this
I
calendar
think
without
we've-
consideration, so.
Yeah, we gave them.
Well, we
a
give them
whole
enough
lot of
advance warning,
in-services,
so, you know, I mean, that's my only question on that. Doesn't matter to me, you know. Trish?
I think it's a really good point about, that you made about the student, the schools, or at least here anyway, what you saw, making it a teachable moment. What is Veterans Day? Who are veterans? What is that? I mean, I feel like that, I would worry that that would be lost. As the daughter of a veteran and niece and of many, like, there's a lot of service people in my family, they all have it off, and I just because they're in the South and close to Marine Corps bases, and I think might feel more impactful there to have the day in areas of the country where it's more easily seen. I don't know, it's more easily understood and honored and made a big deal of. I think that was a good point. Just here, we don't have that type of palpable physical connection to a base, and what does it teach the kids to just have a free day? Maybe there is a better way if you're in school and you're learning something about what is this? I don't know. I'm just saying this just because I personally feel a bit torn about giving the day if it's not going to mean something.
Thank you.
I was going to highlight what Joe's referring to, what we talked about. We did a brief history of where the day comes from, and distinguishing it from Memorial Day and Veterans Day, how they're different. And we talked about the idea of honoring those who fought for freedom and fought for the rights of our students, one of those rights of which is public education. And so that was the argument we made, just to answer that a little bit, was talking about like you're here because they fought, because they stood up for our freedoms, and so to not exercise that right on a day that has earned that right it was a good opportunity for a teachable lesson, I guess is how I would leave that. And this is unrelated to that particular conversation, or do you want to come back to me on the early release days? Because before you guys adopt a calendar to mimic what they're doing, they have very different approach to early release days. You're talking about just the vacation?
This is
holidays.
just the vacation and Veterans Day.
All right. So
All
they
the
have-
other placement will be coming.
All right, so make sure people are all clear on that.
Yeah, I just had to time this one out because we had just done the WCSU and matching to the Career Center.
Okay.
And at that discussion, we had a discussion. So this is the only calendar I had at the time.
Gotcha, okay. We wouldn't necessarily be following the early release days that are on.
No, the only things that we are locked into are the long vacations and the discussion right now.
And so if we would have Veterans Day off, we would obviously have another day added somewhere. Right? So it's not like we're losing a day.
Right. We'd
Right.
still schedule 176 days.
Okay.
Right, no.
And along with that, the stuff that you guys do for Veterans Day, you could do before Veterans Day. So that maybe they could find something worthwhile to do outside of school on their own, possibly with their family, and go to one of these, celebrations.
I just had a clarifying question, so I looked at the calendar. So we're following their calendar, which means our February break is now shifting back again to the end of February?
That is correct.
More discussion on Veterans Day? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Krista.
I just have a question about the vacation, just because I have 2 elementary and one at Leland and Gray. Will their vacations still stay?
So the Christmas, Thanksgiving, the Christmas holiday, February and April will all be matching the Career Center. As Chris just pointed out, next year, this week would be off.
But the elementary school?
The entire district.
Okay.
The entire supervisory, in fact, the entire county.
Because if not, somebody got for a week.
They will not be split.
No, we wouldn't do that to you.
Give them a vacation.
Okay.
So do we have to decide now what day we'd add? Can that be another discussion?
No, if you guys just say, we don't want to have school on the 11th, I'm just going to bring you back a calendar that represents that.
Okay.
And then if you guys want to make an individual district change, not on those 4 major things, you
Okay.
can tell us to do that.
Okay.
All right, ready to vote? Yes, Al?
I just wanted to ask Bob, do you have any veterans that come in?
We have at least one staff member or maybe 2 staff members here who are. We called out a name and thanked them and did that applause thing, but we didn't bring in any speakers. It was just me and a microphone. We could, certainly. You could do whatever you want with it, but
I was just thinking back
in the time since I've been here, that's not how it's been done.
Yeah, so I mean, back to the teachable moment, you bring in, that could be something you do.
Sure.
Bring in maybe a high-profile veteran or, yeah.
Lots of things.
Yes.
I have one question. Would the extra day have to go at the end of the year? So you go further into June?
Doesn't have to. I would just take this information, design a WCSU-wide calendar, give it to each individual board, and then some boards say, I only want to go 175 days, I don't want to go 176. Some boards don't want to start or end at a certain time. The last 3 years, everybody in the WCSU has had the same calendar, all done 176 days with all the same days off. But the legal requirement is that the 4 major breaks align with the Career Center of which we're attached to.
Okay, so, motion
Call the
is
question.
motion is to have Veterans Day off, February 11th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Redesign that calendar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to old business, it is 10 of 8. Did the parent of the tuition request student show up? No? Okay, so, let's do it. Yeah. The request is to, yeah, I had it loose so that I pulled it off. Thank you. So anyway, thank you. The request is to pay tuition to VA. VA has apparently agreed to let this child attend for 16-7. She's currently an 8th grader here and a resident of the town of Wyndham. The parent says, quote, "I believe she will thrive in the atmosphere at Vermont Academy." And they're just requesting that we consider school tuition. Attached to this packet is the statute that actually governs the that actually governs the discussion, and we
It's C.
It's, yeah.
B.
It's C.
It's the second to paragraph from the end.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tuition a student to an approved independent school or an independent school meeting education quality standards if the school board judges that a student has unique educational needs that cannot be served within the district or at a nearby public school. The letter requesting it doesn't really set forth any sort of unique educational need, and I was sort of hoping that the parent would show up to sort of add to that.
Can we table it?
We can put the request off, and I
back
could
to
even
the parent.
respond to her that said, and tell her that, you know, the statute's kind of clear, we need this, and if she feels that there are, could she please present them? And, you know, if there is such a thing, we can then have it, you know, our education professionals speak to that, and we can make the decision, move it to the next meeting, and I'll let the parent know.
True. So, can we also get clarification? It says here, I believe the number is 16.7. Is it tuition rate or per pupil rate that we'd be paying?
That is the, it is specific to Vermont Academy. It is specific to a new program that Vermont Academy has, in which they are essentially providing a scholarship for the difference between the announced average public high school tuition, which this year was $16,686. And so
So that number is real, that's in this.
that, yes.
So I would make a motion that we table it.
Second.
Okay. To the next meeting then. Any discussion on tabling it?
Do it.
Okay, all in favor of tabling this to the next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
You'll email them.
I will correspond with the parent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any tests for the administration for the next meeting?
Well, I'm going to give you an updated work calendar recognizing the reorg. Just look at that because it makes sense when you have April 20th as your natural date. So I'll update that and bring that to the board on the March 16th meeting.
You give us the annual calendar with Veterans Day off too?
Annual calendar with Veterans Day. I'll give you an update on the audit. I will respond to the 5% over under for Ms. Dixon.
Oh, I'll send her that.
You got that?
Yeah, I have it.
All right. Okay. That's what I have so far.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes?
We're gonna have audit numbers before the annual meeting.
We should. We absolutely should.
We have copies available.
We will.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, any other tasks?
Oh, could I just point out something?
Sure.
Just to back up what Drew said. So these annual reports will be at all the town clerks and all schools by tomorrow. So I've asked each principal just to put in their newsletters that they're available so that people can come and get them. And they're available also at the town offices. And then I've asked people to bring them to the town meeting as well. So you'll have all that stuff, and then if we have any left, I'll have them on the 25th as well, March 20th. And the 24th, the meeting prior.
Thanks. So I just realized I skipped over school choice. I tried. So we have the survey results. I've gone over them. Bill, you want to speak to them, or?
Well, so I just tried to put them all out there without any judgment or analysis, just to make it not my opinion of the results, but here are the results, so that I felt like I was accomplishing the task I was asked. Question 1 is, did you participate in school choice? So number 2 is the follow-up to that. So question 1 asks you, did you? If you did, please go to 2. If you didn't, go further down in the survey. But no, I thought I was pleased to provide the school choice survey and to get the answers and bring it back to the board.
There were, it seemed overall positive. There were some comments in there that were not positive, but generally, the people who exercised choice seemed to be happy with it. Thoughts, questions, follow-up?
So what's the bottom line?
Well, so we have this data, which I will keep. School choice opens up March 1st. So in all the newsletters in the schools, that will be going out to parents today. The link has been updated on the website. All the Facebook pages will be updated by the end of the week so that parents can start applying next week for school choice. And it'll be our second year of kind of rolling it through, and then I think we'll have an idea of kind of where we stand, and then that will kind of hopefully flow into your long-term conversations about what you guys want to do for the next 3 to 5 years as you see if there's any patterns or trends or migration.
Can I ask a clarifying question about these? There was several different comments that had to do with, obviously, the influx of students into Townsend this year. And I wanted to just clarify that the classroom size is continued to follow what the policy we had predetermined was, right? I mean, it was all below the allowable
Yes.
limit.
And I have all the projected enrollments from the current existence to next year, and then that allows us to decide how many spaces are available. So like, for example, in Townsend, there are no spaces available in the 4th and 5th grades. That's just the one off the top of my head because it's the largest one. But yeah, so we take it, we go off of the 14 to 18 in the K through 3, and the averaging of 18 to 24 in 4 and 5, and flowing that through into the best possible system we can do with the numbers we have at the time, knowing that after school choice things can change, and I may be coming to you guys and saying the system looks different from what we planned for. Here are some possibilities that we can go down and go from there. But yes, that's how it's set up.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that was exactly what I was gonna say.
What's the largest projected class that we have?
So right now, when we planned it, it's 25, although Principal Roach let me know this morning that there's a possibility of some people returning, so that could be 27. So I could be coming back to the board and having a discussion with you about that.
So,
And Joe.
clarify, if we're at 27, then based on our policy, we would split that class?
Well, based on your policy is about clusters. It's not about individual classrooms. It's about groupings of 4th and 5th. So I will more than likely on the 16th of March come back and go, yes, I've confirmed that odds are really good that this is occurring, and these are some different possibilities that the board can consider. 27 technically would still fit your policy because of the averages, but you have to look at not only fitting the policy, but the practicality of how that plays out as well. So yes, you should expect something from me on March 16th.
Okay. Go ahead.
Question, when is the deadline? And deadline for this, is it a solid deadline?
It's March, the month,
Beginning
March 1st through March 31st.
to the 31st. Is that a solid deadline? It doesn't get moved around like?
That is the current practice that we do, yes.
Yeah.
So I would say that, yeah, class size was certainly a theme that ran throughout, and it was both Townsend residents and not Townsend residents that were speaking to it in kind of a negative way. So I would say that if we happen to get any waiting study money, that we might consider, you know, helping this out, adding a teacher back or doing something to help with that situation.
Mm-hmm. Mike?
I just wanted to clarify something that I've heard. I was surprised to hear that people think that I was against choice, even though I voted for choice. So just wanted to say that just because I ask questions in meetings does not mean that my opinion on the policy has changed. And I supported it then, and I still support it.
It's a little more campaign than anything else. Crystal?
Clarify. Crystal Gorby, Wyndham. I just had some comments on school choice. For us, of course, everybody knows we're supposed to go to Wyndham. But we did pre-K in Townsend, and it was wonderful. I mean, Mr. Roach is amazing, the school is amazing, the staff is amazing. I think school choice is really, really important because although Jackson is like a superstar kid there, our other grandson, Oliver, he's not doing well. And it's not the staff, it's not the teachers. I mean, Katie is his teacher, so he has probably the best teacher he could. And for whatever reason, that environment just doesn't work for him. So for him, we need to make another choice. So I think having school choice is really important because an environment may not work for a kid, and you may have to find something that works for that particular kid. So.
Thank you.
The answers to some of the questions on this, especially the free flow answers, confirmed what a discussion I had with a parent from Jamaica about why they and other families left Jamaica. It had to do with a toxic environment, a lockdowns type of feeling, lack of friendliness by the administration, other things that, to me, how could these have gone on long enough that it would cause people to leave that school and nobody know about it? How could that happen? This did not have to happen to Jamaica. It didn't have to happen. It was unnecessary. If that situation had been addressed when it was happening and fixed, and somebody dropped the ball and we're paying the price. And we're not happy.
Got you in the camera. I got to do this special. As I understand it, and I have no involvement whatsoever, as I understand it, the toxic environment was before this board took over. So it's kind of unfair to even point to them and suggest that they weren't paying attention or that they were letting something happen when it should have been the Jamaica School Board who was dealing with it, not this board. So as a member of the public, I just want to support them.
Okay, well, somebody had the buck stop somewhere. And we're paying the price for, and we're not happy because that was confirmed by this survey.
Go ahead.
Sue Stomsky, Jamaica. Our representatives are the same representatives from Jamaica on the old board that is the existing board, and the superintendent, excuse me, is the same superintendent. So whether the superintendent is the same superintendent. So obviously, if there was an issue, our board, which is the same, Drew was on the board.
Nope. I haven't been on a Jamaica Village board in 8 years.
All right. Placing blame for something that happened
what
a
I'm
while
saying
ago
is that it
really
was the same
counterproductive.
thing. If it went to our administration, it's the same administration. If there was an issue, which is what we're hearing, is that our board tried as much as they possibly could to correct it. And they had roadblocks again, and more roadblocks, stopping them from issues that were happening, which, as you can see, most of us here don't have children in Jamaica school. But we want our school, we want to find out what happened. That's all we're asking. How did they get to this point? And that's the frustration part. We assumed it was a great school. I had 3 kids go there, and you couldn't ask for those 3 to be any better citizens out there now. So obviously they had a good start. Something happened, and we're wondering when that happened and why did it happen? What wasn't happening to help us fix it? That's all.
And it could happen again.
And it could.
To any other school. Because I can't imagine that it was a quiet situation. I've been on school boards long enough to know that if parents are having an issue, they are vocal about it. And the Jamaica School Board meetings were not televised, so you couldn't tell that from it. And it was serious. It was very serious.
I don't know. Ours are televised. We're pretty transparent.
I know that. People need to know that if it could happen to us, it can happen to anybody.
Anything else on the school results?
Principals, keep your ears open.
Anything else on the choice survey results, comments?
I have one other comment.
Sure.
Some of after going through the comments, it seemed like there was a couple of potential inequities between schools that we don't need to talk about today, but may want to consider talking about. It sounds like the pre-K only in Townsend. There were some comments about they chose to stay because they were in for pre-K and chose to stay. And that there was also comments about concern about other schools, like I would like my kid to stay in my town, but I'm not gonna start them and then move them. So that was one thing. And then another thing was apparently there's different laughter schedules between the schools, and some offer every day and some don't.
Yeah.
And how is that determined? How is that funded? How did we get to where we are with that? I don't actually know the answer to that.
I don't either. Can you tell us at the next meeting?
Sure, I'll give you a
Thanks.
laughter update. And a
Thank
pre-K,
you.
sure.
Question?
You know, I remember a discussion that we had about preschool, that we had multiple times about preschool. And that Newfane did not want preschool, which is why we originally did not have a preschool program in Newfane.
Previously, that was part of the discussion.
So are you suggesting that we need to have the preschool discussion
Yep,
again?
yep.
I think that can be part of the
I
larger
think
context of
this is
the whole
a big part of
discussion.
that. Verification, anyway, more than just things I've heard.
Okay. Anything else? All right.
I did not provide you guys the minutes, so you can add them to the next agenda. But I do have the pay orders. That's the most important. That's a little bit.
There are no committee assignments for that. Policy.
Now do you guys believe me about that consent agenda thing we were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We
I
don't
do.
need one?
Well, it'll just be minutes and pay orders at the end instead.
Makes more sense.
The pay orders all in order, or do we have to pull them out?
I've got one correction.
Okay, so the pay orders have to get pulled out of the consent agenda, and the minutes didn't get sent, so they're pulled out of the consent agenda, so there is no consent agenda, Ken, you win. So what what's the question with the pay orders?
We just have one check that's written wrong, so it's one correction.
Oh, so it's not anything, we can still approve it.
We can approve it with one correction.
All right,
Pull it out.
perfect.
Did you pull that one?
Yes, I did.
Thanks.
Want to make the motion, since you got them in front of you?
Yep. Make a motion that we approve the pay orders totaling $165,429.44.
Is there a second?
That's corrected.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I know they were reviewed and there's one correction, but other than that, they seem fine. All right, all in favor of approving the pay orders, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else? All right, we have executive session tonight. So everybody can go.
Rick, you got pay orders, man? This is a new Rick.
We don't need you. There,
We have to move into.
yeah, we have to move into executive session.
I'll make
Every time.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for a personnel matter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? Okay, we're out of executive session and there was no decision made, so we just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, we're adjourned.
requirements and local rep.
On a different committee, not on approps.
So the idea will be, we'll start with number one. We're going to go for just a minute because there are so many people. And we'd like you to hand in your testimony if you're comfortable doing that. And if we don't get to you and you have written testimony, you should hand it in. And if that doesn't work for you, on the website, and I'll have it up, I'll write it on the board, an email address where you could email your testimony in or thoughts. Okay, and both appropriations committees will get them. So what we're going to do is have the first person come up and sit right here to testify. There's the mic. And if you can't get out or you don't want to come up here, you can speak from your seat. You'll have to speak loudly. And the cameraman will capture your voice and your picture. So either way is fine.
If you speak from your seat, stand up.
Yeah, if you speak from your seat, please stand up. So the other thing is, where are the restrooms?
The restrooms, the men's room is on the same floor as this. It's just on the other side of the stairway, and you take a left. The ladies' room is down the stairs, and you take a left.
One flight.
One flight.
And hi.
Hi. So the first name.
There are more chairs up here, and there are more chairs somehow interspersed there. I see a couple of empties.
Yeah, there's 2 chairs over there.
There's 2 over here, not this one. This is the on-deck person, who is who?
The on-decker is Kate Lamphere.
Okay. Come on over, Kate.
Oh, you over there?
So this is if you're the next person to testify, you're going to park yourselves right here. And there you'll be ready to go. Ready. Now, park it.
You gotta cut a minute out of it, right? And we'll have a timer. Who does the 30 seconds? I'll do this.
You're gonna do the
I can do the names and the 30 seconds. And you'll
Okay.
get a timer.
Okay, so here we go. Thank you very much for coming.
A minute apiece. Here we go.
I feel like I'm at a start line.
Oh,
You're gonna
yeah.
like fire the gun.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Wendy Germain, and I am the new Nutrition and Wellness Director for Senior Solutions. And I am here to talk to you about Meals on Wheels. And a little story to start with. One day, my grandma, Dressel's Meals on Wheels driver, knocked on her door and she didn't answer. He knew that she was always there. He went around to the front door and knocked. He could hear her hollering for help. He tried to get in, but he couldn't. There was a man from CVPS working on the lines outside the house. The Meals on Wheels driver asked the lineman for help. Together, they got into my grandmother's house. She'd fallen and broken her hip. The men called my mom at work. Good thing for a small town, they knew where she worked. And ultimately, it saved her life. So it's near and dear to my heart. So we're asking for an additional $700,000 for Meals on Wheels for the state, to make sure that we don't have to put any of our folks on a wait list.
I didn't even know it was 30 seconds.
Where's the end?
And we make loss.
It's not working. Oh.
There we go.
What did you do?
And just so people know, it costs about $10 to get a meal out to someone, and the sites are only reimbursed for $3.50. Thank you very much.
It's like, I think a minute's not going to be enough.
No.
A minute and a half, but we gotta.
You want 30 more seconds?
She did it.
She did it.
I went over. I think it's very hard.
It is hard.
Okay, well,
I'll take
we'll
90.
try
I'll
it.
take 90.
Do you want me to leave extra copies with you?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So the person on deck is Dana Mikulovich. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, my name is Kate Lamphere, and I'm the Director of Adult Services at HCRS. I'm also a resident of Cavendish, Vermont, and a mother of 2 young children who relies on the Springfield Area Parent-Child Center. I also belong to a family that has been tragically impacted by the opioid crisis, including a recent death by overdose. I am asking you to seek every opportunity to support dignity, to support people, to give people the opportunity to live with dignity. A few ways that I would like you to consider doing so is to increase the Medicaid reimbursement for designated agencies by at least 3% so that we can effectively support Vermonters with mental health and substance use issues in the communities in which they live with the dignity that they deserve. Consider the expansion of step-down facilities residential treatment facilities, and supportive housing opportunities that provide individuals a place to call home and out of expensive and traumatizing hospital stays. Please support the Parent-Child Center, Bill S-263, and fully fund the Parent-Child Centers to continue their essential work with families and young children.
If you want a minute and a half, I can do the last 30 seconds on the clock.
I got it.
Do you want to hand yours in?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The person on deck is Linda Husband. Dana Mikulovic.
I'm going to give my spot to Chris there and speak 21st. I will speak number 21 instead.
Well,
okay, when we get there, tell us.
Yeah, you get there, tell us.
That's right. Okay.
So first, apologies, I didn't prepare written testimony,
right.
but thank you for your past support of the Visiting Nurse Association members in Vermont. VNH is one of those members. We serve Windsor, Wyndham, and part of Orange counties. And we have 350 people per day on the long-term care Medicaid waiver. So these are folks who would normally qualify to be in a nursing home and are being cared for at home. Choices for care. So they're receiving food, bathing, meal preparation, all the things that are necessary to live independently. And I can tell you, because I've visited many people on this particular program over the years, people would rather age in place, they would rather age in their home, and this is a critical program. It is being funded at level funding in the governor's budget.
Keep going.
And our association will, leadership will give you, they'll talk more about the numbers and what we're asking for. I wanted to talk with you about what the people need, which is this program. And if my colleagues from the VNH could just stand up, because I'd like you to see how many are here.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Joanne, I have Joanne Ernhouse and then Marita Johnson.
This is Chris there, number 21. And
We're
we're
not-
swapping.
Oh, you're swapping with Linda?
Swapping with Linda,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name's Chris there.
Chris there,
Yeah.
okay. So, Joanne Ernhouse is on Decker.
Okay.
Hi. Okay, so once again, my name is Chris Thayer, and I've worked at the Vermont Food Bank for 11 years now. And I am here to support the food bank for the new state funding asked by the food bank for $500,000 to help scale up our Vermonters Feeding Vermonters program. Real quick, what this program is we went to the local farmers and said to them, we want to buy product off you to serve to people in need. So that's what we've done. We've started this program 2 years ago. We use about $200,000 right now for this program, and it's to get out #1 product to the people in need. So it also helps financially our local farmers. So I won't go big into it because there's a lot here, but you know, one thing that I like personally is it keeps the money in Vermont. You know, it just circulates through Vermont. And our goal, our projected minimum goal is $800,000 added to the Vermont economy. So, and for every dollar spent, 60 cents additionally goes back into the economy. So, that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Marita Johnson on deck. Joanne Ernhouse.
Hi, how are you?
6:30. Select. That's why we're doing it first. They're all
Good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the population of Vermonters who are over the age of 60. As the Community Relations Director at Senior Solutions, which is the Southeastern Vermont Council on Aging, part of the V4As, I've had the pleasure of visiting communities throughout Windsor and Wyndham counties. These communities have reflected the rural conditions and concerns of many older Vermonters. This is a segment of our population who rarely complains. They are proud and private. Even when they are living below the poverty level, they will not ask for assistance. We work to encourage them to apply for benefits that are provided through the Older Americans Act. In their world, These aging Vermonters see themselves as the people who give to others. Even when they need to make tough choices between buying food or fuel, they think that others need the help more than they do. Skip to the end. These older Vermonters have long provided us with a
Keep
wonderful core of volunteers. How can we help them and show them our respect? Very simple. The V4As are supporting an additional $700,000 to support the cost of providing the nutritional programs like Meals on Wheels. And we also are asking for increases for at-home healthcare workers because ultimately it will save the state money. Did I go over very much?
No, you're fine. We're doing a minute and a half,
Okay.
so I'm watching
I'm
that
done.
last 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. And you can read the.
Yeah, but keep them short. I'm watching. Deb Hoffer.
My name is Marita Johnson, and I'm president of the board of directors for our local community television station, SAPA TV, Springfield Area Public Access Television. This station serves our 3 local communities of Springfield, Chester, and Weathersfield, and we have other people in the audience from other public access stations. And you've all taken advantage of our wonderful public access, and probably most of you in the room have taken advantage of it to get your word out with programs and with the public service. And it's actually being live streamed to the whole state right now. So it's very important, and I'm asking for your support for the bill H744 for the appropriation of funds to support community media centers. And we have a well-equipped studio that is used for interviews. We cover the select board meetings, school board meetings all over the state with public access stations. Our Springfield High School journalism class is able to utilize the studio, and we've had several students go on to have careers in journalism. We also do a lot of programming, educational programming with library programs and historical societies. Our OLLI programs, Osher Lifelong Learning Program, which is through the University of Vermont. We film those and share those. We've shared hundreds of high-quality lecture programs, and we're very happy to have many volunteers. We've got about 20 really good volunteers that have been volunteer their time to learn the camera use and to learn editing. And I'm going to leave with you our annual report for this year that has all of those volunteers listed. But SAPA TV provides a sharing of our community strong points and helps carry on a vibrant community spirit.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Are the other people that are with you signed up to testify, or are they just here?
They're signed up for later on. They came in after me, and they're from.
I was just going to have them stand up.
Oh, was this, in
Well,
case we
no,
don't
no,
get
they're
there?
testifying, skip it.
Yes, they're testifying
Okay.
in the back.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the person on deck is Elizabeth Boyce. Boyce. Deb Hoffer.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Say your name.
Oh, sorry, Deb Hoffer.
Just so they can capture it.
Deb Hoffer. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am on the board of directors of the Family Place in Norwich, and I'm also a pediatrician at Dartmouth Hitchcock. And as you know, a pediatrician's job is to keep children healthy. But far too often, this is complicated by adverse childhood events, or ACEs, such as poverty, homelessness, substance abuse, and trauma, just to name a few. When you talk about these in the family setting, you're talking about toxic stressors, and children cannot thrive in an environment of toxic stress. Furthermore, pediatricians cannot provide all of the medical care and all of the social support that these children need. We absolutely rely on the parent-child centers of Vermont. For example, we are blessed to have Anya, who is an employee of the Family Place, co-located with us twice a week. We can bring her a family and know that she will provide for the core services that the Family Place offers for these children. The Parent-Child Centers of Vermont are literally life-saving for so many families. I want to thank you for the support last year in the amount of $3.3 million, and ask that we move toward fully funding the Parent-Child Centers, which would be about $10 million. Our specific ask for fiscal year 2021 is an additional $4 million. So thank you very much for your time and for everything you do for Vermont families.
Thank you very much. you leave something?
I did.
Yeah, okay, great.
Person on deck is Chris Parker.
My name's Elizabeth Boyce. I'm the food service director for the Springfield School District. I'm here to talk about what the Farm to School program means to me. I believe that the Farm to School program is important to our district. The program has helped me find local produce and has supported many of my ideas on how to bring these local foods into our cafeteria. Without the help of the Farm to School, I'm unsure I've been able to start some of the programs I have started in all 4 schools. The Try a Bite program is to introduce kids to new and healthy food choices. On Thursday, kids are offered different food samples. The samples coordinate with the harvest of the month. This month it's beef and cabbage. Last month it was this month it's beef and, last month it was beets. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. It was amazing to see how many kids didn't even know what beets were. What was even better was see how many kids actually liked them. This program also connects what is going on in the cafeteria to the classroom. Teachers talking to kids about the Try a Bite a month. Did they like it? Did they not? Having discussions about what our food really comes from. Buying local is important to me, and the Farm to School program has been a big supporter of helping me make that possible in my school district. I believe the more we can buy and support local farmers in the area, it will be better for our future.
On deck is Connor Floyd.
Chris Parker, I am the food service director for Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. Thank you guys for being here. In the short time that we have, I would ask that we oppose the decrease that has been presented for the Farm to School program. That program in 2017-18, our school, Newbrook, was awarded the Farm to School grant. Those funds allowed us to rebuild our aging garden beds as well as add to them. The first year that we had the new beds, we were able to produce over 400 pounds of produce that went directly into our freezer. We actually bought the freezer with the grant money as well. The second year, we were able to produce over almost 600 pounds. The Farm to School program has allowed us to build relationships with the local farms, many of which have paid their taxes in the towns that our schools are in. And we think that it's extremely important to support them and keep them local. It also allows our students to take field trips to the farms. The farmers come to the schools. They come for farm and field day. So that's been great for the kids. My children go to school in Vernon. They do not have a Farm to School program. Because of that, their participation is lower. There is no exposure to fruits and vegetables that they would not normally see. So then the meals that are coming out of the cafeteria are not as healthy looking because of that, because there's no push for that. So again, thank you for being here. I did not type this up. I'd be happy to send you guys something should you need.
Okay.
Thank you
Great,
very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Connor K. Curtis.
Hi, my name is Connor Floyd. I am the Farm to School Program Manager at Food Connects. I'm the third person talking about Farm to School. And so, as Chris mentioned, we are asking for a total funding level of $500,000 for Farm to School programs throughout the state. At a baseline minimum, we're asking that you keep the historic level of $231,000 the same and don't decrease that. As you've heard from the past 2 speakers, Farm to School can mean a lot of different things. It's oftentimes the only health and wellness education students are getting. It's teaching them about growing, healthy eating. It's helping the local economy through increased local purchasing. Here at Food Connects, we're able to provide a lot of those coaching services to schools, but really the funds coming from the state are the fuel that keeps a lot of these programs alive. It's often not the primary objective of the schools or priority of the school board. So this funding helps keep this programming and the enrichment programs associated with it going. So again, we're asking for $500,000 or at a minimum $231,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then George Carrick, I can never pronounce your name. Carrick Kavakis. I did it. So you
Hi, my name's Kay Curtis. I live in one of the 3 parks run by Tri-Park Housing Cooperative in Brattleboro.
Our cooperative provides an affordable housing for over 900 people. This is an alternative housing that's affordable for people who hold the minimum wage jobs and give a lifetime of service to our community. And we are in danger of losing our cooperative. Irene washed away 20 of our mobile homes, and we need that number in order to meet the budget requirements for our park. And we worked with the town for 2 years to conduct a master plan so that we could figure out exactly what we could do in order to fix all this. And at the end, we were told by the experts it's not sustainable unless we get some help. So that's why I'm here, to ask for some help so that we can keep 900 people in affordable housing. Our total need will be $4 million, so we encourage you to approve the $22.4 million VCHB budget in order to fund the organizations that will lend the assistance to Tri-Park and other mobile home parks throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Mike Gibson, and then also there was Carol Gibson. Did you both want to testify or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm. Let her get started.
Oh, okay. I'd like to, my name is George Karabakakis, and I'd like to thank each of you and all our legislators for the support that you've provided to our community mental health system. Act 82, passed in 2017, states that Vermont's mental health system shall be adequately funded and financially sustainable to the same degree as other health services. It goes on to say that rates should include a cost adjustment factor that reflects changes in the reasonable costs of goods and services of our community mental health services. And if the outcomes that we hope to achieve are to keep people off the streets, housed and warm, out of jails, out of the criminal justice system, to keep kids in our communities and out of state's custody, to keep people out of the ER unnecessarily and out of costly institutional care, then we need to adequately fund our system. And we can only accomplish this if we have the financial support to pay our staff adequately. And so we are asking for an increase in Medicaid reimbursement rates of 3% and to ensure that the new DS caseloads are funded. We need a system that is not living on the edge, but that is stable and secure, so when the time comes, our citizens know that we are there to support them in times of need.
You did. It was fine. Minute and a half. Yep.
So what I'll do, I'll email.
Do you have one you want to leave?
Yeah, actually, I've got a clean copy here. So, yeah, there we go.
So the person on deck is Christine Blaylock.
Hi, my name is Carol Gibson. I'm here with my husband Mike, and we're parents of a daughter Lillian who has intellectual disabilities and a speech handicap. And we are also shared living providers for 2 adult men with developmental disabilities. And we are so thankful for Vermont's commitment to a totally community-based system of care for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Those who live with us take full advantage of this opportunity. They all work. They volunteer in the community, they exercise at Edgar May, go to the art gym, attend social events, and belong to a ministry for adults with disabilities so that they're pursuing their dreams and their heart's desires, which is what it's all about. The only way this has been able to happen is because there's been a collaborative effort between HCRS, the developmental case manager, with ourselves, funds being made available for direct services and health and employment services. And also the respite care for us, which has been needed. We're concerned that with the proposed changes to the service care system, those living with us will lose the personal involvement of their service coordinator, who's there to assist when needs arise and is able to advocate for them in such a large and sometimes confusing system. And without community support, employment services, respite services, the role of the shared living provider or us as parents would be overwhelming and less likely to succeed, and the state would lose its vision for providing a fully inclusive community-based system of care. So we're here to advocate for not only being able to retain the services that we have, but to increase the services as needed to meet the needs of new individuals being identified. Isn't that society's role to provide for those who can't provide for themselves? That's it.
Thank you.
Yep. Mhm.
Is your name on?
Yep.
Martin Coyne? Okay.
Answered anything. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine Blaylock. I'm an advocate with Let's Grow Kids and a mother of 3 with 2 currently in childcare. When I was working for a nonprofit and my husband is self-employed, we had 2 children in childcare full-time. It was $93 a day. After applying for Vermont's Child Care Financial Assistance Program, we qualified for $32 a week. Grateful for something from the program, it wasn't enough to justify staying employed. And so 100% of my paycheck and a little from my husband's, to have 2 children in childcare, we couldn't afford me to work. And with a 3rd on the way, I'm currently a stay-at-home mom. We don't qualify for the assistance program now because I'm not working, but we're on the Medicare and Medicaid system. Going back to work with 3 children in childcare over the summer would cost me $800 a week. And so $32 with supplemental with other expenses in my life, it just doesn't add up to work until all my children are old enough to stay home by themselves. By aligning the reimbursement rates with the most updated information and have it automatically updated in the future will assist families like mine to reconsider pulling parents from employment. So please consider supporting that program in hopes for more families to continue to work in Vermont. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Costs, Traybridge?
Core.
Core?
Core.
Core?
Sir.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, my name is Martin Cohn. I'm a resident of Newfane, Vermont, and I am a seasoned public relations practitioner, which means old, who serves on the board of the Brattleboro Community Television, BCTV. Over the past 4 years, I've produced 4 award-winning shows at BCTV. These include Family Matters for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development, Healthcare Matters for Grace Cottage Family Health and Hospital, Safe Store Matters for Entergy Vermont Yankee, and Rotary Cares for the Rotary Clubs of Brattleboro. They wouldn't let me use Matters anymore for the name of the show. While many equate public education government access television, like the one that's filming here, with the broadcast of local government meetings, PEG stations fill a unique niche in the media landscape, providing communities with the opportunity to create programs of local interest. PEG has been a venue for serious political and philosophical discussion, a place to find the recorded minutes of local town meetings or school board discussions, as well as a springboard for citizen journalism. In Vermont, we're fortunate to have 25 stations producing over 18,000 hours of programming each year. I'm here today to support the allocation of $100,000 requested in the PEG Access Study Bill H744. This will allow for a contract with one or more independent consultants to evaluate options for financing PEG operations and services to across Vermont. And this will hopefully facilitate a partnership with the state. The bill is recommended by the PEG Study Committee that was convened this past summer. Funding threats to access television have been widely reported. Healthy and viable PEG access services are in the best interest of Vermont. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The person on deck is Kathy Clement, and I'd also like to welcome the other representative from Springfield, Christy Morris, just came in. He's not on Appropriations Committee either. Welcome.
But he is on the Springfield Select Board, as a matter of fact, the chair. So he's in charge in this room and will tell us when we have to get out.
It'll be all his fault.
Hi, my name is Cor Trowbridge, and I'm the Executive Director of BCTV, or Brattleboro Community Television. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 744. BCTV was founded in 1976 and is one of 25 public education and government, or PEG access management organizations serving Vermont. BCTV serves 8 towns in southern Windham County, and we produce 1,200 hours of local video content each year. Fees from cable subscribers provide 80% of BCTV's funding. H744 is critical to the future of PEG access because cable fees have declined statewide and will continue to do so as the trend of cord cutting by consumers grow. In addition, last year the FCC weakened the requirements for this funding mechanism. In recognition of the threat posed by the funding decline, the legislature supported a PEG access study committee that met over the summer of 2019. H744, the PEG access study bill, asked for a modest sum of $100,000 in the FY21 budget for an in-depth legal assessment of promising examples of funding options being utilized by other states to support PEG. On behalf of the many Vermonters who value and utilize our programming and services, we hope you will support and fund H744 and S318. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Ayer, Aing, I always have trouble with your last name.
Do you want to testify from right there? Do you want to stay right there? Okay. Hi.
Hi. Do you want me to start?
Yeah, just state your name.
My name is Kathy Clement. I live in Thetford and I'm on the board of the Family Place Child Center. Thank you for hearing my testimony. First, thank you for last year's $3.3 million support. Second, please increase the funding for Parent-Child Center's essential work. As stated, base funding for the 8 core services should be about $10 million, and we would like to see at least a $7 million investment. It's tempting to remind you that PCCs have been underfunded for decades. My concern in doing so, though, is that you'll think they've been doing such amazing work. Surely we can stay at that funding level. It doesn't seem to be impacting things because they're doing such great work. But as a board member with fiduciary responsibility for facilities, programs, and staff, I can tell you that it does impact the services we provide every day. We don't have funds to replace shingles on our buildings or our aging heating and air conditioning systems. Therefore, we're wasting money with increased utility costs. If we could make better decisions with our facilities and improve things, we wouldn't have to waste that money. We also should be hiring additional mental health clinicians, but we can't because we don't have the funding. We should be expanding our home visiting teams and our presence in pediatric offices so that we can provide services at Parenting Start. We've had to reduce contributions to staff health benefits, which comes at a decrease for some of our staff members by about $2,000. We can't contribute to retirement savings. So all of these things impact our staff and our ability to have the best people working for us. So in summary, adequate support for parent-child centers is not a funding request, but a proven investment. If we are provided with the funds we need to meet the needs of young families, Vermont's children, and the Vermont state budget will be the better for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
On deck is Carol. Carol, I have a hard time with your last name. Stamatakis? Stamatakis.
I probably didn't spell it very well.
Oh, that's fine.
So this is slightly different. This is my own personal story. On January 6th, I reached for my back door on my way to work and I didn't quite make it and I fractured my hip. We've heard stories about Springfield Hospital and how everything is happening down there. I want to tell you about my experience. They were incredible. I went to the emergency room. They were respectful. I do alternative healing. They let me participate. They honored me. They gave me excellent service. I had an incredible doctor. I had surgery there. And then I was taken to Grace Cottage. Farm to table at Grace Cottage. They order on Monday and fresh fish comes in on Wednesday. Their major meal is in the beginning, and a lot of you know me, I'm into food, I'm a chef. The major focus is on healthy living, on well-prepared meals. The major meal was in the middle of the day, so it was later at night. The staff there were incredible. The LNAs work their hearts out. They make very little money. They're amazing. One of my problems, I'm not driving. I have to get to PT. All the current drivers are volunteers. They have come to my house. They have helped me get into the vehicles. They have provided me with rides where I wouldn't be able to go. Only four rides, and I'm getting 2 a week, so I'm a little in trouble for the rest of this month. But Senior Solutions, the friendly visitors are stepping up and people are taking me for rides. One of the hardest things for me is getting food. So I just wanted to let you know what was working. Huh?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm sure those places will love to hear your testimony.
That's great.
Very nice.
Ann Billadu is on deck.
I have some
Hi, great.
handouts here. Hi.
Great.
Great. Thanks. Good evening. I'm Carol Stamaticus. I'm the Executive Director at Senior Solutions. Our agency is the Area Agency on Aging, serving Windsor and Windham counties primarily since 1973. So first I'd like to say that we're very grateful for the past support and for the fact that Vermont has been a national leader in aging services in so many ways. But I'm not here so much to advocate for the needs of older adults as for the needs of all of us as we age. Aging is a part of the human experience, and all of us want to be able to know that we'll be able to live in dignity throughout our lifespan, and continue to have choices in where and how we live, and make a meaningful difference in our communities. And I think Crystal talked about some of the volunteers who made such a difference for her. And many of our volunteers, whether people serving on town boards or people assisting people like Crystal, are very often older adults. So it's important for us to be able to keep those opportunities open. Some of the trends that we've experienced, though, have not been reassuring. In areas such as nutrition, reimbursement and funding has not kept up with growing costs and needs. And nutrition is we're increasingly learning about the role of nutrition in health and well-being. Also, it's important for our community-based providers to continue to be reimbursed at a level where they can continue to attract providers and serve people. So I just would encourage you to look at these charts. Sometimes pictures can tell a little more than words, and they talk about some of the demographic trends and what we can expect to see in the next 15 years. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Nancy Bloomfield. And is there another sheet up there? Could someone bring? Camera was too close. Can someone start bringing that down? Give it to Christy, and then we can just.
Hello, my name is Ann Bilodeau, and I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at HCRS. As an HR professional, I see firsthand the impact of funding constraints. We are here today to ask for a 3% increase in Medicaid funding for mental health facilities. At HCRS, to give you a sense of what we're working with every day, we consistently have hard-to-fill clinical positions. We have a very high turnover rate for the last 3 years. It's been over 20%. Our fringe and health insurance has increased over $1.1 million in terms of expense impact in the last 3 years. So we are only able to give minimal pay increases to our staff. And keeping in mind that our staff are picking up increased portions of health insurance as well. So it is simply just not sustainable to retain good staff and mental health clinicians within what is an incredibly important agency within our community. So we are asking for you to please support the 3% increase in Medicaid funding. And just to give you one quick comparison between how the state pays and how our designated agencies pay, we have one instance where the state pays RN clinicians over 65% higher pay than we are able to. So that is just simply unacceptable. We truly do need this 3% for so many reasons. And I thank you so much for your support over the years, and hope you can support us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nancy. Kate Wilson is on deck.
My name is Nancy Bloomfield. I'm the Executive Director at the Family Place Parent-Child Center, and I appreciate your hearing me today. I know you all, as I do, care very deeply about the well-being of children and families in our community. Children need safe, stable, nurturing environments so they can grow to be contributing members of communities throughout our state. Parent-child center programs help families create this environment for their children despite whatever problems or challenges they're facing. I want to thank you all for your support of parent-child centers last year. The additional funding that you allocated as we were losing our reach-up contract last year enabled the Family Place to retain one of our most long-serving and experienced home visitors, so that was incredibly important support. The one-time funding that you allocated for infrastructure enabled us to increase security at our center, take some steps to prevent water damage in our buildings, and this spring we will finally be repainting 2 buildings that have been peeling for years. So I want to thank you for recognizing the importance of that. I am here tonight to ask for your support of S-263, the Parent-Child Center bill, which would strengthen the Parent-Child Center statute. We support the bill moving forward with or without the funding request included. We understand those are separate decisions. And I also, as others have requested, request your support towards our 3-year cap of $10 million. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you.
So there's about 17 more people, and we have 15 minutes. Jane Winterling is on deck.
I'll be quick. All right. So my name is Katie Wilson, and I live in Brattleboro, and I work for the Copeland Center for Wellness and Recovery. I'm asking you today to restore funding to the Vermont Recovery Education Project at a level of $60,000, which is what it's been funded for previously. The Vermont Recovery Education Project has been a long-term peer mental health program that has had a few different places that it's lived, but it's been at the Copeland Center for the last few years. This project provides us an evidence-based practice in the community for people who are struggling with mental health and substance use abuse, substance use disorders, as well as other life changes that occur for us, and has been very impactful across the community. This is an evidence-based practice that was developed here in Vermont and is now a gold standard across many, many states in the U.S. as well as internationally, and it would be horrible for us if that opportunity was denied based on that this is something that was developed here and is no longer able to be funded here. So thank you for your time.
Thank
you
you
so much.
And Janice.
Do you want to hand that in? I'll email it.
Janice Stockman.
So, yes, so I'm Jane Winterling, and I also work for the Copeland Center. I'm actually one of the people who helped develop RAP way back in 1997. That's actually become an evidence-based practice and gone all over the world. The thing about RAP, we actually had it restored last year in the legislature, and we were reassured, because it's such a tiny grant, that it would be put back into the budget this year, and it's been removed. The thing about RAP is it has such a profound long-term effect on people's health and well-being. I just had a call on the way here for somebody who was diagnosed with cancer. She has mental health issues, but she also was diagnosed with cancer. She said, you know, the thing about RAP is I learned how to build a support system. I learned how to advocate for myself. I learned how to hold on to hope, and I learned how to take personal responsibility for all these things. It's been 5 years. I'm healthier now than I ever was, and if I didn't have RAP, I'd be committing suicide because I wouldn't know how to do these things. So it's a self-management technique that not only works in the moment, it works long-term for people, and it's just a really quiet little piece of what we do here and provide here in Vermont. But it's had a worldwide effect, so I hope we don't lose it again.
Thank you. Kelly, is it Wallen or Wallace? Wallace.
Hi, I'm Janice Stockman, and I live in Brattleboro. I'm the Early Childhood Coordinator for the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, and I oversee early childhood special education and our pre-K education, both public and private. I'm here to talk about investing in Vermont's young children through funding the early education workforce and reinstating the special accommodations grants, which support children with intensive needs in preschool. I testified last week to the House Ed Committee on revisions to the pre-K legislation, and I said there that the teacher is the most important element in effective early education. Young children need highly qualified and credentialed teachers because they're learning every minute of the day and because brain development is the most rapid in the early years. My hope is that every child who can take advantage of pre-K in Vermont is taught by a licensed teacher. But that hope is not possible unless early educators are supported financially to attain teacher licensure, and when they achieve it, earn a wage that's comparable to their public school counterparts. Our pre-K system will self-destruct if we don't address the lack of parity of wages for early childhood educators. They need incentives in the form of tuition scholarships like TEACH, a loan repayment program, and wage supports so that private programs can retain qualified teachers. The proposal on the table is to have every pre-K child taught by a licensed teacher by 2023, so the time to act is now. The second investment I'm asking you to make is to maintain the special accommodations grants. These are small grants that help the children with the most intensive needs stay in preschool. In our area alone, kids have been kicked out because programs don't have the money to. So
Okay.
I thank you for your
Thank
time
you.
and your consideration.
Deborah Hamel?
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kelly Wallace, and I'm the Regional Coordinator for the Children's Integrated Services in the Hartford region. I'm here tonight to talk to you about Children's Integrated Services. CIS Prevention and Early Intervention Services have immediate and long-term benefits. They support children's social, emotional, and cognitive development, family unification and stability, parents' contribution to Vermont's workforce, and they enhance complementary services such as DCF Family and Economic Services. Since 2009, CIS has been level funded. The money available does not cover the annual cost of living increases for our dedicated and professional staff. Last summer, the Child Development Division paid consultants to study CIS reimbursement rates. This study revealed that the rate being offered for fiscal year 20 does not even come close to covering the cost of providing services. For fiscal year 21, the state is offering $502 per child served per month, when it actually costs $634 to provide the services. I respectfully ask that the legislature fund CIS at a level that would cover the real cost. This would mean a $2.4 million increase in CIS funding. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony and for your continued work with the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Geller?
Hi there. You tell me when. Go ahead. Okay. To the members of the House and Senate Committee on Appropriations, I'm here to speak about H744 in support of it. My name is Deborah Hamill. I live in Bellows Falls, Vermont, and I'm a newer board member for FACT TV. Formerly, I was in Keene, New Hampshire for about 30 years, where I worked very hard with Cheshire TV. I want to ask that you support Vermont Access Network and community media in Vermont in the fiscal year 2021 state budget, particularly House Bill H744. I'm a firm believer in community TV and the fact that it is accessible to all in the public, whether it is to be able to watch unique original programming or the ability to put your own show on the air. Being that community access television stations are such small and local organizations, both solely and as a group, resources and monies are sparse to conduct the lawyer-level expertise needed to determine what authority the state has to assess broadband for public purposes. I join in asking for $100,000 for the right-of-way expert analysis and recommendations to conduct a study. As a former elected and appointed official in both government and education, I was the former vice chair of the New Hampshire State Board of Ed. The fact that there are 25 public educational and government access television organizations serve in Vermont is fantastic. Imagine all of the citizens who get to see local political meetings, school board meetings, and public hearings because of their local community public access stations.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Denise, is it Mason or?
Hi, Steve.
Hi, my name is Steve Geller. I'm the Executive Director of Southeastern Vermont Community Action, or SEVCA. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for all your past support from the legislature. SEVCA is one of 5 community action agencies in the state that cover the entire state from one end to the other, serving tens of thousands of households every year, including some in every city and town. Most people know us for our emergency and crisis intervention services, such as crisis fuel, emergency housing assistance, home repair, etc. But not enough Vermonters know about our important work on the other critical part of our mission, to enable people to stabilize their lives and move toward greater self-reliance by helping them obtain skills, creating opportunities, and building their capacity to improve their lives and achieve financial security. One reason for that is that the funding for this part of our work has been inconsistent and inadequate to address the needs of the many residents who could benefit from them. As if that weren't bad enough, now the governor's budget for the coming year has proposed to eliminate the funding for 2 of those programs, micro-business development and Vermont Match Savings, and thus deprive all Vermont residents from receiving those benefits and achieving those goals. That's why we're here today to ask for your support to restore their funding to sustain access to those services for many more Vermonters who need them. These well-researched and demonstrated programs enable improved access to employment and a livable income, enhance financial stability, and help people build and manage assets. The effort to balance the budget by eliminating the very programs that can help people escape the cycle of poverty and reduce their continuing dependence on publicly supported crisis services is terribly short-sighted and a poor investment of taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're running hand in hand.
Yeah, oh, I have packets.
Who's next?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Irene Pearson?
Thanks, Steve.
I'm not gonna make it here.
What time is
Okay.
your board meeting?
My name is Denise Mason. I'm the Director of our Economic Development Programs at SEVCA. Steve already told you, we're cut from the budget. We're already in a community action agency. Vermont Match Savings Program helps educate low-income Vermonters on the importance of saving on a regular basis. After attending 7 financial fitness classes, we match their savings. They're eligible to use funds for home repair, home purchase, post-secondary education expenses, starting business, car purchase, car repair. The microbusiness program helps individuals who either have a business or want to start a business. We've had a lot of our successful clients have gone through both programs. Let's see, these 2 programs have a symbiotic relationship with each other, and they contribute to our holistic approach in working with our clients. Since they are embedded in a community action agency, we're able to meet many of their needs, not just for the business and financial. Both these programs significantly help in moving low-income Vermonters out of poverty towards self-sufficiency. They're not Band-Aids, they're not handouts, they offer handout. Please reinstate the funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Lewis?
So Irene Pearson, I'm here today to ask the Appropriations Committee to consider a longevity pay increase for the caregivers who are providing direct care in the residential facilities for those with developmental disabilities whose capabilities and needs require this type of facility. I've been responsible for my brother who's developmentally disabled for over 40 years, and I feel thankful for the compassion Vermont shown for this vulnerable population. He lives in a caring group home, and I interact with him all the time. The entry-level caregivers were previously given a pay increase, but it didn't include a pay increase for the caregivers who have been in their jobs for many years. They bring a lot of experience to these positions, which are not glamorous. They're vital every day, 24 hours a day, weekends and holidays. They help to train the new caregivers, offering their expertise while creating a safe and happy home environment. I'm impressed with the Vermont lawmakers for not forgetting this vulnerable population. Thank you.
You want to hand that in?
I'll do it.
We will make it. If everyone stays to a short testimony, we will make it. We can stay here a little longer past 6:30.
Hi, I'm Maggie Lewis. I'm the
Hang
executive.
on,
Oh,
Mary
she
Ann.
already started my time?
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll give you a look. Mary Ann, on deck.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maggie Lewis. I'm the executive director of the Gathering Place in Brattleboro, which is an adult day provider. There are 14 adult days in the state of Vermont, and I am here on behalf of VADS, the Vermont Association of Adult Day Services. We are requesting a Medicaid reimbursement rate increase for fiscal year 2021 budget. We're currently reimbursed at $16.72 an hour, and the average cost of running an adult day program is in excess of $20 an hour. The majority of adult day programs participants receive Medicaid benefits. To meet the need of the participants we serve and attract more qualified staff, VADS is requesting Medicaid reimbursement at a rate of $25 an hour. In order to operate within our budgets, we are required to pay workers relatively low wages. As a result, it is increasingly more, no way! It is increasingly more difficult to recruit workers due to the low wages that we must offer. We are, like I said, a home-based home care, no we're not. We are a community-based service. There are 14 of us in the state of Vermont, and we provide a viable community-based alternative in Vermont to institutionalization of seniors or adults with disabilities. Adult day centers help frail adults to live at home by fostering their strengths and abilities while allowing family caregivers to have peace of mind, knowing their loved one is being cared for while they go to work, run errands, or take a break. We collaborate with multiple, and my time is up, and it's all written down here for you to look at your leisure.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Philip Caston?
That was like fast.
It does. It does.
Hi, I'm Marianne Lauder, and I'm a board member at Lincoln Street. Lincoln Street serves folks with cognitive disabilities and developmental delays. I'm here in support of the 3% increase being proposed. I specifically want to speak to staffing. It's a tight labor market here in Vermont with our low unemployment rate, and so to appeal to people to come and work, we need our money, we need our funds to be able to do this. I sit in monthly board meetings hearing about the need for staff pretty consistently. So I would encourage you to support that increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashlyn Bristow? Is that Ashlyn?
Good evening. I'm Phil Caston. I'm a member of the executive board with HCRS, and I'm also a resident of the town of Hartford. And you've heard our Human Resources Director and Executive Director speak tonight in favor of the 3% increase in the Medicaid billing to assist in the budget. And I'm supporting that and urging the legislature to support that as well. We appreciate the support that we've received over the years. And I want to tell you a little bit about that because in my daytime role, I'm the police chief in the town of Hartford. HCRS was a pioneer in implementing the police social worker program. And shortly after I took over 5 years ago, I was able to enter a partnership with HCRS. And we've had a social worker on our staff that has helped us not only reduce the number of crisis contacts that our law enforcement officers have had with people in crisis in the community, whether they're suffering from a mental health issue, they're in generational poverty or other economic crisis, or suffering from a substance use issue. They've been able to assist us with training our police social worker. But on top of that, implementing community policing. A lot of folks think that that's a token program, but she has helped us bring all of the many people that you hear in this room together and organize the services that we provide to our residents in a way that's cost effective. So I urge your support of the increase in funding this year. Thank you.
Joe Little?
My name is Ashlyn Bristol, and my husband Abraham and I run Rebop Farm in Brattleboro, Vermont. We were the recipients of a 2019 Working Lands Grant for an infrastructure project that significantly expanded our capacity for retail sales and agritourism events on our farm. Since our project was implemented, our retail sales number of event participants have outstripped our 2020 projections and the project's goals, significantly and positively contributing to our farm's viability. As young farmers, the Working Lands Grant Initiative has been instrumental in the continual success of our farm. Encouraging land-based businesses to grow and prosper is a good way to attract and keep young Vermonters. Businesses that are tied to the land cannot be moved out of state, and this type of business supports a lifestyle many young people want. Please invest strongly in the Working Lands Enterprise Fund with a $3 million appropriation to support our Working Lands enterprises and keep our land open and productive for the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Rosell. Sorry.
My name is Joe Little, and I'm the president of the Park Place Financial Advisors and the senior vice president at the Brattleboro Savings and Loan in Brattleboro. I'm here tonight to ensure that investments in high-quality child care for working families are a priority of the governor's budget. Too many state families can't afford or can't find high-quality child care. In fact, new research has found that 3 out of 5 of Vermont infants likely to need child care don't have access to regulated programs. This isn't a problem just for those families and the children. It's a serious problem for the workforce and a challenge in Vermont. At our bank, we've seen firsthand how high-quality child care affects as a fundamental support for our workforce. It allows parents to accept work and to show up ready for work. When child care breaks down, the workforce breaks down. I think it's just a deeper problem than just where do I get child care. It isn't available right now, the quality isn't there. We did have an outstanding employee was forced to resign. Had gone home, found out their child care provider had just decided to stop doing it, and they had no alternative. So that ended that. Vermont's aging workforce, coupled with the low unemployment rate, makes it crucial that we invest in these strategies for Vermonters who want to work and need to do so. So we have to support the young people in Vermont, and by doing that, by helping to create affordable access to child care.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Julie Merrill Snide. We're all right. We'll be fine. Got 3 more.
Very fast.
Yeah, we're moving.
My name is David Russell. I am a solar developer. I live locally in Perkinsville. I have been in this business for the last 7 years. I just came here to sensitize you as legislators to 2 developments that I think you should be really focused on and support. One is that there is a push to create a new renewable energy standard and increase the amount of solar power in the state from the level that's been set at 10% to up to 20%. And in doing so, to caution you to be very careful about the information that's being received from the governor's office through the Department of Public Service, because essentially it is negative and probably inappropriate or inaccurate. But there's lots of information out there to establish the fact that the solar installations in this state have not cost the ratepayers money, despite what the governor has said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dallas Welch.
I'm Julie Merrill Snide, and I'm here to support the funding in the amount of $500,000 for the Vermont Food Bank to upscale their Vermonters, Feeding Vermonters initiative. I'm a community health worker here in Springfield, and I work with families that have barriers to getting healthy and staying healthy. And the top barrier in this area is food insecurity. And the community health team volunteers once a month at the Springfield Hospital, the food bank delivery, and we, in 1 hour from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., there is 200 families that come through to pick up food. And that's just one, they go to the high rises and other towns and whatever, but in Springfield it's over 200 families, and it's from families with little kids to elderly patients, parents. And I think that supporting the Vermonters Feeding Vermonters helps out in many ways, because it's a little more security for the farmers, and it improves health for Vermonters. It makes Vermont stronger community, because $1 spent on the local food from the farmers is 60 cents to the local economy. So it keeps everybody getting something out of it, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So last but not least, Laura Evans.
Excuse me, I was supposed to be 20
Oh.
minutes switching with Chris there, so I'll be
Okay, okay, sorry, Linda.
Hi, my name is Dallas Welch, and for as long as I can remember, I've been a mother. At the age of 15, I had my first son. Back in 1999, when I became pregnant, the stigma surrounding teen pregnancy was overwhelming. I heard things like, your life is over, you will never amount to anything, and you have a long road ahead of you. Without organizations like the SAPCC, I would not have been able to accomplish the goals I knew I was able to. The playgroup my son attended was just the beginning. Most recently, I have had the opportunity to be employed by SAPCC as their financial controller. It wasn't until I held this position that I realized how hard everyone works and how little funding is available to the organizations to provide these services to the community. The work that is done there is invaluable. As a member of this community, an employee of SAPCC, and someone who has benefited from the services provided, I am asking that the PCCs be fully funded for the requested $4 million for this budget, at $10 million over the next 3 years, and for your support of the PCC Bill S263 to ensure the capacity of the PCC's continuation of services. This proposed funding request would allow for more outcomes like mine. It would allow more families to obtain goals that may otherwise be unattainable. Thank you for your previous and continued support of the Parent-Child Centers. And I do have a copy.
Great, thank you. So, Linda, husband, on deck. You're next. You're next, Laura. And then we'll finish up with Linda. Okay, I'm watching the clock.
I'm Laura Evans from Brattleboro, and I'm an advocate with Let's Grow Kids. As a longtime early childhood teacher / caregiver, what I'm most aware of is the need young children have for adult caregivers who are committed to giving them emotional and social support. Hit or miss care by assorted busy neighbors and relatives on different days of the week does not, for instance, tend to lead to growth in these areas. If a child can tell their teachers, care providers like them and are there for them no matter what, providing boundaries and good options for solving conflicts, they can learn to have the self-esteem and control over the expression of their emotions and their needs. This can make the difference in what kind of student, parent, and community member a child becomes, whether or not they are open to learning, able to listen to other viewpoints, and able one day to be an overall asset to their community, as opposed to needing lots of services and Justice Department involvement. And I had a story about one little child, but I'll send that, and I send it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda. Linda. We got messed up from the switch.
That's okay. My name is Linda Husband. I'm the SASH coordinator in Springfield. SASH stands for Support and Services at Home, and I help the elderly and disabled in the Springfield Housing Authority properties and in the community. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Vermonters Feeding Vermonters. We have a monthly food drop from the food bank at each of the buildings, the Maples, the Whitcomb, and the Huber. And these people just, you know, are so grateful for the produce, and they bring other things, but the produce that I hear over and over, I can't afford to eat healthier because I can't afford fruit and vegetables. And so this is a way, it's an amazing drop. What they bring is amazing, and these people are facing really, they become unhealthy when they have to eat things that aren't healthy, obviously. It has direct benefits to the family receiving the food and also for the state of Vermont, because we want to keep the dollars in Vermont. So the food bank will pay the farmers in Vermont instead of paying somewhere else. And so we're asking for $500,000 to support this program, and our economy benefits when we keep our food dollars in state rather than purchasing food elsewhere. And they are just so immensely grateful, so I hope you support this.
Thank you.
I'll have to write those.
did it.
I'll send you some.
Thank you.
We did it.
So I appreciate everybody coming.
Yes, thank you.
Bringing all this was going on, of course, all around the state at multiple locations with people coming in just like yourselves. And also, at some point, we're also having the public hearing at the State House. And I didn't give anybody the email address. It's on the website. Is there anybody that doesn't have access to getting it off the website? It was in the ad, I think, in the papers too, the website, if you want to email something in, or email it to me. That would be fine, or any of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so
much for your time. We did it.
Appreciate it.